Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere. I'm your host, Caleb Simmons, and joining me on this desk is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino. We are coming to you live from the NGE studios here in Burbank, California, and we are so excited to get day number 3 of this group stage underway. We've had 2 exciting days so far, and we've got a lot more in store. David, let's talk about this group stage. How does it work?
All right, so for those of you who might be just joining us right now, we've already gone through the qualifier portion where we found the 8 teams that will be going through this next phase that we're in right now, what I like to call the round of 8 or group play phase 1. So throughout group play phase 1, we're going to have all these teams face off in a round robin format. The top 6 who survive this phase will move on to the next phase, go through another round robin, and the top 4 from that will push on to the live finals where they'll play for $100,000.
That's right, the live finals. It'll be fun, but we've had some matches over the past couple days here. Some great matches in general, and all these guys are fighting, as we said, to try and get to that the top 6, the next phase of our group play. As you can see here, we the current standings that we have after a couple days of play.
Absolutely, the bottom 2 teams, like you said, this first group stage is all about that top 6, and right now we have 2 teams who have not even managed to get a win yet. That's Team Liquid and Citizen 7, but on the top side, Renegades and Immortals looking really hot right now so far into day 2.
Renegades and Immortals, man. Renegades coming out, of course, formerly known as Kingdom Esports, and man, they are just killing it under this new name. They've had some really big wins, and I'm excited to see if they can keep it going. Undefeated so far, and they are definitely looking hot right now.
Yeah, I agree. Renegades just looking like a force to be reckoned with, especially on defense. They're really putting on a lot of strongholds against the teams they're playing against. Now, Citizen 7 and Team Liquid, both of them still searching for their first win, but we're just now starting to hit the halfway point for some teams. You know, in particular, Renegades and Luminosity are going to play 2 matches today, so it's a very, very big day for those 2.
Absolutely, yeah. But the big thing is, can Renegades stay perfect? We will see as today develops. We'll take a look at the schedule of all we've got lined out for you here. We're going to start off with Renegades versus Complexity, and then we'll round out the day with Renegades on their 5th match.
It's gonna be a tough day for Renegades trying to take on Complexity, as they are, as we said, they are looking to stay undefeated. But Complexity, they're a pretty solid team. Those guys right there, they. Going to be tough to stay undefeated against some of the competition that they have today, but it's very possible with the way they've been playing recently.
And it's the same thing for Luminosity. I mean, they're playing both Kungarna and Renegades, and they're going to be playing back-to-back with just a little bit of a break in between. It's a tough schedule for both teams as they both hit the just over halfway point, as will be their 4th matches for each of them just happening today. And the other teams will follow up with their double days over the course of next week.
So, number 1 match will be Renegades versus Complexity. Now, Renegades, they have yet to drop a match in the Overwatch Winter Premiere. Now, do you guys think they're going to be able to keep this one going, especially going up against a team like Complexity?
I mean, that's the thing. Doing it against Complexity, I think, will be tough. But they've had some big wins so far. I mean, I think it's very possible for them. So I believe they can keep it going. It depends what Complexity brings to the table today. Of course, yesterday they got edged out just barely by FaZe. It was a close match overall, but. I think out of all the matches today, this one has a potential to be one of the very close games that we see.
Yeah, I agree. And Complexity also perhaps struggling just a little bit in the overtime situations on payload, giving up a lot of distance in those. But they have been able to recover in some of their matches. In this one in particular, Renegades, they're holding a lot of teams on the first point in particular. But I think Complexity might be the team that's able to beat that, especially if they're running their Samba strats the way that they can. It's very hard to hold up a first point defense on something like Hollywood against that.
So here on the Overwatch Winter Premiere, this might be the first time the Renegades has faced off against a Sombra, Complexity being, again, the only team that really likes to do that. What do you think how does that play into their mindset here? What does Renegades need to be thinking about as they move into this match against Complexity?
I don't know how much Renegades have seen Sombra. I mean, I'm sure they've dealt with it in some scrims maybe, but in terms of tournament play, I don't think Renegades have actually played Complexity, at least in the Overwatch Winter Premiere, and in other tournaments as well. So I don't know how familiar they are playing up against something like Sombra, how comfortable they are dealing with that. So I think it'll be a test for Renegades. I'm sure they have prepared to deal with it, and I'm sure they have strats to counter it. But I think it will definitely be a test once they get in game to see if they can execute.
And similarly for Complexity, I don't know if they've necessarily faced a team in the Winter Premiere, at least over the past 2 days, that's been able to mount defenses as strong as Kingdom has.
So let's talk about rosters. Let's start with Renegades. We've seen these guys a lot so far, and we've really enjoyed it. What do you guys...
I keep calling them Kingdom, man.
Yeah,
I cut you off. Keep going.
They're formerly known as Kingdom, now Detroit Renegades. What are you guys thinking about this roster? Who should we be looking out for?
Well, you have a few brilliant players. Actually, I mean, all these guys, really. They bring something great to the table for this team. And, of course, Mangachu is one of those guys. Jesus as well. And then you also have guys like Man of Snow and Juvenile that's on tank. And they've actually made some swaps recently. We've talked about this over the past few days. But they've made some change-ups versus what they played with in the qualifying stages of the Winter Premiere. But it doesn't seem to have affected them at all. They're playing lights out right now. And yesterday, Mangachu was really big for them on things like Pharah, pulling out some different picks that aren't exactly meta, so to speak, but Renegades have been able to run them and make them very effective.
I've been really enjoying watching Mangachu play overall, but that's not to highlight Jesus and how he's been playing when we can see him here playing Tracer as well. He was a dominant force yesterday and the day before, but also Juvenile, we've talked about that a number of times. He's a very vicious Reinhardt player.
So, Renegades looking hot. We're going to see if they can stay perfect. But on the other side, Complexity, Harblue. We like to talk about these guys a lot. What are the people we need to be looking for on this roster?
Well, like you said, Harblue is now he's been playing a lot more Zarya recently. Depending on the map, he'll break out that Roadhog that he's famous for still from time to time. But you also have guys like Torque and Nicholas, who are great DPS and flex roles in their own right. Torque, of course, the one that generally will play Sombra for them. That Complexity loves to do. They love that strat. JKW, a fantastic Reinhardt, and Shake, just a brilliant support player overall.
Yeah, Shay, we've talked about that a number of times, but I honestly can't talk about it enough. A fantastic support player there. Nicholas, we didn't see so much of the Mei strategies we've seen out of Complexity throughout the qualifier phase, but we hadn't seen that at all yesterday. They broke it out a little bit on Nepal, and it didn't quite work out for them, but I'm curious to see exactly why they're not running it previously. The way that allowed them to dictate the pace of the battle was such a huge strength for them, and I really liked that look that they kept bringing, because it just seemed very, very hard to stop. But perhaps teams have figured it out, or they just want to kind of sit on it for a while and test some other things. But at this point, if it still works and they're confident in it, now's the time to break it back out.
So, map number 1 will be Gibraltar, and we've talked about how all the maps are chosen randomly, and so far, Renegades has gotten Route 66 and Hollywood, and now they're going to get Gibraltar. They've only ever had a scoreline of 1-0 on their first map so far. You guys think that's going to stay true here? Will Complexity finally be able to score on Renegades?
I think Complexity can do it, and I think this might be the map that they can do it on as well. Generally, Complexity will look pretty solid on Gibraltar for the most part. It's we've touched on it over the past couple days. Harblue really likes playing Roadhog on this map, and he can just do disgusting things when he's playing Roadhog on this map, and it's a treat to watch. But I think in general, Complexity do like playing on this map. Can they take it from Renegades? I think so, but time will tell, I suppose.
Yeah, can they hold a 1-0 on the first point of Gibraltar against Complexity? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that at all, honestly. Complexity, very, very likely to take the first point all the way through. They have been struggling, along with a number of other teams, in the second phase of Gibraltar. But Kingdom, as strong as they are on defense, I don't know if they're going to be able to continue that trend against a team like Complexity.
That was a really good point. We've seen teams on Hollywood, a number of teams, be able to hold that first point completely, but I don't think we've seen anybody hold the first checkpoint on Gibraltar just yet. It's usually that second point that people get caught up in. So we've talked about how good Renegades is right now. What is the mindset of Complexity here? What do you think about going up against an undefeated team, and how do you try to just approach this map mentally?
I mean, I don't think Complexity's worried about it at all. They're just going to play their game and just, play their game, really. I think, just break out the Sombra strategy. I think we'll see some of that. It can work really well on the offense. The first point here, there's the big health pack down low. You can build that ultimate really, really quickly. So I think that's the name of the game. Complexity, just do what they do and use that Sombra strategy and, maybe catch Renegades off guard pretty early here with it.
I definitely agree on the first point. Now, moving into the second point, perhaps that warrants a change-up if they don't get the momentum strong enough to take the shuttle ahead of the defense. I mean, a lot of that just kind of depends on the quality of the win on that first point, right? If you stagger a number of people there or you get a full team wipe, you can get ahead pretty quickly. But If it kind of trickles in, then defense can take their time, set up, and the second point, and that becomes a much bigger task to get through in that circumstance. Renegades starting off with May, played by Mangachu. Other than that, they're going to be running a 3-tank setup. Complexity, well, we don't know what they're going to lock in yet, but I think we can expect a Sombra pretty reliably.
I would suspect it is pretty good on this first point here with the big health pack where you saw on the previous shot, Renegades are standing right in there where the big health pack is in the underpass area, and you can build that ultimate so quickly. That's one of the brilliant things about Sombra and why it can be so strong. Just by hacking that health pack, letting your team take damage, and then you just collect up on that health pack and you build that ult extremely quickly. But here we go, Complexity on the offense here. In map 1 in this best of 3, Complexity versus Renegades. And Renegades, who is undefeated so far in the group stage of the Winter Premiere. Complexity trying to, they're gonna try and put a 1 in that loss category for them. So let's see, Renegades are starting to aggress down into the underpass. They put the wall up, Mangachu, but all he was able to get was a D.Va inside of there, and she just flew her way on out. So it looks like Juvenile is going to go aggressive, as he likes to do a lot of times, and didn't seem to work right there. Complexity have already managed to find 2 on this fight, and it's really not looking good for Renegades. The aggression, maybe a bit too much from them now as Complexity moves this cart forward.
Renegades down to right off the bat. 2 pretty critical players, Juvenile and Man of Snow going down. So that's going to be real tough for them. They perhaps might give up the first point, but no, looks like a little bit of a contest coming out on here, but they are down 1. Or sorry, that's Complexity. They're down 3, and it looks like Renegades is actually going to be able to hold this when they were on their back foot.
And it all started off with Torque just being really far forward, and I don't know why he didn't translocate out of there, but he just kind of sat there and then he got hooked and died, and now Nicholas is going to get staggered a little bit. But on the bright side for Complexity, Torque does have the EMP locked and loaded, and he's just sitting there. He's about to meet up with everybody, just waiting for the rest of his team to get back up, and they should be going in with this EMP very shortly. And on the side of Renegades, they do have a nano boost. Juvenile's going to have that Earth Shatter pretty soon. JKW is only sitting at about 60% on his. I think Juvenile may have felt Torque touch him there, but here comes EMP. Is going to go in. There will be a Blizzard as well out from Mangachu. A couple of ultimates going down, but Harblue will be the first victim nonetheless. 2 players down on the side of Complexity. Make that 3 as Nicholas falls, and it's not looking good. The EMP did not pay off for Complexity, and Renegades are going to hold on.
This might be a situation where Complexity, well, they can get that another EMP out of Torque relatively quickly, but there it is. They will change to Zarya. In general, kind of one of the patterns I think makes a lot of sense for them in particular is when Sombra doesn't work, switching off, going back to something a little bit more reliable for them. Not that Torque isn't reliable on Sombra, but coming back to just a regular 4-tank setup here, along with Shake still on Zenyatta. Complexity taking the server room away from Renegades. Wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and take the high ground and come around from behind Renegades and turn the tables on them.
3 ultimates aside, almost 4, as both Roadhogs are about to be up on a whole hog. We'll see how this plays out. Complexity just holding inside of the server room right now, actually starting to work their way up top. Torque is deciding to stay on the low ground here. He's going to meet up with the rest of the team now as they drop. So it is just going to be a bit of posturing. They kind of flip-flop for the time being. Here comes the Earth Shatter. That is going to connect on a lot of people, and the self-destruct is going to land. Man of Snow able to get JKW with that, and Renegades are still holding this first point right here as Complexity getting mopped up of them. And that will be 3 down. It's time to regroup for Complexity. They will have a lot of ultimates to work with here. They didn't really use anything on that last fight.
Yeah, they do have 5 online, but with 30 seconds left, Renegades, they have a nano boost and a Blizzard on their own, and Blizzard can be enough in some circumstances if you catch enough people in it, but against 5 ultimates, but without a Graviton on the side of Complexity, they're really going to have to pay out big dividends on an Earth Shatter, perhaps corralling with a self-destruct or landing the self-destruct on the Earth Shatter, but either way, we're going to see real soon what Complexity's plan for this is.
So Nicholas sends the self-destruct on in, but he gets killed while he's out of his suit, and Harblue takes down Jesus. They've traded 1 for 1. The Blizzard came out, and, well, they're still fighting it out here. Harblue getting the hook to take down Juvenile. JKW and Joe Meister still, they will actually get taken down by Mangachu and Sherlock. It's not looking all that good for Complexity. Gotta be honest, Mangachu's getting a couple for himself, and he's gonna freeze Harblue as well. It is going to be Renegades. This defense yet again shutting down Complexity on the first point. These guys, these defenses that Renegades pull out, man, it's incredible.
Oh, man. Could the 1-0 happen again? I see Caleb over there eyeing my job already. All right, I get it. I get it. You saw it coming. I'm surprised Complexity wasn't able to make it work. I mean, with how strong they had already taken that first point, I guess not playing forward enough or back enough, honestly. Renegades coming back in and wiping them all out on that one. But, man, that was something else.
That really was something else. Renegades have been playing just lights out the past few days, and they are continuing that. Oh, the defense, it's just incredible. I mean, they've been stopping teams on first points and getting full holds throughout various maps and teams in general. It's just been incredible to watch.
How they were able to shut out Hardblue there at the end, putting an ice wall in his face, preventing him from coming back into the fight, and then when he finally does get that hook, being slept immediately by Sherlocky. That's just, Roadhog's not a hard target to hit with the sleep dart. When that chain goes out, he is relatively stable, so you can make him sit down pretty easily, or in some cases cause a lot of other problems. You know, put the ice wall back in his face so the hook lands on the other side, but that's a lot of conceptual stuff that I'm sure we'll see sometime here soon. Renegades now on their first offense of the day with only 1 point to take. It looks like they might be able to take Gibraltar pretty easily here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking to be that way unless Complexity can pull an all-star defense here just as Renegades did, but I'm not hopeful for it. I mean, be cliche. I mean, it's possible, but it's certainly not looking good for them at the moment. That's for sure. Hardblue's going to be sitting up top here, at least for the time being, on Roadhog, and the rest of the guys are pretty much sitting down low. I haven't quite seen it yet, but I would suspect Shake is going to be sitting up top there with him, just sitting from the high ground in the distance, able to, you know, just get some of those heals out to the rest of the team. But here we go, Renegades moving on to their offense. They only need to get just before that first point, and they will take map number 1 against Complexity, because that defense was just incredible from them. So Mangachu is going to be on Zarya this time. It's a quad tank setup for Renegades. It'll be quad tank for Complexity as well, as they start to move that cart on up the hill. Now, it looks like they're actually going to rotate back around and come up the stairs through this small little choke point here and kind of flip-flop. Jesus will miss that first hook. Juvenile gets taken down first by Torque as Complexity starts to push in onto them, and Renegades are all the way back in the Complexity spawn area at the moment. I think Mangachu is going to get caught out there. He was all by himself. Jur surely will go down in just a moment. Torque has already found 3 for himself on this fight, and Renegades are just scattered all over the place here. I'm not sure exactly what the thought was on that fight, but it'll be regroup time. They're going to get some staggering done here.
Renegade's trying to come in with a speed boost and look for an early hook, but Jesus not able to find it as JKW got a shield around just in time to shut everything down. Complexity just forcing them back into their own spawn, like you said. And Complexity now holding on to 3, almost 4 ultimates. Meanwhile, Renegades with only a nano boost on the table, but Complexity, it's a nano boost, an Earth Shatter, and a self-destruct. Not far away from a Graviton here. There's a lot of combinations they can land.
There certainly is. Complexity's looking pretty good in the ultimate economy. And they're going to be coming up on a couple more here very shortly. JKW getting that nano boost. Hardblue pulling Jesus from all the way inside a server room, and he's got the biotic grenade on himself as well. Torque is able to finish off that frag, and there will be a Graviton going down from Torque as well. Self-destruct back there. Nicholas finds 2 off of that, and Complexity so far looking pretty solid on their defense. They're going to try and stagger out Man of Snow here as well. Hardblue well, almost going down, but he knew what he was doing. Complexity holding on, though, and it will be 1 minute and 45 left for Renegades.
And now Renegades, with their own self-destruct and their shatter, working on a sound barrier, whole hog, and a Graviton. Meanwhile, Complexity with a whole hog and a sound barrier of their own. Another nano getting pretty close here for Shake. About 1 minute and 30 left. Complexity putting up a lot better defense than we've seen over the past few days in particular, and Renegades struggling to get it in here on the first point.
They were speed boosting for a second. I thought they were going to go all the way up top, but for now, oh, Jesus getting hooked in, though. There was not a lot of follow-up, but it was a good play from Man of Snow to help out his Roadhog, and there is going to be a Graviton surge. Man of Snow finds Torque off the start here. The Nano Boost used from Complexity as well. Yet another Earth Shatter out from JKW. He charges in, takes down Jesus. Mangachu falls, as well as Juvenile. Complexity still holding on this first point, and they could even win this map now, as it looked like it was all Renegades earlier, but now Complexity has found their rhythm in this match, and Renegades are going to have to kick it into high gear here, as they only have 45 seconds to get this point.
All Earth Shatters are not created equal. Juvenile not able to find any people to knock down around JKW's shield. JKW falling back, landing his own Earth Shatter, and just tidying up Renegade's offense here. They have 30 seconds left, and they're in a similar position from where Complexity was.
Well, it's going to be go time for Renegades. This is pretty much their last attempt at making something happen. Nano Boost coming out onto Juvenile. He melts JKW in seconds, and he gets put to sleep then as well, but woken up right afterwards, which is very unfortunate. They just push it on in. There was no one around from Complexity. They had some bodies up, but Renegades are cruising at the moment. Took them a little while, but they do take map 1 on Gibraltar.
They take map 1, 1-0. It's been the same way every single day.
I don't know what it is, man.
We didn't know if they could do it, and they're like, yeah, we got this. Oh, my goodness, that was impressive.
That was great. That defense, these guys have been doing it for the past couple of days here, Renegades. And I don't know what it is with them, but they are just, I mean, they're taking it to everybody. It doesn't matter who it is, FaZe, Complexity, whatever. They're just rolling with it, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Certainly showing off they can hang with the best there. I thought Complexity was putting together a pretty great defense overall. I mean, moments away from full holding, and in that situation, they still had a dream. They just got pushed so far off the cart by the presence of Juvenile and a Nano Boost, and he was just being mained by Ana. There's no way he was going to go down in that circumstance. Pressing Zarya all the way back into the spawn area or the second phase area. Everybody else just being spread out and scattered, while the core of Renegades was still relatively around the cart and able to just tap it in. And you don't necessarily have to kill everyone to score points with a payload.
We'll take another look at that final hold there from Renegades. May walling off Harblu. It was, you guys called it out, like just this sort of mental awareness is exactly what has Renegades this far in.
This was actually beautiful. Completely denied Harblu any entrance back into the fight and really solidified it for Renegades on the defense. He gets pulled in the end, but then getting put to sleep. I mean, that's gorgeous play from Renegades in general. It's a good team effort coming out from them, and they're going to take map 1.
And we've said it before, behind every great player are great supports. In that instance, Mangachu certainly a dangerous player, but Ana there backing him up. Sherlocky, I mean.
Sherlocky.
Well, such just, it's so awesome to watch teams be this strong and play this well. And I honestly, I called it out because I was like, oh, they've done it twice in a row. Let's see if they can do it a third time. But I honestly didn't think it would happen here on Gibraltar. And just who is ever going to beat Renegades on these payload maps?
I don't know what it's going to take for these guys, but it's really the defense that has been the strong suit for them. Not saying anything bad about their offense, because of course they're getting it done in the end, but the defense is what's shining for Renegades here. And I mean, even the Sombra strategy for Complexity wasn't working, and granted they only tried it once. One EMP was all they were able to muster, and then they decided to switch off. But still, even against the Sombra, Renegades held strong.
I'm really curious how Renegades are warming up. I mean, do they have back-to-back scrims with like Envious and Misfits before they come into this? Why are they so hot right off the bat?
Yeah.
Right.
One thing I noticed was that they seem to be very, very aware and very keen on that Sombra. You saw them all, hulking up in the payload or the health pack room right at the very beginning.
They
of the match.
Very far forward, yeah.
Yeah, and then Mangachu, you saw him on the May moving around in that payload room, just spraying around, just trying to find
it, yeah.
Sombra. Very, very aware that Sombra is here, Sombra's in this game, I need to deal with it, and they make them switch very quickly.
I mean, that might indicate a little bit why they were bringing May in that situation. I mean, going down in that low ground where that health pack is, without any sort of way of blocking that off to some degree, is a death trap, flat out. There's so many different angles for teams to come in. A defense usually doesn't want to go down there. I mean, Reinhardt's shield can be enough, but a May wall is certainly going to make that area of the map a lot more safe. And in particular, it kind of turns the tables on the offense because, like we said, and like we've seen a dozen times, hundreds of times, anytime you can trap tanks in front of a May wall, away from their supports, it's pretty much going to spell the end of that tank relatively quickly, unless it's D.Va, and in that instance, D.Va was able to find a very, very tiny gap to fly through.
Yeah, got lucky, for sure, to get through in the teeniest of gaps, and Renegades have started off strong yet again. They take map 1 on Gibraltar against Complexity, and it looks like Complexity wants to move themselves over to King's Row, which generally is pretty good for them, as they've beaten teams like Envious on here. at MLG. They took a map off of them, the only team to do so at that event. So,
well, this is really interesting. Man of Snow, perhaps starting off on Genji. There's about 15 seconds left here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's Mangachu on
Pharah.
This is all right.
Okay, there we go. Man of Snow changing over to D.Va in the final moments here, but Pharah will stay.
Yeah, Pharah will stay, which it can be pretty risky to run a Pharah on the defense just because of. I mean, if the offensive side really does want to counter it, it can be countered.
It can certainly shut down Torque on Sombra if he's outside of invis whatsoever. He's just a target waiting to get hit by one of those rockets. And there you go, Mangachu hanging in the back, making sure that got shut down immediately. Another one of those habits of Torque, you know, get his transponder down, move in, get some spray damage onto a Reinhardt. Mangachu just hanging back, knowing exactly where that angle was going to be and spamming him out. But either way, Torque already with an EMP.
Wow, that is just so quick.
30 seconds.
Torque. That EMP locked and loaded. That is incredible. Well, this is gonna be a big one coming in from Renegades. But the positioning from Renegades was really good. The EMP goes off, but still everybody was scattered from Renegades. So not a lot of them actually got hit by that EMP. And now Complexity have already lost 2 players. Juvenile did go down on the side of Renegades, but still they're holding pretty strong here on this point as Joe Meister gets taken out by Sherlocky, and Mangachu just has complete free reign all over this point to do whatever he wants as he's just cleaning up on all of these players. But really, the thing there to notice that the positioning of Renegades when that EMP was coming in was so good. They were scattered, not grouped up. And that's one of the ways you have to counter against the Sombra.
Yeah, they're giving up a little bit of territory to retake it later after their debuffs have worn off. But in that exchange, they're getting 1 for 2 as a Reinhardt for a Roadhog and a Zenyatta. And honestly, I'm sure Renegades will take that all day. But right now, Complexity still sticking with Torque on Sombra. Perhaps not the best choice against Pharah in this situation. I think they really need to do something to shut down Mangachu because we've seen it 2 days now. He's just a monster.
Yeah, he's been able to do pretty much whatever he wants on Pharah.
With nothing there to contest him, yeah.
Here comes the EMP all the way in. Mangachu's going to go for the rocket barrage, though. He's got 3 for himself. Mangachu, Torque is able to get a couple, but Mangachu getting 4 in total, 3 off the barrage, and then cleaning up Shake afterwards. That will shut Complexity down yet again. Hardblue was only one of the only survivors out of that fight, and Renegades, the defense is still looking strong. 1:45 left.
There we go. Torque changing over to Soldier 76. The Discord plus the Soldiers, really the better chance of shutting down Mangachu. I mean, shoot, at this point, might as well fly Nicholas into his face. Nurse Shatter coming out of Juvenile. It's going to be a big whiff, not landing on JKW. JKW shields going down. Shake getting pulled, and Jesus getting the first pick.
Oh, Jesus coming out of the hotel side. He's going to pop the whole hog. Did a lot of damage to these guys, and Mangachu coming in for the cleanup as he takes down JKW, Torque, and a couple others along with that. And it is going to be Nicholas getting staggered as well. It has just been rough for Complexity right here. Renegades are just cruising at the moment. That's only a minute left for Complexity.
Renegades still holding on to a nano boost into self-destruct. Self-destruct, the zoning potential on a defense is huge. Meanwhile, Complexity with a Transcendence. And that can be quite a bit in order to shut down things like a barrage, depending on the distance and exactly the health points and whatnot. But here we go, Complexity stepping back into Transcendence coming out early.
There's the self-destruct from Man of Snow. He's able to find Joe Meister with it, though. Complexity are finally starting to get some kills here. Mangachu still having free reign, though. He takes down Shaky sitting up top, but yes, he is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. At the moment, Nicholas had actually switched over to Pharah himself as he's able to get a couple of kills, and now Complexity have cemented themselves on the point. Mangachu trying to come in desperation, maybe to be able to pull off something, but no one else was around to help him out. So Complexity finally get the cap on this first point here, and they will have 2 minutes and 45 to get through the streets phase.
And with no Zarya on the field for Renegades, pressing out Mangachu opens up a lot of potential for Complexity. Complexity able to capitalize on that and stay alive here on King's Row Kingdom. Pretty great at holding first points, but in this situation, finally Complexity getting into the streets phase. They will be holding on to 3 ultimates of their own, an Earth Shatter, Attack Visor, and a Sound Barrier. That could be enough for them to get into the second point. Renegades holding on to their own Barrage and an Earth Shatter. Again, that's also enough. Whoa, but the big whiff by JKW.
Oh, big whiff indeed, and Juvenile's going to find a nice little Earth Shatter for himself, as Renegades already have 2 on this fight. Nicholas shutting down Mangachu, but still, Renegades are finding the frags here. 3 down on the side of Complexity, making that 4 now. The Juvenile gets finished off late by Harblue, and he will have a long walk back. So if Complexity can regroup quickly and then try and take a fight, or they'll at least get some free ground off of this cart. But regardless, a good hold so far from Renegades.
Complexity draining a lot of the ultimates out of Renegade's side. Renegade's getting pretty close to a nano boost, though. It's gonna be a problem. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Complexity with a Barrage and a Graviton, if they connect those in the right way, that's gonna be a huge problem for Renegades.
Now they're starting to move it yet again. I think Mangachu might still be working his way back. Here comes a Graviton in and to the Rocket Barrage, but Diva was there to eat a lot of it up, and he actually gets slapped in the middle of the Rocket Barrage as well, Nicholas, and then shut down shortly afterwards by Jesus. They've traded 1 for 1. Sound Barrier coming out from Renegades. Torque goes down to Sherlocky, and now Harblue's just trying to stay alive at the moment, and Mangachu's actually on McCree. Now he's wrapping around this backside, and he should have pretty free reign here, as well as he's coming into the alleyway to try and support the rest of his team. Mangachu was able to find, or excuse me, Harblue was able to find a couple for himself, but still, Renegades are holding strong on the point at the moment, finding all of these kills. Complexity are now down to 50 seconds to make something happen on this offense.
And Complexity trying to put Fire in a position to actually get all that barrage out, but Sherlocky was on the other side of the road from what they expected it looked like to me, busting out a sleep dart virtually instantly.
Yeah.
I mean, cutting off that barrage way early in that situation. Complexity, Shake's gonna have a nano boost. Nothing else really on the table for a while. Maybe a sound barrier, but Renegades, they already have a Deadeye. They're getting close to another Earth Shatter.
Shake used that nano boost, but man, Juvenile is going to get melted in seconds. So is Jesus, Hardblue, and Torque able to find those. They do have Nicholas out on the May now, and Jur should be going down shortly here as well. So Complexity finally getting a push going. They'll be able to move this cart forward, and it will be overtime until they get this next point, and they'll have a few ultimates, almost 4 in total actually, Complexity to work with. Renegades wants to try and maybe take one more fight here. They are sitting at the corner. They're starting to work their way in right now. Juvenile does want to bring this one on in. There is a self-destruct. Juvenile has that nano boost on him as well. Goes for the Earth Shatter, finds absolutely nothing, and then the counter Earth Shatter from JKW is going to find quite a few inside of that. Jesus going down. They've traded a couple of kills, but Complexity are on top of the fight at the moment as Torque is cleaning up. Mangachu and Jur among the victims. Man of Snow goes down, and Complexity does get this point. And Juvenile dies late, so they will have 1:20 to try and get it to last. They're doing it, but just barely.
Renegades timed that very well to contest that point just in time. Draining a lot of ultimates out of Complexity's side. Both sides much lower on the economy than they have been throughout pretty much the rest of the match. Complexity closing around this final corner. I want to point out Nicholas blocked a huge part of that self-destruct with a wall.
And Jesus now has actually switched over to Tracer to see maybe what he can do. We know he can be deadly on Tracer, so we'll have to keep an eye on him. JKW goes down early in this fight as Juvenile is able to find that kill, and Complexity may, yes, they are just going to back off and try and wait for their Reinhardt to come back up, and then they'll take another fight on in here once he does get back, because they don't have much time to work with. 40 seconds in total. And they do have 3 ults. JKW almost up on his Earth Shatter again, and well, here comes an Earth Shatter out of Juvenile. He's gonna get a big swing and a miss yet again on the Earth Shatter, but he does get a nano boost, so he's gonna see maybe what he can find with that. Nicholas is putting down that Blizzard. Complexity with 3, already make it 4. As JKW swinging away, and Torque was just cleaning up. There was a self-destruct from Renegades, but didn't do, well, hardly anything at all. Man of Snow will die here on the cart. It's good to die on the cart, but now it's going to be Complexity trying to bring it home in overtime.
JKW's got an Earth Shatter. He's going to have to get that out on the returning side of Renegades in order to stifle them. Renegades with only a sound barrier. That could be enough to buy enough time. Oh, but a Blizzard.
Oh, this could be deadly here. Mangachu.
Oh, he shut it down.
Shutting down the Earth Shatter from JKW. Mangachu is just pelting icicles into his body. Jesus able to find JKW. Hardblue goes down, and Mangachu is going to get put to sleep, but still Renegades have got all the kills that they need to shut this one down from Complexity, not letting them cap that last point. It is just Joe Meister. He will fall. It's a team wipe. And Renegades holding Complexity before they are able to cap that last point. They had quite a solid defense overall there.
Freezing JKW in the middle of his Earth Shatter. That was it right there for Complexity. Renegades, I really didn't think they were going to be able to hold that.
No, I didn't either, but that clutch blizzard coming in the last second.
This situation right here, I was getting nervous for Shake as he had to step forward so far to help JKW, and all too often that'll be a situation where you position yourself really far forward to try and save somebody and a biotic lands on them, and then you're just forward for no reason, but Complexity able to make it work all the way into the final point, but not the last few meters they needed, but it could be enough here. Complexity can hold on Kingdom, or can hold on Renegades. I didn't have that problem yesterday, and all of a sudden today they're just back to being Kingdom to me. Probably because they're just putting up
short-circuited something
fortified
in your brain,
defenses. I don't know. I don't want to play into that pun
they're
anymore.
Putting up the Kingdom. Right,
on King's Row. There's a lot of cringy puns to be made here.
Yeah, that's right,
folks.
baby. Give me the ha-has in the chat. That's right.
Aha!
Well, here we go. It is going to be Renegades switching over to the offensive side, and they have been looking pretty solid here. We'll see what they go with. But Complexity, as far as the defense goes, they do have Nicholas on fire at the moment. These teams quite enjoying the defensive fire, as it seems. Actually, what turned the tides for Complexity on the offense, in large part, was when Nicholas was over on Farah on the first point when he made the switch, and he was able to do quite a bit of work there and help Complexity grab that first point.
I mean, in the current meta as well, with McCree seeing a lot less use. I mean, you do have Soldier 76 on the field quite often for some teams, but that really opens up the skies for Farah, and a number of pros, analysts, commentators have been talking about it for a while. I believe Stir was very, very adamant for quite a while that Farah was going to come back, and he's been right so far. This early Mangachu Sonic Arrow, seeing the vast majority of Complexity, but not everybody. It looks like he's going to stay on Hanzo throughout this point.
I like it. I like it. See a little bit of Hanzo action, and they do have Hard Blue. Well, they do have, Mana Snow. Hard Blue is also on Zarya, but Mana Snow is on the Zarya, and they can combine that Dragon Strike as well as the Graviton Surge for a pretty nasty combo. So we'll see. Hard Blue's the first to go down to Mana Snow. That's the opening pick Renegades needs, and they'll be able to get a bit more aggressive here. They're also going to get Torque out of his suit as well. And now Mangachu's trying to hit the air shots, but it's not going to happen. Nicholas shuts him down, but still Renegades they've gotten a few kills now, probably 3 or so in total, and Complexity has no presence left on this point, and Renegades take it with relative ease here.
That's what people were talking about with the tank busting Hanzo. I mean, just a few arrows into the back of D.Va. She's trying to fly away, and she got demeched, taking her out with another headshot immediately after that. I was really, really expecting, for some reason, Mangachu to hit one of those Pharah shots. But, I mean, that's perhaps expecting a little bit too much. But either way, I mean, he's just such a great player all around. It still wouldn't surprise me.
See some air shots.
Renegades, I mean, people do it with Mei plenty, but that's kind of a different projectile.
Yeah, oh, look at this, though. Getting walled out.
Speaking of Mei, yeah. Renegades, they do have a dragon from Mangachu. That's going to be a big clear potential in the street space.
He's going to use it. Does quite a bit of damage, though. Nobody falling to it. But Renegades, they have the pick already. And Hard Blue now goes down to Jesus. And Mangachu finds Joe Meister. Oh, my goodness. Mangachu is just popping domes left and right on this Hanzo. Shades of Taimu here, maybe. But Renegades are just absolutely cruising through the streets at the moment. Complexity is going to be in some trouble here.
Flame out there somewhere in internet land with a very smug look on his face right now. Meanwhile,
told you.
For Renegades, they will have 5 ultimates pushing into the final point, and I will not be surprised if Mangachu gets his out relatively quickly, but here we go, another fight already.
Be a big earth shatter. Mangachu already finding Joe Meister to start this fight off. He is doing a lot of work here. He's got a Reinhardt in his face. It doesn't matter. He will just put one right into the abdomen and finish off JKW, as Renegades is just in full flow at the moment. There seems to be nothing Complexity can do to stop this, and they're going to have to figure something out. They have 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, and the only way that Complexity can survive here, besides a full hold, is just pushing it into overtime, because right now, with 5 minutes on the clock, Renegades are looking like they've got it, but that's going to be it for Complexity's defense, most likely.
Oh, get JKW. There is a self-destructor with a Graviton. Doesn't really get anything with it, though. I thought it was going to be much worse there. Man of Snow did go down. Nicholas was able to find that kill, and Torque will now fall as Renegades they're still here on this point, and Mangachu is Still in on Hanzo. He eventually gets taken down. All right, Complexity finally stopping Renegades.
That had to be an Amp It Up, a Sound Barrier, and a Biotic, along with just a ton of healing coming out of both of them there. Yeah, now that I think about it, with so much HP on the tanks, especially the ones that were caught into that situation, that's certainly survivable with the Dragon.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you get the Biotic, well, when you get that Biotic on there and Amp It Up, it's
so
like,
strong.
Oh, with the Amp It Up, it's like a mini Transcendence, man. It's crazy, but
mini Transcendence, Complexity really with Earth Shatter and a Blizzard on their side. That's going to be a lot in order to drain a lot more time out of Renegades, but with 4 minutes on the clock, that's still a big question mark whether they're going to be able to hold this point.
It's a very, very big question mark for them, but we'll see. So far, they're kind of doing it, though. Hard Blue goes down to Jesus. He'll be the first pick on this fight. I think Renegades did lose one a little bit earlier. They should be back with the rest of the team momentarily. And Torque is just trying to cause a disturbance at the moment. Coming up on the high ground, Mangachu is on Pharah. And he's just going to be cruising around the skies. There is an Earth Shatter from Juvenile. Finds nothing yet again, and a big Earth Shatter out from JKW into a Blizzard. And that should spell the end to a lot of these Renegade players. Indeed it will, as 5 go down here. Make that 6 a full team wipe.
Nicholas is such a monster on May, and so far throughout this entire series, for the most part, JKW coming out on top with the Earth Shatter exchanges. Juvenile getting caught in a lot of shields with his. I think he only picked up a 1 in his Earth Shatter. It looks like, yeah, right there, Hard Blue. And JKW turns it around, landing on 3 and immediately feeding into Nicholas. Oh, but we're already back into the fight here. Juvenile pressing forward for the side of Renegades.
Anna Snow was the first to fall, and that... Well, Nicholas went down too, so it is 5v5 for the time being. But now with Juvenile going down, it's pretty much regroup time for Renegades. But Mangachu is going to be still here, still just kind of getting that spam out. Yeah, they're going to come right back in. Complexity have used the sound barrier, and Mangachu goes down, so they are going to be at the man disadvantage. JKW taking a bit of a nap. And it's both teams just kind of posturing at the moment, since they're both waiting to get all their teams back and ready to go.
Renegades holding on to 3 ultimates to try and jam it home here with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Complexity down on most, but they will have a nano boost and an Earth Shatter coming out of JKW, and so far have been paying dividends all night.
Now both sides do have the Pharah. Nicholas is on it. Mangachu has the Pharah as well. There will be a sound barrier out from Renegades. JKW goes down first. That is the opening Renegades needs, and now they will just press forward, narrowly missing that sleep dart with Sherlocky, but there will be nano boosts on both sides. Mangachu's gonna get it for Renegades using the rocket barrage, but shut down. He did get Shake with it, and Renegades are finding the kills here. Shake and Nicholas both down. Make that Torque as well as Man of Snow. Juvenile, Sherlocky all finding kills. They should be able to bring this one on home. Renegades now, there's no one from Complexity to contest it, and Renegades getting a 2-0 against Complexity. This is just unreal, man. These guys still undefeated.
So far, perfect schedule, too.
Yeah.
What a play there. Oh my goodness, Renegades, that 2 points is the most that any team has scored on Renegades at any point. The only other team that's done it at all is FaZe. Otherwise, it's been zeros across the board. How do you stop this Renegades team right now?
I mean, honestly, one of the things you're going to have to do is shut down Mangachu when he's playing Pharah, at least, because, I mean, for the most part, he goes,
Yeah, that's like, I don't know, frame him for a crime, get him locked up, and Mangachu's going to fly all over you is what it seems like. But when Complexity switched it up there, they brought Nicholas back on May. They started getting a lot more distance out of it. But in that last engage in particular, JKW going down very early, still holding on to an Earth Shatter. Also, I believe Hard Blue got pulled into the pit on the side, and Nicholas was coming back on May. It was just kind of a back foot staggered situation. Mangachu trying to find honor for one of them, but anytime there's a sound barrier popping up in front of you when you're on Pharah, it's like, okay, well, I gotta leave, because you're not going to blast through that in a reasonable amount of time with just your regular abilities. And there at the end, when he was breaking out that barrage, I think he caught a little bit of the boxes right below him and actually killed himself.
Very, very possible. But, you know, very props to Complexity, who held for a very long time. They came around with 5 minutes on that final point. They held for quite a while. But the final fight from Renegades sealed the deal as they're able to get the 2-0 here over Complexity. What a game.
Man, they are just, they're a lot of fun to watch, Renegades. You know, having these change-ups from what they played with in the qualifiers, and Now they have this set team that just appears to be very, very good. In general, they have great coordination. They played against the Complexity Sombra really well when they were running it. They were pretty undeterred by that Sombra being used on the side of Complexity, and it seems as though they prepared pretty well for it, and it paid off.
Yeah, you guys mentioned that Torque got his ult so fast. We've seen him do that time and time again on Sombra, getting the ult within the first 30 seconds, but then the positioning on the side of Renegades, they knew it was coming, and they counter it. Just I was so impressed at how well they were prepared for this kind of anomaly of a pick.
Yeah, if you go back and look at the positioning that they had, both of the supports on the side of Renegades, they were really far back through the archway. I mean, they made sure that they were going to be out of the range of the EMP. So even if some of the tanks that were in the immediate area by the hotel got caught in the EMP, at least the supports could be in the back. Guys like Sherlock, he's sitting there and being able to keep his teammates alive for when
exactly. They can still bring out a sleep dart. They still have biotic on the table. They still have amp it up, and that can negate a lot of it. Plus, some of those tanks, while it's nice to have their abilities, and they're certainly very, very valuable, it doesn't completely shut them down if they don't have it. I mean, Reinhardt very often will drop a shield in that kind of situation, and when Complexity comes so far forward along with that EMP, it's not like there's a soldier in the back really soaking somebody you can't really do anything about. So apparently that's the answer, at least for Kingdom. Back up, keep your supports out of the EMP, and from there, just heal as usual and wait it out.
So that will do it for Complexity today, as they are finished, and then we will see them again next week. Renegades will have a bit of a break, and then we'll see them again at the end of the broadcast. We'll take a look at the schedule of what we've got coming up. It's exciting because Citizen 7 and Immortals is what we've got coming up next.
Yeah, Citizen 7 Immortals, that'll be fun. It's Citizen 7, they've been having a bit of a tough time here. They so far have not been able to get a win. They, of course, as we've noted in previous days, haven't had the most prep time maybe to play in the event, but hopefully one of these days we'll see them find their form. We saw them play quite well at certain points during the qualifiers, so I suspect that pretty soon they'll be able to get back to that.
I actually spoke to Citizen 7 a few hours ago because, I mean, there's no perspective better than the team itself. Yep. And what they were saying, what Dogman was saying in particular, is that he felt that he's been making a lot of the main calls, and they need to transition more into just kind of a flexible conversation of people having a lot more freedom to do what they want and other people to step up and back them up. And in his words, that's kind of locked him into being a one-dimensional player, and he feels like he hasn't been rising to the challenge on that. Some of the earth shatters missing that he would like to be hitting in that circumstance. So today, I think they're going to play it back a little bit, not focus so much on following one leader in particular, let everybody kind of find their own their own agenda and try and make sure that synergizes as well as it can. And if it works out for them, Nepal's going to be a map that kind of allows that more than anything else. I mean, King of the Hill or control point maps theoretically would be a little bit better for teams that haven't had as much time to rehearse their strategies and their defenses and their exact positioning and their sight lines. But at the same time, Immortals is not a team that I would think you would want to take to control point.
No, because we've seen them play quite well there. So I think for Citizen 7, it's going to be a tough test on Nepal. But here is, as you can see, Citizen 7, they have some guys we've seen do brilliant things. I mean, they're a very young team as well, as you can tell here. Quite a lot of youth to go around on this team. They also have some different swap-ups compared to what they had in the qualifiers. Of course, Lina coming in now for the group stages, but Sippa, he's a lot of fun to watch. We saw him do some amazing things on Tracer yesterday, and even on Genji, and he's a pretty versatile guy.
It's also worth noting that some of Citizen 7 has to rush back from school in order to play in this as well. I mean, they are relatively young, and some of them, like we said, are TESPA players, so they've been playing in their universities. So that's not something you necessarily just put down. You got a game to play. This isn't mom asking you to take out the garbage. It's a real concern. So that's got to hamper them a little bit because they don't have nearly as much time to warm up or to scrim ahead of time. But in the words of Dogman in particular, that's not an excuse. They need to show up no matter what. And hopefully for them today, that's going to be the story. But at the same time, they're going to be going up against Immortals, and Immortals looked quite nice yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. Citizen 7 looking for their first win here in the Overwatch Winter Premiere. They're going to be facing off against Immortals, one of the undefeated teams left so far. And this, I feel like for Immortals, though, you could potentially label this as an upset game. How do you think that they're coming into this mentally? Like, what are their players thinking here?
I think they're still feeling really good. Of course, another pretty youthful team, but you have guys like Agilities who you can rely on to consistently play well. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Agilities have just like an awful game. So you have guys like him and Grim Reality who play fantastically a large majority of the time, and then hyped on D.Va. He's a guy that is so much fun to watch play, and he's able to get so many kills and be such a presence on the battlefield.
He's really bringing a lot of utility playing D.Va. And starting off here on Nepal, which is going to be their first map, that's going to be playing a lot to Immortal strengths. I mean, Agility, you can see him right here. Anytime you let him go off, or in particular yesterday, anytime Grim Realities went to McCree, it was just Grim show right off the bat, and Agility's chiming in from the side. I mean, it kind of goes back and forth based on the circumstance, whoever's really going to get it done for them. It's honestly the combination of everyone. I mean, this is a team game, but if they start out here on Nepal, I'm pretty certain Immortals are going to start off very strong, and that's going to be hard for Citizen 7 to recover.
Absolutely. Well, and Immortals has played it twice. Citizen 7 has played it twice. They've both played Nepal 2 times, and Citizen 7 lost both times, and Immortal won both times. Now, they haven't played against each other. Obviously, that's the biggest factor in this matchup. But, again, like you said, Nepal seems to be favoring Immortals right now. Yeah,
I would say this is going to be feeling really good for Immortals. Overall, with the flexibility that they have guys that can even play Mei or 76 for the Sanctum stage, which is really strong there. They have a lot of versatility that they can bring to the table throughout the different stages of Nepal. You have guys like Agilities who can just crush on Roadhog, and if he needs to make a switch to Genji, hey, he can do it and make it really effective. So I think this is going to be very tough for Citizen 7. I would be very surprised if Immortals did not take Nepal.
Depth in hero selection is definitely something Immortals have been showing off. I mean, we saw them even break out a Junkrat on King's Row, which worked out. I mean, it just pounded the first point into the dust for them. But realistically, at the same time, Citizen 7, they do have relatively deep hero pools as well. Oh, sorry, Complexity was the team I was wanting to talk about. I harkened a little bit back to it as an example of how deep hero pools can actually make such a big impact. If they weren't able to switch all throughout King's Row, they would have gotten shut down a lot earlier. They're just constantly changing anytime something isn't working out for them, but not at the same time, not too much, something that shows a little bit of panic. But for Complexity, is very structured, made a whole lot of sense. And Immortals is the same thing, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Immortals, but even further, they can change around to all sorts of heroes. And like you said, Agilities seems like he can play everything.
And while we wait for just one player to get into the lobby, question for you guys. Citizen 7, Immortals, this is clearly Immortals' game to lose. Citizen 7 has the possibility to upset Immortals here. What is the key to their victory? What does Citizen 7 need to do against Immortals if they want to win?
I think Citizen 7 needs to make Agilities less of a factor out there, as well as Grim Reality, which is a tough thing to do.
Yeah.
I will say is a very tough thing to do. I mean, if they can, if he's playing Roadhog, if you can use something like a Zen maybe, and keep that Discord on him, because you can shred through Roadhog. I mean, that's a possibility. But I think that's going to be one of the big things for them is making Agilities, or being able to shut him down in any way that they can. But as you were saying, it's a pretty tough thing to do.
And I agree. I mean, obviously, if you can shut down Agilities, that's going to be a huge win for you. At the same time, he's so strong. He's always in great positions. He's getting the deep backline hooks so often that perhaps part of the strategy is instead just trying to figure out how to trade equal with Agilities and focus on some other part of the team. But we'll see exactly what Citizen 7's strategy is going into this. I just assume, based on a previous conversation, that their main focus isn't so much on particularly what they need to do to Immortals, but what they need to do for themselves, which, as we stated before, is just sort of relax, go back to the basics, work on their overall team communication, and synergize rather as a six-man team instead of one person distributing calls to the other five.
So, shutting down Agilities, or just at least negating the impact of Agilities, the key to victory here for Citizen 7. Got to ask you guys, predictions. I feel like we've talked about Immortals, and it's their game to lose, but give me a score line here. How do you feel like this one's going?
I got to go Immortals 2-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as much as I'd love to see Citizen 7 come out here and be able to do it, I just can't imagine Immortals not taking this 2-0. They've been looking pretty strong as of late, and Citizen 7 are still kind of finding their groove at the moment. So I think it's definitely, as Caleb said, it's Immortals' game to lose for sure.
If yesterday is any indicator, as soon as Citizen 7 starts making headway here on Nepal, Grim Reality will just change over to McCree and end it.
Yeah, and he's of course in this meta he doesn't play, I think, McCree quite as much obviously as he used to, but that is something that he is quite skilled at.
He's going to start off on Soldier 76 instead.
Yeah, and I mean that makes sense because this stage
map
is
yeah. That's pretty much just the meta for this part. And you want to win this shield war for the high ground in order to control the point.
Yeah, that's a big thing in this, is being able to win this shield war. And right away, Immortals getting a lot of ground forward. And there, well, Kayun at the moment, he's got that biotic grenade on himself. Agilities was the first one to go down in the fight, though. So Citizen 7 are actually, well, they're finding they're finding the kills. Look at Dogman on cleanup crew right here, the trash man. He's just finding all these guys, and they're going to take the point first.
I mean, they won the shield war there. Their D.Va was staying a little bit closer to Reinhardt than Immortals were playing it. And as soon as that happened, it just Nami and Agilities fell so quickly.
And now Immortals quickly making their way back out, gonna try and fight it out for this high ground, as there is going to be a nano boost that comes out. Prodigy's going down as Agility starts us off on this fight. Grim Reality is really pumping the damage into Sippa. Immortals up 2 frags already in this fight, and now it's just Pipa Mitsu on the point. Was able to get 1, but he is not long for this world as he will go down. So Immortals quickly responding right there.
Immortals doing a good job making sure that they were definitely going to win the shield war that time around, keeping theirs down for just a little bit as they moved in, but getting a lot of early damage on Citizen 7, so that's going to be a tricky one for Citizen 7 to win whatsoever, unless they just use a lot of the meter to really build up the Reinhardt shield, a lot of the shield matrix meter, sorry. And Immortals still holding on to the point here, but Citizen 7 putting up a big fight.
Kayun going for the tack visor in the back, now just rushing forward on the point, getting a little bit too aggressive there. He was really trying to come forward. I think he would have been better off just playing back and firing from long range. Agilities has gotten 2 kills here. Grim Reality's taking down Prodigies, and Immortals looking to take this point right back as Grim Reality's just sitting all the way in the back and just able to shoot at whatever he wants uncontested. And that's very good from them, and they should be able to just about even this one up.
That is the strongest class known to man.
Yeah, really.
There's really only 2 things I needed to see from Immortals to know that that fight was going to go back into their favor, and those Agilities was still alive, and Grim Reality held the high ground on Soldier.
And now Self-Destruct is going to start us off for Citizen 7. Not going to find anything. Sippa gets the, well, he's going to get the hook, but the Earth Shatter comes down from Nami. Quickly is going to go down. There's a Self-Destruct from Hype. He gets 3 for himself. Grim Reality cleans up on anybody else that's around. Beautiful combination. Earth Shatter, Self-Destruct out from Immortals, and they will continue to hold on to the point here. In terms of Citizen 7, they will have, well, they'll have a whole hog for this next fight, but other than that, it's just going to be about it.
Yeah, at the same time, Immortals very close to Attack Visor from Grim Reality. He's always been in the right position so far in these fights on the point, and Attack Visor will absolutely gut the back line of Citizen 7 if they're not careful.
Now Whole Hog leads it forward, and there's going to be Attack Visor in the back from Grim Reality, and he will just do so much damage to all these guys. Pipa Mitsu makes his way around finally to try and shut some of that down, but he will get ejected from his own mech, and Agilities takes down Kayun, and the rest of the Immortals players are finding kills. Sippa falls to his death, and it will be all Immortals on this point. And Citizen 7's going to have to come back very quickly because they are just a few more seconds.
Grim popping off Attack Visor from that position, making Pipa Mitsu fly into a very uncomfortable place to try and shut him down.
Oh, now the Whole Hog is just going to deny Prodigies from getting in. There was one trying to sneak into the drop down, I believe, but they won't be able to do it in time. So Immortals are going to come out here looking pretty good, taking the 1-0 lead. As you can see, Agility's just doing work as he normally does on this Roadhog. He's a very, very fun guy to watch in general. especially when playing Roadhog. But Grim Reality was pretty much able to do whatever he wanted for a lot of that map, just sitting in the back playing Soldier. And really, that's what I would have liked to have seen Kayun done a little bit more, is just sit in the back there and just shoot. I mean, you know, you can pretty much be uncontested unless the enemy D.Va really comes and gets right up into your face.
That is often an answer to many, many things. Just fly a D.Va in their face and hold down right click.
Now we are going to be switching sides. They're switching stages, I should say, not sides. Stages. As Proteges being told. Now Proteges is going to go down here. Nami will be able to take care of him. Hyped and Grim Reality, both getting a few here. So Immortals very much in control of this point here. They should be able to cap first, as they are really laying it in as well, playing aggressive all the way into Citizen 7's spawn area. Now starting to work their way back to the point, as they don't need to be that far forward. But
on this stage of Nepal, Citizen 7 relying a whole lot on Sippa or Saipei's Genji. We'll actually have to get an official word on how to pronounce that. And against Immortals, he's going to get shut down quite a bit. I mean, in between Grim Reality and Agilities, especially on the two heroes that they're playing right now, that's going to be a big problem for Sippa to try and find any headway.
As now Citizen 7 looking to work their way back in. Sippa is just getting those shurikens out. And, well, now he's going to have that biotic grenade on himself, so it might be in a little bit of trouble as they are scrapping it out over on this right-hand side. So far, not any kills, but the Earth Shatter does come down from Nami as he gets Lina, Kayun, Proteges, all falling here, as well as Dogman. Immortals still very much in control of the point, and Pipamitsu will get staggered quite a bit here. They're just staring him down. Poor guy. This is gonna be a long stagger. Oh, Protege is trying to come to the rescue. He's like, I got you, buddy.
I don't think that was a good choice. He
tried.
Survived though.
Yeah, but
if you're ever having trouble keeping track of where Sippa is, pretty much just follow Agility's laser beam, because he's pestering him the entire time he is alive, keeping him suppressed. And that's not something you can reflect. So Agility's basically able to shut out Sippa so far, but a Nano Blade is on the table, and we'll see what he can get done.
Here's Sippa with that Dragon Blade, the Nano Blade to be exact. He did get Verbo, and he's looking for a little bit more. Self-destruct came out from Hype to try and zone some guys out a little bit, and Citizen 7 actually managed to ninja the point there while a lot of Immortals players were alive. They will flip this right back immediately, so not much food there for Citizen 7 off that cap.
3 ultimates on the side of Immortals. They're holding onto a Nano Boost, an Earth Shatter, a Pulse Bomb, actually getting really, really close to a Sound Barrier as well. Citizen 7 with an Earth Shatter, a Sound Barrier, a Graviton, and perhaps a Self-Destruct coming out here in the next fight. If they can chain those together, they might be able to retake this point.
Now here comes Kayun. He laid that Graviton on, and there's Self-Destruct on top. I don't know how that only got one. Pipamitsu did get Verbo. Dogman was able to get Nami, so Citizen 7, they might be able to take this one. Proteges went down while he had Earth Shatter, which is a little bit unfortunate for the side of Citizen 7. Immortals might be able to take stage 2 here, as Citizen 7 are dropping like flies. It's going to be all up to Sippa here, really, as he does have Proteges with him, and they do have that. Well, no, he used the Earth Shatter already. It seems I thought he still had it, and there will be a Self-Destruct on the point. Nobody's going to be around to touch it for Citizen 7. Immortals are cruising at the moment. They're 2-0 lead on Nepal.
And a similar story for Stage 2 from Stage 1. Once Immortals take the point, they pretty much don't give it up whatsoever. And like you said, a little sneaky cap there for Citizen 7, getting 7 points on the board, but Immortals quickly took it back, and I think it's probably going to be the same story here, although Citizen 7 starting to break out Sippa on May. That might be enough to take down Immortals, but I don't know. You have to play May really well on this stage in order to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it is very good on the stage, as we know, so I mean, it's worth a shot for Citizen 7. I mean, you're down 2-0 in this map. It's worth going for. Do it something to make it happen. And, you do have Kayun on the Zarya. Pipamitsu still rocking the D.Va. And on the side of Immortals, you have Grim Reality on Tracer, which could be very deadly for Citizen 7. And Agilities is not going to be on Roadhog this time. So to start things off, Lina and Nami are going to be victims, trading out 1-for-1 in Proteges. Falls as well, so Immortals are starting to work their way to the point, getting that Reinhardt down, and Well, it's all Citizen 7 on the point at the moment. They're still trading out a lot of kills back and forth. Citizen 7 will get the point first, but now Immortals are starting to aggress, and Grim Reality's doing his thing, finding Sippa and Dogman. He's looking for a little bit more on top of that. He's got his team to help clean up, so a quick flip-flop at the point. Citizen 7 only getting 10% there.
Grim Realities, 8% away from a Pulse Bomb. Citizen 7 pretty low on most of their ultimates aside from a self-destruct here in the mix. Immortals holding on to the point. It's 10% to 10% and climbing for the side of Immortal. Citizen 7 speed boosting through the gate, trying to get on the backside.
Grim Reality's got that Pulse Bomb, will lay it out. I think there was a shield in the way, though, from Azaria, so Grim Reality's starting to work his way back in. He's got Proteges in his face, though. Swinging that hammer away. He gets 2 for himself. What a fire strike from Proteges all the way across, taking down Grim Reality. I'm not sure if that was intended or not, but hey, we'll give it to him. And now Immortals get a couple for themselves as the Nano Boost comes out onto Nami, and he will melt Pibamitsu. And Immortals staying strong on this point, even though Citizen 7 came very close to capping. But Citizen 7 are going to have some ults coming up online for this next fight.
Yeah, Immortals will as well. An Earth Shatter and a Graviton is certainly enough in order to hold the point for at least one more fight. Citizen 7, though, with a self-destructive Graviton, a Blizzard, almost a Nano, almost an Earth Shatter. That's a lot of tools to work with.
Now there is an Earth Shatter out from Nami. There's going to be a Graviton as well. The Immortals players just cleaning house of Citizen 7 right in the choke point. It's just Pibamitsu that's there, and Hype is gonna stagger him out, just giving him a friendly hello as he kills him. And now it's gonna have to be go time for Citizen 7. They're really only one more solid shot at trying to take this point back.
Unfortunately, they did hold on to basically all of their ultimates.
Yep.
So they will be pushing back onto this point with roughly 5, but this is the last fight they've got. They've got to take it now and hold it for the rest of the battle if they want to even come close to taking this first map.
Lina very close to getting that Nano Boost. Self-destruct on in, taking down Sippy. Did get the Blizzard off in time before he died, and finally Citizen 7 starting to do a little bit of something, but Grim Reality's still on the battlefield, and that Pulse Bomb getting completely eaten by Diva. Immortals are just finding the kills right now. Proteges does take down Grim Reality, but he's going to have to go get himself on the point here in just a second. They do have a couple around on it. He does take down Agilities, in fact, just swinging that hammer. He was so low on health, though. Verbo was able to finish him off, and Verbo's just delaying, trying to buy a little bit of time for the Immortals guys to get back to this point before Citizen 7 is able to cap it off. And Nami is just swinging everywhere that he can, and well, they finish it off right there. Immortals looking very, very solid. 3-0.
Even there at the end when it looked like they were finally going to get the point, all it took was Reinhardt and Nami standing on the point.
Just swinging.
Just swinging away, and they're able to take that one 3-0. What a play there by Immortals.
Yeah, they're kind of as we expected to happen in this matchup. I mean, Immortals, they're playing pretty well right now. Citizen 7 still finding the groove. You know, and I think in general, just the control point maps are kind of favored for Immortals. So
absolutely.
So Citizen 7, a rough start for them, but maybe if they get their map pick here, bring it back a little bit.
And also, Immortals at this point have fully understood that, especially on the control point maps, their main target to shut down is going to be Sippa on Genji as much as possible. Really, whatever he's playing, as he seems to be such a strong presence there for the team. But Grim Reality is really putting on a show in at least two of those stages. No, I'm going to go with all 3 now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to take another look at that play there from Immortals as they were able to have some very aggressive defense. Big part of what gave them the win here.
Yeah, they playing aggressively can either pay off or work out really well for you. It worked out for them there, as that was just an insane combination. They used a decent bit of ultimates to make it work. Actually, only a couple, but Nami and Agilities using the Graviton, the Earth Shatter, just shredding through Citizen 7. And they're feeling good at the moment. Citizen 7, hopefully off of their own map pick, can maybe get themselves in it, because they still have yet to actually win a map, I believe, in this group stage.
Yeah, did you hear the Diva line at the end of that play? She's like, "Are you even trying?" And it's like, even the characters are trash talking you at that point. It's gonna feel bad. But so we talked at the beginning about shutting down Agilities being a big part of what they needed to do. And in the very first fight we saw, Agilities drops first. They are able to get the kills they need, and they take the point. But then they just didn't seem to be able to pull it off again at any other point during the map.
Yeah, and like we said, that's going to be one of the keys, because again, between Agilities and Grim Reality, those guys were really making it happen for Immortals. And obviously, we say this every time, they have a team behind them, and they're also a big part of it. But, I mean, when you see the kill feed lighting up, a lot of the times it is Grim Reality and Agilities that are finding these kills, and they just have the support from the rest of their team. So they weren't able to be effective at shutting the two of them down. It's something to look at going into the next map.
Team support or not, Agilities and Grim Reality
are still
something special. Yeah. So I wouldn't even hesitate to praise them in that circumstance. Yeah, that first point for Immortals, that first fight for Immortals, losing the Shield War and then losing the point for a short amount of time. It's just a little bit of a misstep that they corrected the second time they came in, and from there they really didn't have a whole lot of a problem. Especially Grim Reality's positioning, he always doing exactly what he needed to, being in the right place at the right time. You can see on the second stage in particular, the way that they were chasing down Sippa pretty constantly. There's always Zarya's beam on him, and if he gets a little bit too far away from that, Tracer does have the ability to blink very close to him and then just finish him off, because even when he's flipping around, Tracer's not a bad pick to fight up against a Genji, depending on the exact circumstances. I mean, you catch that dash in the face, and it's a different fight, but they both got a lot of tools to work with for that.
So map number 1 went very cleanly to Immortals, and map number 2 will be King's Row, where we saw Immortals breaking out Junkrat and triple DPS and all sorts of wonderful things against Luminosity. So, thoughts about this one? Where's this going? Is this where Immortals puts it away, or does Citizen 7 able to bounce back?
I think Immortals puts it away here, especially because I think King's Row is another good map for Immortals. I mean, in the qualifiers on day 4, when they beat a lot of good teams on their route to winning qualifier number 4, King's Row, they played, I think, 3 times against 3 pretty top teams. Fnatic among them. They beat Fnatic on this map, Kungarna, Luminosity. So it was, you know, it's going to be tough for Citizen 7 here. This is another good map for Immortals.
Yeah, Kungarna is a pretty good example, and obviously Fnatic as well. It's a pretty strong offense to shut down, playing on a map like King's Row. So I hate to say it, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're able to hold the first point.
So we'll see what they're able to do. If Citizen 7 is able to pick up this map, this will be their first win in the Overwatch Winter Premiere, or Immortals. If they're going to be able to continue strong here, this would put up Immortals to 3-0 and would drop Citizen 7 to 0-3 if this map goes this way. Citizen 7 really needs this win right now.
They do. But I sadly do not think it will happen. I hope they prove me wrong. I certainly do, but I don't think it's going to happen. Immortals, as I said, it's a good map for them. They're playing well right now, and I think Citizen 7 is still just trying to bring all the pieces together to their puzzle at the moment. But Immortals, I think this should be pretty clean for them. And like you said, I think it could very well be a full hold for them. So.
Yeah, even when we saw, we're just waiting on some players to get in, and we saw that Citizen 7, even in situations when they had all the ults in their favor, especially on that last point of Nepal, they still were not able to take the fights, even when they were like up 4 ults to none. And they would hold on to them sometimes, but oftentimes it was Immortals just killing them before they were even able to use them.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals definitely dictating the pace of the battle a lot of the time, which allows them to kind of control where the ultimates can come from, or rather lay down their ultimates first and just take people out of the fight. But a lot of the time as well, just the positioning they're using, causing Citizen 7 to do exactly what they wanted. I mean, if you get you get people in the right position, there's nothing you can do to stop them besides perhaps play a player 2 forward. And Luminosity, or Immortals, for some reason I always get a lot of those two still like crisscrossing
your
my
team
head.
Names today are just all over the place.
That's just a whole different story, man. 3 days in, I'm gonna sleep for 3 days and come back. But yeah, so what I'm trying to get to here is that Immortals, I just don't think Citizen 7 is going to be able to hold them.
No, I don't either. I think this is going to be all Immortals right here as we go to King's Row. This is, I mean, Immortals, you know, Immortals, they've got the tools. They're definitely feeling good. They want to keep this. They want to keep this 3-0. They want to stay undefeated, I should say, and sit at 3-0. That would be lovely for them. Looking very, very pretty on that scoreboard. But Citizen 7, they're going to have something to say about it for sure. I don't know if this is the best pick that Citizen 7 could have come out with, to be honest. But maybe they've been planning some crazy strategies here. Who knows? Maybe they're feeling good on this map. But it will be Immortals starting on the offense. Citizen 7 will be on the defensive side. We'll see if Citizen 7 can shut them down, as Immortals are up 1-0 in this best of 3. And so far they are, well, they have hyped on the Junkrat. I hope we see it again. a crazy strategy we saw out of them the other day.
It was Verbo that did it last time, though. They ran down one support and pushed it in.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hey, either way, I hope we see it. Maybe they're just swapping some roles.
If Immortals continues to kind of bait some of the ultimates out of Citizen 7, make a lot of them happen on their times, force them to push out of positions, Citizen 7, they're just going to have to find, I don't know, like a backline clear, something really basic. There's no real advanced strategy for that kind of thing when it's really the basics that Immortals is beating you on.
Well, they're going to have to pull something out because they're on the ropes at the moment. Protege is going in. He's staying healed up by Lina, and Nami is the first to go down. Sippa is able to finish him off, and the Mortals are just going to be hanging out around the statue, and Agility is actually getting caught all the way inside. I'm not sure how that happened. I guess he was just going deep for that health pack or something, and then ended up getting killed. So that's going to stagger Immortals just a little bit, and he's up right now. So he'll be able to meet up Lina, almost up on Nano Boost already. Same with Ethan.
Yeah, 2 Nano Boosts is going to be on the field. Citizen 7 backing up here as Nami gets a little bit more space for Immortals. Immortals taking a cap pressure from them, and now Citizen 7 getting backed into a corner. That's going to be a tough position to fight out of.
And Kayun already went down self-destruct to zone them a little bit. Nano Boost on both Reinhardts. There'll be an Earth Shatter coming in. Hyped is able to clean up on some Proteges, and Sippa using that whole hog. And well, he did get one with it, but that's about all he's going to find as Immortals have players all over that point. They're even going to move forward. They want to stagger Kayun. They pressed all the way up, but that guy's got some wheels on him, so he'll be able to get back and meet up with the rest of his team. But first point to Immortals pretty easily.
Yeah, and Immortals showing that off with 4 ultimates in the bank, basically, and Citizen 7 attack visor is all they have to work with. That's not going to be enough. It just flat out won't be enough. I mean, there is a small chance you find the right angle and clear out some supports, but with how many ults that would still be left for Immortals, they could dump a few and just push right through the streets phase. But Citizen 7 going to contest early to try and get some of those out so they don't roll into the second point and third point, just locked and loaded.
Now they go in with a sound barrier. Immortals. Grim Reality did get put to sleep. They're finding kills. All they needed was a sound barrier to do it. They just send everybody forward. It's nearly a team wipe off of just a speed boost sound barrier push from Immortals. And Citizen 7 just can't get anything going on this defense. They still don't have really any ultimates to work with. I mean, you have Kayun, Tac Visor, and Dogman sound barrier. That's pretty much all you have.
And that's it. And while they did force 1 out of Immortals, it gave Immortals even more to work with. That was not enough of an exchange for Citizen 7 to slow down Immortals' roll. They will almost guaranteedly lose the second point here, but it is important for them to keep contesting and keep trying to drain that out.
There's going to be the Graviton coming in from Immortals and a self-destruct. There's a lot of ultimates used on both sides right here, but in the end, it's Immortals. It is all Immortals. Kayun using that Tac Visor. He was only able to get 1 kill with it as he killed Ethan, but that's not going to be enough to keep Citizen 7 in this fight. Look at Pipamitsu. He's trying to play a little bit sneaky, hide on the cart there. He stalled it for a bit, but Immortals still just in cruise control at the moment. 4 minutes and 50 seconds to get to last.
However, Immortals did burn 4. They're still holding on to Nami's Earth Shatter, but that's really it. I mean, Ethan even down Nano Boost. Citizen 7 has a self-destruct of their own and a Nano Boost, and they're breaking out Kayun on Bastion.
Hey, it's worth a shot. I mean, I think we actually saw a team do this in the qualifiers. I forget exactly who it was, but it was kind of like a desperation on this map, breaking it out, and again, it worked, but he's got a diva up in his face right now, and he might go down. Yeah, not going to quite work for Citizen 7. There are already 2 players down on their side, and Nami got killed from Immortals, but, oh man, they are just breezing through. I mean, what else can you say about it? It is just the Immortals show right here. Citizen 7 literally can't do anything to stop them. And I mean, they might get this point with just under 4 minutes remaining in their time bank. They're going to send Proteges in with a Nano Boost. He does have, well, he's going to have an Earth Shatter himself as well, but it's still hyped. He sends in a self-destruct, a big
Earth Shatter did come through from Proteges. He's going to have to clean up on all these players that went down. They were able to get 2 off the back of that Earth Shatter, but still, Immortals they still have players on this point, and they're finding kills themselves. Dogman desperately trying to stay alive here. They do have Kayun, Sippa that was, who switched over to Tracer, and he's just delaying on this point as long as they possibly can. Caillou is up on May. If they can get Kayun out there. No, Proteges. He was out there, but he couldn't stand on the point on the cart, and they are going to cap it. 3 minutes and 26 seconds left in that time bank for Immortals. And, I mean, Citizen 7 could really never slow down that momentum that Immortals build up straight from the beginning.
That's a lot of time, and honestly, one of the best things I can say about Citizen 7 for this highlight that we saw right there is Protege is just doing a good job not keeping the shield facing towards the self-destruct the entire time it's alive, but trying to face it there at the last moment to get the effect of trying to have a little bit of defense and also block the self-destruct. But, I mean, that's reaching at that point. I mean, it's not their fault that they got absolutely dump trucked on that point because, I mean, 4 ultimates.
What are
you going to
do when you have nothing yourself? It's
I mean, you can almost call getting 4 drained out at that point a success.
Yeah, but making them use 4, that literally is. I mean, find the small victory there.
That's a relative
guess.
success. Yeah.
Yeah, getting them to use 4, but still, it's rough, man. Citizen 7's going to have to try their hand on the offensive side now and make some sort of an attack out of this. But I mean, so far they're showing Sip on the Genji. I'd like to see it. Pull something. I don't really know what else they can do because standard setups haven't really seemed to work for them. I mean, it seems like no matter what they've done, Citizen 7, it just hasn't worked on whether it be Nepal or here.
And I think that's reflected by Immortals lineups. You know they can bring 4 tanks and probably beat them at just the basic game. They've been together longer. They've had more practice in the big show. And that's just kind of one of the tactics you pull out when you're facing against a new team that perhaps might not have as much experience. I mean, they are TESPA players. They have played the game quite a bit, but there's different leagues, different speeds, different stakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a total different ball game here, and this is good experience nonetheless for Citizen 7. But Immortals looking to close this one out swiftly if they can. Maybe a full hold. Maybe in order for them. I'm sure they would like it, but Citizen 7 wants to have something to say about it. Sippa is staying on that Genji. He's going to try his hand at that one as there was one put to sleep that was hyped, ejected from the mech, and Immortals are just finding the kills here regardless. They got Dogman and Kayun down already. Protege's got Nami, and Sippa absolutely destroyed by agilities here. So there's not a whole lot going on other than Citizen 7 going to have to go back to spawn and maybe regroup, especially now that Lion has gone down. They were starting to get the reinforcements, but that's going to put a stint in the push. And, Agility's just getting hooks for days, my man. Hooks for days.
Getting shut down by a Zarya barrier there, but either way, Citizen 7 are going to have to back up once more. They're losing Kayun.
Oh my God.
That fight was over basically before it even started. Citizen 7 holding on to 4 ultimates on their side. Immortals, realistically, with how they're playing, if they get the right engage, that's going to be 6 mid-fight.
Yeah, and I don't know what Citizen 7 can do here. They do have the ultimates, and they do have them at their disposal. So here we go. There's going to be a Dragon Blade coming out from Sippa, completely shut down. The Biotic landed on him. There will be a Graviton, and it's not really much of anything with for Citizen 7 at least. Immortals are just blowing through them. There's even a Hog from Agilities that was able to get a couple. It's Citizen 7. They had a lot of ultimates. They used a lot of them, and I think they used 3 in total right there, and really got nothing out of it. That Sippa Dragon Blade is completely shut down. Couldn't even get he went for the supports in the backline, which is smart targeting for him, but couldn't get him. And now Dogman going down off the start of this push. It's to be honest, it's just a little bit sloppy from Citizen 7. And you know, I don't know what else. I don't know what else you can say about it. Immortals are just standing strong on this point.
That's really all there is to it. Citizen 7 not able to get the connections they want on the ultimates at the right time. Immortals just not even giving them the space to do it. As soon as they see the proper engage, they step up, they take it, and send Citizen 7 right into the back.
Yep, and Sippa even getting staggered late here. So Immortals have some ultimates coming online. Verbo and Athan both have theirs. And Citizen 7 will have some more to work with now. They're going to have 4 in total, so maybe if they can get in and use these, they will be able to take this first point, but they're only going to have a minute to do so. Sound barrier to start it off. Let's see what Citizen 7 can do. Kayun has that Graviton Surge, which could be a game changer. Sippa using that Dragon Blade, but shut down by an Earth Shatter in the process. And here we go. Sippa able to get 3 in total. This is a start of something for Citizen 7 in the Reflect to take down Nami. Something for the Citizen 7 fans to cheer for as they will finally be able to cap off this first point and get that cart moving forward. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to get to the next checkpoint, and largely opened up by the Dragon Blade from Sippa. The Graviton came out from him as well and was just able to. It gave him a lot of help.
He had a ton of time to sit down on the ground as well after getting slept in the middle of his Dragon Blade there. But Citizen 7, not only did they take it, but they still held on to some of the ultimates while they did, so they're going to be looking even better for the Streets phase than they just were.
Self-destruct comes in to initiate, and from Pipamitsu, and Sippa was the first to go down. Proteges with a massive Earth Shatter, though. He got, I think, 3 or 4 inside of that, and between him and Pipamitsu, they have just killed pretty much everybody on the side of Immortals. In fact, yes, that will be a full team wipe. Finally, Citizen 7, they got some momentum going. They're feeling a bit better now, and they will, well, they have to probably win one more fight to take this next checkpoint. Will be Immortals starting to work their way back. Kayun very close to another Graviton Surge, which could be enough for them to take this point. As they start to come up, he does have it right now. Oh, he's going to get hooked in, though. Does use it, but he falls before he could really follow up, and there's no one else around from Citizen 7 to go for the follow-up. Sippa using his Dragon Blade, going into the back, takes down Verbo. He's looking for it a little bit more. There it is, finding Athan as well. 2 kills for Sippa. Might be enough for them, but no, getting hooked back in by Agilities. Immortals still hold on regardless of anything that Sippa was able to do.
And it's impressive either way, with both Grim Reality and Agilities keeping an eye on Sippa wherever he goes and trying to make sure he gets absolutely no room to work with. And one of his swipes there got even pushed back a little bit. He's just getting constantly harassed, and yet somehow still manages to string some together. I mean, last time he was slept, still got up for a 4K.
Which is pretty incredible when you think about it. And Agilities is looking to open things up for them. Immortals playing pretty far up at the moment at this forward choke point during the Streets. Athan will give off that nano boost, and Hyped is put to sleep as he does have that nano boost on himself. Earth Shatter coming through from Nami. He's going to get a lot of players on the ground and will allow Immortals to just find all sorts of kills onto Citizen 7 as they're laying in the streets. And it's time to regroup yet again. Now down to 40 seconds for Citizen 7. They will have to make something happen here. They only have about 3 ultimates to work with.
Immortals has 2 of their own. And if Agilities plays his cards right, he's going to bring in a 3rd here in this next fight. Citizen 7. They do have some to string together. You are right there, but Immortals probably has enough tools in order to hold it.
See what they can do with it. As it is go time for Citizen 7, or they will be done for the day. Self-destruct, Hyped with 2, getting Lina and Pipamitsu and counter self-destruct, but really didn't find anything other than a little bit of zoning for Citizen 7. And well, now it may be all said and done. Whole hog popped from Agilities. Players dropping like flies from Citizen 7. I don't know if there's even anybody around really to touch this card. It's just Kayun. The Graviton was dropped on him, and I don't think there's anybody else left. It's Pipamitsu desperately trying to get back to the cart. He won't get there in time. Immortals in full flow, able to take that. And that's series 2-0.
Immortals looking clean, keeping their undefeated record here against Citizen 7. And Citizen 7's quest for their first victory continues. Hopefully it'll come through next week.
I believe one of these days, once they get back to some of the form that we saw them in and the qualifying stages, where I think they looked a little bit more polished, I think we might see something out of them. But regardless, you're going up against a team like Immortals, who are, I mean, for all intents and purposes right now, just a better team at the moment.
Absolutely, and right now, first 2 games in to today, and our top 2 remains our top 2 and remain undefeated.
They certainly do, and a lot of that had to do with agilities for Immortals here. It was basically a highlight reel for him as he just got hooks for days.
I would love to see what his hook accuracy is over the course of these past few days, because I mean, it seems like just about every time he throws one out there, it lands and pulls him back in. It's a beautiful thing to watch. Maybe one day we'll get a stat like that. I mean, it's a lot of fun to get to see him play Roadhog. He's one of the best out there, I think.
Absolutely. So we've gotten through 2 matches so far today, and we have 3 more in store for you as we move forward. FaZe Clan and Liquid will be the next match we are going to go into. We're only halfway through the day, guys.
That's right. We're only halfway through. A lot more Overwatch to go, folks.
Oh,
we're just getting started. It's going to be a good day full of Overwatch. But FaZe Clan and Liquid should be pretty good. FaZe, they actually pulled off a big win as well, taking down Complexity yesterday, something that I don't think many of us were expecting.
For
of course,
online, I'd just go ahead and call that an upset.
Yeah, for online, absolutely. Because, I mean, at LAN, we know FaZe is very good. I mean, taking second at MLG, beating some big-time teams like Fnatic and others. But online, they've always been a little bit shaky, you know, kind of inconsistent. And taking down Complexity yesterday was a big up for them for their online play, and was a lot of fun to see.
So we will see them once we come back from a break. We're going to take a little bit of a short one here, but don't go anywhere. The action will be right back as Overwatch Winter Premiere will continue. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where we have just witnessed two very blazing fast matches, and we've got some more exciting action for you in store today. I am excited. David, Anthony, how you guys feeling?
Feeling good. The games have been a little bit quick so far. Maybe we'll see some closer ones coming up here. We have still some good matches to go. We got a lot of Overwatch left, so I'm excited to see what happens.
So after two matches already today, let's take a look at the standings and see where our teams are sitting right now. Not much has changed, as the two top dogs have continued just to look so good in our first two matches.
Man, if you would have told me going into this event, Renegades would be sitting at 3-0 after these first 3 days, I would have thought you were nuts, because not that I thought they were bad, but these guys are just really impressing me over all these matches that they're playing, beating teams that I didn't think they would necessarily beat, and it's been a treat to see them play.
Well, it certainly makes a statement that walking their way to the finals on day one was not a fluke.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember us talking about that we were like, oh, you wouldn't have thought that Kungana and Team Kingdom would have been the two teams that have been in our first finals and everything, you know. But then, yeah, the fact that they went out in day number one is exactly why we didn't see them over and over and over again, because we absolutely would have. They have been so strong, so long, and it's been a joy to watch. I'm excited to see if they can keep it up.
I am too. They're gonna. I'm sure they want to go undefeated throughout all these group stages, certainly. But there's still some tough competition that they have yet to face throughout the rest of this. So we'll see if they're able to do that. But it'll be tough. Regardless, they've certainly proven themselves thus far, and they'll, I'm sure, continue to do so.
At this point, I'm starting to get really hyped for a Renegades Immortals match.
Yeah, really.
So going to look forward to that, which will probably happen next week at some point. Let's take a look at the schedule for what we have left today. So far, we've seen two matches, and there will be three more, actually, on the schedule for today. FaZe and Team Liquid is what we will be having next.
FaZe and Liquid, as we said before, FaZe pulling off a big win yesterday, taking down Complexity in 2-1 fashion, I believe, and overall great match, and FaZe showing that they can play online too, and not only just a LAN team. And Complexity, who has, been playing quite strong themselves overall, of course today being beaten 2-0, but FaZe, I think, feeling much better after yesterday, and we'll see what Liquid can pull out against them.
And these two haven't played against each other so far in the Winter Premiere. They didn't meet in the qualifiers at all. However, they did meet in MLG, where FaZe beat Liquid 2-1. So perhaps I wouldn't be surprised to see that scoreline again. Yeah,
I think they played on, was it Ilios, Nimbani, and Hollywood were the maps that they played in MLG. So, I know Nimbani's not in this pool specifically, which that was actually a really fun match. A lot of the maps that they played in MLG were really close. For the most part, they had some close games and back and forth. FaZe edging it out in the end on Nimbani, just barely in overtime it was. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a close game here. Overall, of course, we are now online versus at LAN, so it's a little bit different, but still, I think they're pretty close in general, these two teams.
So let's start by talking about Team Liquid, who looked pretty strong against Immortals on day number one, but really struggled against Kungana yesterday. How do you feel that they are looking right now?
I think they're still, a solid team all around. Mezer is still, we talk about him every day. One of the backbones, really one of the best players on this team as that tank, playing that tank role, is just a lot of fun to watch. Hitting clutch earth shatters, really big ones that keep his team in games, change the tide of the fight or the match in general. And of course, AZK, very talented on DPS as well as ID. There's some versatility on this roster, some guys that can play different roles, and they can break out dive comps, they can play the standard setups, 3 tank, 4 tanks, so they have a lot of options here.
A team that it's kind of hard to predict. Honestly, this is probably the team I struggle the most to know exactly how well they're going to do. Out of the 8 teams that we have, they're always kind of the dark horse to me. Sometimes they show up and play really well, and other times maybe not so much. A team that we've talked about in the past has a lot of very great players on it, and sometimes that just doesn't amount to exactly what you would expect. But in this match in particular, I think a 2-1 scoreline either way makes sense to me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the 2-1 either way would be about right. I feel as though after yesterday, if FaZe is playing the way they were yesterday, they will take this match. because they certainly were having a game yesterday. But if not, I think it would be Liquid's game to take. So it just depends what phase we get showing up today, really, because, you know, some days you'll get them playing lights out. Some days will be, you know, what are you guys doing kind of thing. We saw that throughout the qualifiers and other online matches. So kind of depends what phase shows up.
Absolutely. So talking about phase specifically, we talk a lot about Shadowburn, and that was something that we saw play critically yesterday. Is there anyone else who really needs to be stepping up to make sure that we see that phase like we saw yesterday? Too
Easy is a guy you also look to on this roster, not only on his Roadhog, but he's a guy that can play Tracer and McCree, a few different roles he's able to fulfill. In fact, Fiction on tank is also another guy that is just a backbone of the team on Reinhardt, and I think that's really going to be one of the key things to watch in this matchup is the Mezzer versus Fact Fiction tank battles. These guys are both some of the best in North America in terms of Reinhardt players, and I think that'll be one of the really big things to follow in this match.
Yeah, I'd also point out Raucus in particular, if Shadowburn's going to step up, especially if he's going to be playing Genji, that's going to put an additional strain on Raucus if he's playing Ana, because he's going to have to hit some pretty sketchy shots from time to time. Basically, if Genji jumps above his opponents is really one of your better opportunities. Other than that, it's like a Steph Curry fadeaway biotic, which works two ways in those instances and really opens things up for Shadowburn. But you know, there's always a lot of conversation. Should Shadowburn play Genji? Should he play something else? And I think for comfort's sake alone, just play Genji. Play Genji, and if there's another person on the team that can step up someplace else, try and work on some new comps or really rounding it out so it's not exclusively Shadowburn having to do so much of the work. Not that Zoms and Too Easy don't back him up, but perhaps structuring some plays around Shadowburn, doing something to open things up for Zoms in particular. And that's really what I'm trying to drive home, is it's not so much like a let Shadowburn go in there and see what we open up, but having a very clear agenda for what Shadowburn is attempting to accomplish on Genji might give the other players the angles that they need to really contribute in a really, really big way. If you're pairing that with a Roadhog in the right way, and you know exactly when you can get an opening for that hit, that hook to occur, then Shadowburn doesn't necessarily have to do so much of the damage. He mostly just needs to get in there and perform that utility and allow other teammates to step up. And sometimes that's what happens, and I think that's really the key whenever they really synergize around him playing Genji and it works out.
Well, this is good news for FaZe, as Nepal will be the first map that we will see with them today. And that's a map that we've seen Genjis make big impacts on here at the Overwatch Winter Premiere.
Yeah, depending on which stage, it can absolutely do it. And Tracer as well on some of these stages. AZK, I'm sure, will be playing. I would expect to see him play Soldier on kind of that indoor stage of Nepal, the Sanctum. So he can be quite effective there. It doesn't look like that's going to be our first stage here, but it'll be coming up at some point. Regardless, you know, you could see AZK on either Tracer or 76, even that Roadhog. So it looks as though we will be outdoors to kick us off. And in terms of what these guys will run, could be seeing FaZe go for that Genji play, as we were talking about, getting Shadowburn on it. And it seems they flip-flop back and forth from time to time. Oh, Mezzer on Torbjorn here is really having a fit inside a spawn, I'll tell you. But yeah, I mean, sometimes the Genji play was inconsistent at times yesterday, and of course it's tough with the ping that Shadowbird is dealing with.
Yeah,
playing here. I mean, you're talking
and
projectile
online.
DPS.
And online, it's even with the ping, it's certainly going to be better than a long-range projectile DPS like Pharah tends to be. But here we go as they start reaching out to the point. FaZe Clan touching it first, positioning themselves on the outside of the temple here as Liquid coming in from the other side, and the shields are going to meet.
And there we go. Shadowburn's just getting the shurikens out. So far, not a whole lot. Just as I say that, though, Fact Fiction goes down to AZK, who's playing Tracer. He's going to be harassing these guys all over the place, getting a lot into Shadowburn as well, but he's able to get two himself, Shadowburn, and Too Easy taking down Minstrel. So FaZe definitely with a numbers advantage here in this fight, and Shadowburn was just all over Mezzer, right behind him, just right-clicking for days. He had no idea he was there. He's like, how am I taking all this damage? And it's going to be FaZe getting, or excuse me, it was Liquid getting the point first here, but FaZe do have a lot of bodies on it.
And as soon as they get some kills, they should be able to take it back, I would suspect. And there will be, actually going to be an Earthshatter coming through. AZK and Forsaken both going down, and FaZe are actually starting to find the kills here. It's a lot of ultimates. It's the never-ending fight on top of that. Fact Fiction in the middle of everything, just swinging away and eventually going down. And now it's going to be FaZe starting to back off a little bit now, finally. That one lasted for a while.
Well, Rafa keeping it under Liquid's control for quite a while as most of his team respawn, not getting taken down. And it's really unfortunate for FaZe. FaZe, however, will be working with 3 ultimates on their way back, and Liquid is really only going to have, well, I guess we'll call them 3 on their own. Minstrel's getting very close to a Sound Barrier of a Self-Destruct, and a Graviton. That's a big bang combo lying in wait for Liquid if they can land it.
Here we go, ID laying down that Graviton Surge. Got a few bodies inside of it. Zoms and AZK will trade out here, and the Sound Barrier for FaZe and Liquid actually both going to come through as the nano boost on Fact Fiction as he is just laying into him. He uses the Earthshatter to charge ID into the wall, who uses Barrier last second to stay alive. Shadow Burns there, though, to clean up onto everybody, so it doesn't matter that Fact Fiction goes down, but he actually make it cleaned up here himself. Rafa's going to try and hold this point even longer for Liquid as he uses that self-destruct, zoning players off of the point, and Liquid's actually getting really close to 99%. Too Easy comes back in, getting the hook to take down AZK, and it's still Liquid here as Rafa is keeping himself alive. And Too Easy comes around, but Rafa will get the nano boost. Earthshatter out from Mezzer, taking bodies into the wall. Mezzer with 2 for himself. And it's not looking good for FaZe at the moment. Shadowburn was only able to find a kill onto Dahang, and besides that, FaZe has absolutely nothing. They're fully wiped off the face of this map. Team Liquid start off strong here. A sweep on the first point.
Player of the stage has got to go to Rafa. I mean, the entire time.
Yeah, he's always on the
keeping
point.
Everything under control, surviving incredibly long periods of time, chasing down Shadowburn a number of times, and right here you're going to see him picking up a nano, checking out AZK for just a moment. This is a handsome man.
Very, very handsome. And I mean, between Rafa and Mezzer, I mean, Rafa keeping himself alive, Mezzer had some huge Earth Shatters during that, and you have AZK to come around and clean up on some of the damage. But like you said, Rafa just kept himself alive for so long and buying time for his team to get back on the point. I remember at one time during that phase that I thought FaZe was easily going to be able to take the point. I thought they had the numbers there, but Rafa was able to just delay, and they take that first stage. A full sweep for them, so it is 1-0 for Liquid on Nepal as we now head onto our next stage of this one. AZK already starting to harass some of the supports in the back here. He's on Forsaken. Just being a nuisance, really, at the moment. Just alternating between Forsaken and Raucus. He's really just back here by himself. No kills as of yet. As I say that, Too Easy finishes off AZK. They've traded those. Too Easy goes down. So it's a 5v5 fight at the moment. Shadowburn still staying on that Genji, at least for the time being, and he is very hurt himself. Mezzer and Forsaken are both taken down. I heard an Earthshatter come out from somebody. I believe that was Fact Fiction that laid that one down. And Minstrel and Dahang will fall. There was a nano boost onto ID, and they just keep going back and forth. A lot of ults used, but FaZe in the end will come out on top of the point.
That rewind for AZK, I do not think he expected to land back in the middle of the tanks. I mean, he was only there for a moment, 4 seconds before, but sometimes that's the way the rewind lands. You can end up in some really precarious positions sometimes over a cliff or just in a very bad spot if you don't time it perfectly. Team Liquid coming back onto the second stage here with 3 ultimates on their side, locked and loaded. FaZe Clan's not going to give him a time.
ID using the Graviton Surge. Is there going to be follow-up around? There is Dragon Blade used by Shadowburn. AZK took down Too Easy. Shadowburn melts ID, gets Minstrel as well. He was quickly dispatched up after that. Dahang, AZK, and Mezzer all able to find some. FaZe is down 3 players in this fight, and Liquid, they're going to be down 2 as the respawns start to come through. Those Zoms is getting melted quite quickly. That self-destruct from Rafa finishes off Zoms and Forsaken, so it will be Liquid finally gaining control of the point here.
And FaZe Clan, they'll be coming back with an Earth Shatter and a Sound Barrier. That will be enough for them to take it back, given how much Team Liquid has. But if Team Liquid is able to get that nano boost onto Rafa, and Rafa's playing the way that, play the way that he played in the last point, That's also enough for Team Liquid to shut everything down, and they're getting very close here. Generating a nano boost, a sound barrier, a pulse bomb. Never mind, they're going to have a ton on the table.
Oh, big Earth Shatter coming down from Fact Fiction. It's going to put a lot of people on the ground, and they do follow up on a couple of them, but they're trading back and forth. That nano boost was given to Rafa, who was able to make good use of it, finding 2 for himself, and now Rafa's going to be trying to hunt down Shadowburn, who is hanging on just barely, and there he goes. Right back to the respawn queue with you. And it is still Liquid all over this point. Fact Fiction is just going to back off and meet up with the rest of the team, and Liquid now have changed the tides and taken the lead on this stage.
And Ultimate Economy starting to slip into the favor of FaZe Clan, though both of them have quite a bit. 3 on the side of Team Liquid, basically 5 on the side of FaZe.
There will be another Earth Shatter out. This time it will come from Mezzer. Him and ID will open it up for Team Liquid, and it seems as though FaZe are just dropping like flies at the moment. 4, 5 of their players are down, a couple of them deciding to just go for the reset here because they do have time for one last fight, and they're going to have some ultimates to do it. I mean, you're going to have a nano blade, a sound barrier, as well as a whole hog, and even a graviton, so a lot to work with for FaZe on this fight.
And I'm sure in that kind of mess, Factor Fiction can probably get in there and generate his own Earth Shatter as well. So Team Liquid, here we go. Never mind, FaZe is going to break out the nano boom.
He's going to get the bubble right away, but look at that bubble that came out from ID to keep his support alive, to keep Dehang in it, and that nano blade does absolutely nothing for FaZe, and they're still going to fight it out for the point. FaZe needs to make this happen right here, though, or they are going to go down 2-0 on Nepal. Fact Fiction dies. Both Reinhardts are actually out of the fight for these teams, as ID is able to get a couple of nice kills for himself, and it'll be 2 down apiece. Shadowburn is still in the middle of everything on the point. Too easy, gets Rafa and AZK. Finally, FaZe will be able to get this point back, but can they hold on to it? That's really the question here, is Too Easy's desperately trying to stay alive. Well, ID does get finished off. Shadowburn, oh, he barely stays alive himself. So FaZe, they're hanging on, but just barely.
It's a risky sleep dart at the end from Raucus with a reflect up already.
Yeah, really. He's screw it.
FaZe holding, they will have an Earth Shatter. They have a good position to generate a lot more ultimates, in particular the nano boost. Liquid coming in with nothing online already, but a sound barrier is pretty much inevitable in this fight unless he gets taken down relatively quickly. And Mezzer probably going to looking for a big Earth Shatter in this, but this is probably going to be maybe the last contest, and that Earth Shatter might not be enough from Factor Fiction.
He did get 1 down on it. It was only the Diva, though, so it's not really what you're looking for in that scenario. But Liquid lost AZK pretty early, and Mezzer now is going to get a nano boost. The charge not quite connecting, but Minstrel and Rafa are going to connect on the people they were trying to kill. Shadowburn using his Dragon Blade. Can he do anything with it? Dehang says absolutely not. And it's not looking good for FaZe at the moment. Well, they're at 93% FaZe, but Liquid has control of the point, and Mezzer is doing all the cleanup that he needs, and no one from FaZe is around to touch the point, and Team Liquid, they're up 2-0. Just cruising at the moment, though. That stage a bit closer.
Yeah, FaZe definitely putting up a much better fight on stage 2, but now we're going to go into stage 3, which I don't know if I'd necessarily call that a good map for Genji.
Yeah, I don't know if I would either. I don't know at this point. Do you switch Shadowburn off of the Genji? I mean, they haven't really seemed, it's not working for them at the moment. I mean, is this the point in time where you say, well, try something different? I mean,
well, a good stage for Genji versus a good stage for Shadowburn's Genji are a little bit different things, and I have seen him make it work on this stage in the past, so I wouldn't write it out. And if that's what the team is comfortable with, then just go for it. It's no sense in rocking the boat if other things don't work out quite so well. And like we mentioned before, the high ping could be a bit of an issue.
That's absolutely true.
Is it?
It's certainly, yeah.
I was going
to say, it certainly isn't making it any easier for him. But here we go. FaZe is going to have to win this stage. It is a best of 5 for our control points maps here. And the big charge from Mezzer right away gets the bubble, immediately deleting Shadowburn from the server. He'll be put back in to the respawn himself. So with that 1 pick, FaZe, or actually Liquid, are the ones that Liquid should easily be able to take control of the point. And FaZe dropping a couple guys and start to regroup here. And no ultimates up yet, but Zoms actually was able to generate quite a bit towards his Graviton. He's already at 82%. ID on the other side of the coin here on Liquid, sitting at 40.
Yeah, Graviton pretty early in a fight is definitely something that's going to cause a gigantic problem for Liquid if FaZe can get it out in time before that sound barrier comes online in particular. But counter charge and a big whiff from Mezzer, but he's going to follow it up with a nano boosted Reinhardt either way, and FaZe is going to have to back off. 3 down, 4 down for FaZe, and Team Liquid going to keep holding on to the point here for this battle. FaZe is going to have to come back from spawn and try again.
Despite the whiff, Mezzer still made things happen alongside of Rafa. They were leading the charge up there and found a lot of kills to allow Liquid to stay in control here. FaZe does have the Graviton, and they're going to have the Dragon Blade and the Nano Boost, so they should be able to retake off of this FaZe. If they don't, then there's something wrong, because they are going to use that Nano Blade going in his Shadow Burn. He hasn't gotten really a whole lot of value out of his Nano Blades thus far in this series, and again, he doesn't even get any kills with it. There's going to be a self-destruct, a lot of trading back and forth. It's 3 for 3, and FaZe actually only has 2 guys left up. It's Raucus and Forsaken, the supports, and they're certainly not going to be able to do enough to take this point from Liquid. And again, FaZe just not getting value out of their ultimates. Shadowburn, I think he's not many kills at all with his Dragon Blade today.
In that last portion, though, I'm really curious as exactly why that one came out at that point, because there's 1 battle left, and having it on Rafa for this would be a huge asset, but double Gravitons coming out on the high ground.
Well, here we go. And Liquid looking like they are going to take this map. They are still cruising. Raucus got AZK, and FaZe are starting to work their way onto the point here, so we'll see. They're going to have to get it right here and right now, but Fact Fiction getting sent down into the pit. ID's going to get sent for a ride as well, all thanks to Forsaken. FaZe have managed to find 4 kills in total here, so maybe enough for them to take this point back, and Rafa's just going to go for the reset. Wise of him to do so, so with 99%, FaZe do get the point back, but they have a long road if they want to take this stage.
That was a very close battle. It changed hands a little bit back and forth. FaZe did start out with the upper hand, getting the first pick, I believe. So Liquid, though, they're already at 99. FaZe just starting to generate some of their first points here. So Liquid's just going to sit back, start it all over again. They only have to take the point back once.
Here we go. Oh my goodness, Shadowburn put to sleep in the middle of his Nano Blade, and he gets the Biotic Grenade sent on top of him as well. They woke him up, but it didn't matter. That Biotic was on him. What a hook from AZK. Forsaken getting pummeled, and now it is Liquid that I have all the opportunity in the world to retake this point. There will be a self-destruct on it. That is certain death for FaZe Clan, as they have no one else around to prevent Liquid from taking this point, and that should just about do it, at least for this map. Shadowburn's going to come in and try and... Well, actually got hooked in, you're right. I thought he dashed for a second, but no, it was actually just AZK rocking his world a little bit. So there you have it. Some domination coming out from Liquid.
Liquid able to clean that one up pretty handily. FaZe looked pretty good on the second point, but then points 1 and 3, man, just all Liquid here.
They seem to have it together a bit more. FaZe aren't really getting the value out of Shadowburn, I think, playing Genji. He just doesn't seem to be very effective to me at all. You know, I think he got multiple Nano Blades over the course of those 3 stages, and I mean, I never really saw him do all that much with any of them. And I mean, if you're going to be running him on Genji like that, you need to be getting more value out of it, or it's time to try and switch something up. I get it's comfort for them, but you know, I think he could have possibly been more effective on someone else.
Liquid's also taking a number of measures to make sure that that very obvious attack is going to not work out nearly as much for FaZe as FaZe needs it to. Like I said before, relying entirely on the Nano Boost from Shadowburn in order to take down everybody, or a Nano Boost on Shadowburn in order to take down everybody, might not be the answer. Perhaps you just layer on the Dragon Blade on top of somebody else's Nano Boost, like a D.Va being Nano Boosted or something along those lines, in order to create just such a double or even a triple threat scenario, depending on how else you're building the strategy around it, so that it's not so many assets on one person that all these pros have practiced so much to shut down. I think at this point, everybody who plays a lot of competitive knows how to shut down a Genji compared to, you know, maybe some of the first earlier months where that would be an acquired skill. Basically, you're just looking for, I mean, we're getting a little bit off topic, but that was basically just McCree, right? It's like, just get a good McCree and it's over. But it's certainly not working. I agree with you there. Now we're going to move into FaZe's choice for a map, so I'm very curious what that's going to be. Probably, again, maybe Route 66. Or, well, there's no real point in speculating. We'll see here in a moment. But something with a lot of the verticality. And again, probably something that allows them to run, I would think, a little bit more of a dive comp, because consistently running so many tanks with Shatterburn on Genji alone, it's just having mixed results consistently. So perhaps it's time for a composition change.
When you talk about using Nano Boost in other ways, that's actually one of the things we saw out of Liquid here is they pull out the Roid Heart as part of their win. Impressive stuff from Team Liquid.
Yeah, that was something that they really got a lot of value with on the side of Liquid, is just giving it to Mezzer and letting him and Rafa go in and just shred everything. I mean, these guys were the dynamic duo for a lot of this map. Again, Mezzer being hugely impactful for Liquid throughout all of Nepal. And maybe that's, like you were saying, use the Nano Boost somewhere else for FaZe if they want to keep running Shadowburn on Genji. But the problem is just Nano Blade, or just Dragon Blades, I should say. Just like a pure Dragon Blade can be tough to pull off without a Nano Boost at this level. Sometimes you don't even get much value out of that. It's tough to get value out of it with just the raw Dragon Blade. So, I mean,
sure. I mean, you're not laying down nearly as much damage. At the same time, if you're layering it with another ultimate, then it is a kind of a lot of damage coming in from a multitude of angles, and you're having to start dealing with so many different vectors and so many different things going on at the same time. And if you've got something like a Nano Boosted Diva flying around at that point, and both of them are picking on your supports, there's borderline no chance they're going to survive, because they can both get back there so easily. And you are investing at that point still only 2 ultimates, because you're not using any of Diva's ultimate. You're just layering a Nano on top of it. But whatever. I mean, that's theory crafting, conceptual stuff. We'll see exactly what FaZe chooses to change around as we push into this next map.
The next map will be Gibraltar. Both of these teams already have a win on this map in different series. So, do you think that the Liquid's putting it away here? Or is FaZe able to bounce back?
I think at this point, Liquid might be able to put this one away. To be honest, this is probably a better one for FaZe in general, Gibraltar, but I'm feeling pretty confident in the way Liquid is playing at the moment. But
I agree. AZK stepping up, hitting a lot of hooks. Mezzer always a force to be reckoned with. From Rafa, I don't think we can talk enough about how well Rafa plays Diva.
Oh yeah, he's excellent. I mean, he's able to pick up all the kills. He gets cleanups. He initiates really well for Liquid, and is just a nuisance for the other team to deal with, and a pain in their side, and is quite good. And
the way that he works in concert with Mezzer to make sure the shield war is almost always won on the side of Liquid, at least against FaZe so far, has been a pretty big factor, especially in that last stage of Nepal.
So it will be FaZe on the offensive side first, and Liquid will be on the defense. We'll see what FaZe wants to go with. Shadowburn still hasn't picked yet. I think they're kind of debating between, do we put you on Diva or do we put you on Genji? It's kind of the decision. It looks like he will be playing Diva, at least to start off, and I think it's worth a shot for FaZe because the Genji really was not working too much for them throughout Nepal, so we'll see how Diva works for him instead. Generally him playing Genji, Shadowburn, is kind of what you want from FaZe, but the Liquid's done a good job of shutting it down, and well,
if he's not feeling, he's not feeling it. Switching to Diva and see what happens. Oftentimes, a player just changing a hero can bring out a different kind of performance from his FaZe. Getting around this first bend of Gibraltar, or rather not getting around this first bend of Gibraltar right now, as Team Liquid just keeps pouring it on.
Yeah, they are coming down to meet them on this kind of this lower ground in the underpass. Oh. And Rafa was actually kept inside of his mech. What a freaking biotic grenade coming out from Dahang. That was actually beautiful. Here's an Earth Shatter though coming through. On the side of FaZe. Fact Fiction laid it down, and that will allow them to open it up. AZK and Mezzer both out of it to hang as well. Certainly FaZe will win this fight, or they have won this fight, and should be able to maybe pick up this first point and Too Easy's going to move forward just to make sure to apply a little bit of pressure so these guys aren't able to make it back and contest. And FaZe starting off this map pretty strong so far, capping off that first point quickly.
Yeah, definitely not too long here. 5 minutes left on the clock. FaZe working with 3 ultimates for almost 5 already. Mezzer getting pulled in by Too Easy. Mezzer trying to back up. A whole hog coming out of Too Easy. That's a little bit of uncharacteristic whole hog use for him.
They're just going to pop it off. Zoms did go down. And Mezzer wants to come forward. He has his Earth Shatter ready to go. He's going to charge Too Easy into a wall. Here is the Graviton as well for Liquid. They're going to combine everybody onto that. Get all the players inside of it. And Mezzer swinging away alongside AZK. Just pumping the damage into all those guys. And Shadowburn, they're actually going to leave out of his mech. That's just mean. That is just mean from the side of Liquid. But they're going to go get the high ground, which is what you want to see. That high ground control, of course, very important. And Liquid, they'll have a few ults to work with here.
Honestly, the Bunny Blaster isn't bad anyway, so...
Yeah, you can, you can shred people with that thing, man.
Yeah. And here comes AZK with a nano-boosted whole hog, pushing back FaZe Clan.
Shield came up just in time for that Earth Shatter that came out from Fact Fiction. It will do absolutely 0. And it is AZK. He was able to get a couple for himself as he did get the nano-boosted whole hog. Team Liquid still holding on, only using a couple of ultimates in that fight as well. And FaZe will have the nano boost and the sound barrier for the next fight, and Zoms has got that Graviton, which could really be the big one for FaZe going into the next fight.
And the only thing Team Liquid's holding on to, and is even relatively close to, is Minstrel Sound Barrier. That will be coming out when Zoms lays down a Graviton, more likely than not, but if they're able to pressure him and force it out early, that could be a big problem.
Here they go, laying it down. There's going to be a self-destruct from Shadowburn as well. What can it find? Just Rafa so far, but it will open it up enough for FaZe to continue moving this card forward, as Mezzer also fell to Zoms right after that as he got caught all over the payload. And now the Earth Shatter out from Fact Fiction will allow the rest of the FaZe members to get these guys from Liquid that were on the ground. So we'll see what Liquid, if they're going to be able to get back out for one last hold. They are certainly starting to move up. Mezzer's ready to lead the charge. He does have his Earth Shatter at the ready. Someone's got to stand on that payload, though. They do get there just in time. Rafa does get the nano boost as he is just trying to find targets at the moment. Mezzer, though, finds 2 for himself. Rafa hunting down Raucus, who was hiding up top there. So that will be Liquid holding on to this point for now. Still 2 minutes and 25 seconds for FaZe, though. Forsaken going down quite late. I'm not sure where he was hiding, but he will be able to hold on here for now.
And at least one positive side effect from the cart being pushed so far for Liquid is it's still going to be out of the way. It won't be cover or healing for FaZe Clan until they get to it. So, especially on Gibraltar with so much of this choke and so much high ground, Team Liquid should be able to abuse some of that in order to keep FaZe Clan from getting there too quickly. Team Liquid holding on with 3 ultimates at the moment. Factor Fiction trying to buy that a little bit of space underneath the bridge. Shadowburn going to knock off almost all of Team Liquid.
That's good D.Va play right there, initiating for FaZe Clan and getting all those players off of the high ground. There is a self-destruct. Rafa gets us started as he finds Forsaken with that, and there will be a nano boost coming out here. Mezzer getting put to sleep, though, quickly woken back up. But Shadowburn still going off with his nano boost there, and there is a self-destruct coming on in from him, but it will find nothing. And now Mezzer getting the nano boost. This is dangerous for FaZe as he just walks forward. He didn't actually get the nano boost in the most prime of positions. He was very far back, and all the FaZe members were pretty much more towards their own spawn, so he didn't get to quite do anything with it. But a minute 10 now for FaZe.
Dang, perhaps popping that off a little bit fruitlessly. FaZe Clan, let's call it 4 ultimates on the table. Factor Fiction is definitely going to get this one in this next fight. I mean, obviously it's better to start one with off, but hold on, hold that thought. Graviton coming out on the side of FaZe Clan.
Ooh, with Biotic lands on there too. Mezzer is in dire straits. Shadowburn finishes him off, and this might be enough for FaZe to come in here, though. They do get sucked up inside of the Graviton. Oh, Rafa gets the shield just in time. Too Easy put to sleep and then cleaned up on. So ID's still in the middle here on the payload and keeping Liquid in this fight. And between him and Rafa, I think they might shut FaZe down here. Fact Fiction he's still in, and he'll go down pretty late. So FaZe will have one more shot at this one, but they're going to have to move quick, and they don't really have any ultimates to work with.
That hook looking like it had to pop into neutral and change gears before it came in.
Well,
Team Liquid with 4 ultimates on their side. It's going to be lost on most people. Everyone drives automatic these days.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan with a nano boost and a whole hog, and that's pretty much it. But 3 seconds left on the clock. FaZe Clan is in contest on the payload, and self-destruct coming out from Team Liquid.
There is that self-destruct. Zom's going down now, really. It's not looking good for FaZe. There's the nano boost onto Mezzer between him and Rafa. They are just shredding through them, a full team wipe, except for Shadowburn, who's here. I mean, the self-destruct's going to go down, but oh, Minstrel, how'd you die to that, buddy? But either way, Liquid just, I mean, what
It's
a whole,
irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant at that point. He's probably waved at it. Hi.
Yeah, see ya. Man, that was some good stuff coming out from Liquid. A solid defense. FaZe started the map beautifully, but in the end, as we've seen so many teams struggle on this map through the hangar phase the past few days, no one can get through it, it seems, in a fast time. It always takes quite a while, if they even make it through.
Yeah, I mean, with so much of the tanks, like you see a lot of teams that do better on it are packing more hit scan, perhaps bringing Soldier 76. Kungarna was doing pretty well on the second stage, and they almost always have Baby Bay up there with Soldier 76. There's so much high ground, there's so much distance, there's so much cover, that being able to soak everybody coming in with something as strong as Soldier 76 really slows it down. But if you're packing mostly tanks, then, I mean, you're kind of losing a lot of the advantage.
And
that's from the defensive side, at least, right?
Yeah.
You know, on offense, it's the same thing in the other direction. If people are on the high ground and you've got a Soldier 76, at least there's a chance you can press him backwards. Now, if they're 4 tanks, it's a little bit different. But if everybody drops down in that middle, a Soldier 76 up on the ramparts firing down is just absolutely vicious, especially on the first point as well.
Well, he's just free reign, really. I mean, said unless D.Va gets up there, he can pretty much do whatever he wants.
And I think that's why most of the time you don't see it so much. People just fly the D.Va directly into their face in order to shut it down. But I'm not necessarily convinced that that's a bad thing. I mean, you're pulling a D.Va out of a fight for Soldier 76, not another D.Va, which leaves your D.Va, if you're bringing one, into the shield war. And pretty much all Soldier 76 has to do is sprint away, soak up time, and if D.Va ever flies away from him, he can helix in the back of the head. But, you know, perhaps that whole scenario plays out differently in practice than I think it does.
Well, that's the big thing, though, in that scenario. Soldier's just got to make sure he can keep himself alive because, you know, D.Va can take him to town.
She can do a lot, but he's got sprint.
Yeah,
he
can get away.
Heal station and everything. Liquid, now their turn on Assault. They only have to basically push it to cap the second point, we'll call it. I mean, it's right there. I think Team Liquid can do it.
Yeah, I do as well. I think they're feeling pretty good after such a strong defense from them, and now FaZe is going to have to try and get something going themselves. As Rock is sitting all the way back up on this high ground, as the Ana players do. All the way back and getting that biotic just for a little bit of extra stall on Liquid and getting some of that alt charge built up as well. So actually getting a sleep through onto Mezzer. Did get shielded, and he will now charge all the way back there. The biotic lands on Zoms, who got charged all the way through. So he will be able to stay alive, and Mezzer falls in the end. He didn't really have a follow-up from the rest of his team, I don't think, to keep him alive. And now it will have to be Liquid going back to the drawing board to regroup here as AZK is getting chased down, though.
I was going to
kept
say,
alive.
What team? AZK was up there pretty much alone at that point.
I think everybody else just ran away there. As soon as Mezzer charged, it was like, well, have fun.
Both Anas already online with their nano boosts. FaZe Clan getting pretty close to a sound barrier and Earth Shatter. And Team Liquid moments away from their own Earth Shatter, probably. Mezzer, he can generate 20%, no time.
Here comes a nano boost to hang narrowly, missing that charge from Fact Fiction, and he uses Earth Shatter, finds Minstrel, and just dealing damage to everybody on Liquid. They're 3 players down, and Fact Fiction wants a little bit more. He wants Mezzer, man. He's chasing him. He gets the fire strike. That boy's hungry. He wanted a little bit
extra
more
charge for the next fight.
Yep.
4 ultimates online for Team Liquid as they push into the first point. They are behind in time from FaZe Clan at this point, but as we've seen a number of times, that is not everything in a payload match. It certainly matters. FaZe Clan holding on to 4 of their own ultimates. They have a bang combo, sound barrier, a whole hog, while Team Liquid, not quite a bang combo yet.
Zoms is going to use that Graviton Surge. Too easy, got the whole hog coming out. There's all sorts of ultimate. Shadow Burn with the self-destruct, though, will pretty much give FaZe this team fight win as Mezzer and AZK are both down. Liquid good to not really use any of their ults there, except AZK using the whole hog. But besides that, they didn't use anything else, and they'll be able to come back in with pretty much 5 ultimates in total. And AZK is actually going to switch to Tracer. FaZe used a lot of decent bit of ultimates in that fight, and a clear ultimate advantage now for Liquid.
Indeed, they're basically online with that Graviton, and that's going to come in big. A Nano Boost landing on Mezzer. He is going to get slept.
Oh, man. That is really disappointing for Liquid because he could have wreaked havoc on them. AZK gets us started, though. He takes down Too Easy, and now it will be FaZe responding with a couple of their own, though. Self-destruct landing in the middle of it, coming out from Rappa, and Mezzer and AZK will start to bring Liquid back into this fight, but you still have Shadow Burn on the cart, installing as long as he can, trying to hunt down the Hang, and he's able to do so. And now Shadow Burn going at it with AZK. He does finish him off, but going all the way back towards the Liquid spawn is Fact Fiction, as he just charged through with the Nano Boost. But now AZK is just going to come back, meet up with the rest of the team, and
3 ultimates burned for Liquid. They've only got, well, they do have one bang combo, a bomb combo, a pulse bomb, and a Graviton on their side. FaZe Clan down on all ultimates. 12 seconds left. This is the time for Liquid, or they're going to give up this map.
And it's such an advantage in ultimates, too. I'm surprised it didn't work out for them. They will have that combo, though. As you said, they have the pulse bomb. There will be, oh, the shield coming through is beautiful from ID, or from Zoms, excuse me. But here we go. Liquid still scrapping on this card. They have found a few kills for themselves. Earthshatter coming through from Mezzer. That just may be enough. There is going to be a self-destruct down from Shadow Burn. It's not going to do anything, though. And Liquid in the dying seconds should be able to finish this one off. Too easy. Still causing a bit of disturbance, delaying the cart. But Liquid do cap the point and get a couple more minutes onto the board. But the FaZe first point defense there was looking very solid.
It's going to be really important for Liquid to step up as quickly as possible and take this shuttle away with the lineup they're bringing. But AZK is going to test it a little bit, and it looks like most of FaZe Clan is already back, so any sort of time that was there, if there was any at all, probably not, is gone. Team Liquid pushing into the second point. They do have 2 minutes to cap it all the way.
Fact Fiction getting put to sleep, coming back up, but it's at about half health. There's another pulse bomb out from Too Easy. Didn't quite connect onto anything, but still FaZe are finding all the frags here. ID and Mezzer taken out of it, so surely FaZe to come out on top of this fight. As Liquid now just going to regroup back in spawn, and both teams have that Tracer running. And besides that, pretty much standard across the board. AZK's got the pulse bomb, and then you do have a Nano Boost just about to be up for Dehang, and a sound barrier soon coming up for Liquid as well, but you also have one about to come up for FaZe as well. Raucus does have the Nano Boost for himself, and actually Zom's getting knocked off the roof there. AZK does get one. AZK with 2 for himself, getting Too Easy and Forsaken. So Liquid with a very good opportunity now to possibly finish this one off as they're moving the cart quite a bit. AZK is going off and dealing the damage. And it's just Fact Fiction who's up top, pretty much all by himself, I believe that is. There are FaZe Clan players coming back in, trying to fight it out on this card. The sound barrier will initiate for themselves, but Earthshatter coming down, the pulse bomb. AZK getting both of those, and there is a self-destruct on the point, but no one around from FaZe to stop Liquid from pushing that payload. And they will take that quite easily. General, though, FaZe had a pretty good defense.
I'll give them credit.
Yeah,
easily on the second point.
Yeah, but that first point defense for FaZe was actually very good.
Which is a huge difference from what we've seen on Gibraltar in the past. Usually it's the second point that people hold for forever on, which is what Liquid was able to do. But today we've seen 3 great holds on the first point.
Yeah, FaZe, I honestly didn't think they had it in them to get that good of a hold on the first, and made me eat my words, and they made it happen for quite a while. Liquid in the end just AZK on that last fight, starting it off, getting the 2, and then from there it just snowballed. And they
what I was going to say in general is AZK on Roadhog, I mean, we see him get a lot of the hooks, but it just wasn't having nearly as much of effect as when he switched to Tracer and just started mopping up the back line of FaZe, and that persisted for a huge part of the fight. I mean, he's pestering tanks, he's all over the place, causing a lot of problems in FaZe. That's just the one biggest change that I saw that stood out, and FaZe perhaps not able to shut it down, or perhaps Liquid just in general more comfortable with kind of the positioning of FaZe when they're starting to deal with a Tracer running around their backline like that.
Yeah, let's take a look at AZK and his play in this game. Liquid, after it looked like FaZe might be able to bounce back, is going to take it 2-0.
Yeah, AZK was huge for them right here. This is what won them the game, what opened it all up so that they could cap this cart. Getting two kills like that off the start is just, I mean, at that point, your FaZe is already down so many players. They don't have the ultimates to re-engage with, and Liquid does have ultimates to come back in with. I mean, all they have is that sound barrier there, FaZe, but they do have a nano boost. It's not going to be there for them at the time, and Liquid from there just cleans up. Once Mezzer gets that Earth Shatter, it's game over.
And what do you think was the difference maker for FaZe? We talked a lot about Shadowburn switching to D.Va, and that seemed to be much more effective than the Genji. Was that the difference maker for FaZe on the first point, or was it something else?
I think that was a big part of it for them, really. And I don't know if they would run Genji on defense anyway, but I think having Shadowburn on D.Va certainly helped them out a lot more. He seemed to be doing more on D.Va than he was on Genji in general. So I like the switch. I think they could have tried some sort of switch like that a little bit earlier in the match, you know, maybe on the first map, and they could have seen a little bit more success and had a shot at the match overall. But something to take back to practice, back to the drawing board for some of the future matches for FaZe.
I'd honestly have to go back and really study it a number of times to figure out exactly what the difference maker was on that first point. I mean, it very well could have been a few positional mistakes from Liquid or something like that, more so than a great success of a D.Va change for FaZe. Not confident either way. I just have to go back and really look at it, because that was a little bit messy and then resolved rather quickly.
So with the conclusion of our third match, that leaves only 2 more matches today. We will have Luminosity playing off against Kungana, and then we get to see Renegades one more time to round out the day.
I'm excited to see them play again, because those guys are on fire. But Luminosity and Kungana, Kungana is another team that's still just playing strong right now. In general, they had an extremely close game against Complexity on day 1. Just narrowly getting edged out there. So I have a lot of confidence in the future of Kungana and in this group stage moving forward. I think they're definitely a team that will probably make it into the top 6.
And Kungana, a team that's been playing very well offensively in overtime in particular, taking it a long way a number of times. And really, I mean, they did lose to Complexity, but it's hard call there. When Complexity struck, the server went down, and it was really hard to call whether Kungana was going to be able to hold that or Complexity was going to cap it anyways. So aside from that, Kungana's just been pretty vicious on both sides in overtime.
Absolutely. So we will start today on Hollywood, where the damage happened on that first map, or in the first match we saw them in. So how are you feeling about these guys coming into this matchup today? We've seen Luminosity, we've seen Kungana. Luminosity had good showings against C7, but did struggle with Immortals. So how is Kungana looking right now?
I think they will. I think at least Hollywood, they're probably going to be feeling good for. I think that would be their map personally. I think Kungana would take that one. But the Luminosity, they have some tools in their kit. I think they could also do it. It could go either way, as dumb as that sounds and you know, cliche. But I don't know what your thoughts are, David. I think, though, Kungana, we've seen them in the past really good on Hollywood, so I'd have to give that to them at least. But
I think the Luminosity that we saw yesterday was not necessarily the best Luminosity we've seen throughout the entirety of the Winter Premiere. And I think a number of those things are probably more errors on their side and they can clean up. But we'll talk about that here in a second. I wanted to touch on their comparison to Kungana. To answer your question, Caleb, how do I feel about Kungana today? I feel like Connor J is a hook monster in literally every way possible. He's just insane. Blam stepping up quite a bit as well on Ana in order to enable Connor J to do a lot of that. I mean, you can go through the entire roster and pick people out again. It is a team game. Michael, the way he plays D.Va is rather inspired on its own. Baby Bay playing any hit scan, or Zarya for that matter, is just disgusting. But at the same time, while it's a team game and you have to focus on everybody, despite all that, Connor J still rises to the top and stands out as a shining example. So I don't even feel like hyping Connor J and talking about him as like the backbone of the team is even an insult to everyone else. I think it's just that much of a compliment towards Connor J.
I think we talked a lot about at the beginning. We were thinking about maybe if you're looking at Roadhog players, maybe Hardblue being someone we'd be talking about, but then Connor J just comes out in that very first match we saw and just proves us all wrong. And he's been the most consistent Roadhog player we've really seen here at the Overwatch Winter Premiere.
Agilities is up there too, though.
Absolutely.
Man.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Connor J is with the best of the best as well. Him and Agilities. I mean, some of the best in NA at playing Roadhog. There's a treat to watch. I mean, Connor J used to play with Kingdom, now Renegades, and he made a swap to Kingarna right before the Winter Premiere, and he's fit in with the team quite well and is making his presence known and making a name for himself in the NA scene.
So Kingarna, a team built around a quality Roadhog player on the other side. Luminosity, a team that looked good on the first day, struggled the second day, got to bounce back here on this day number 3. What is Luminosity bringing to the table?
Something we talked about was Crew, who had played with Luminosity during the qualifiers, who was an excellent player. He since has been swapped out for Ube. No one really seems to know quite why at the moment, but Ube's been playing great for Luminosity and taking Crew's place. He's fit in quite well, and you have guys like him and Icefelt that can just shred people apart, and even Spree on the Roadhog, who's not too shabby himself at playing the big hog. So there's a lot of different elements on this team and some pretty good versatility from some of these players like Ube and Icefelt.
Yeah, Ube playing Mei has been a rather standout thing for me. Hedon on Ana is always incredible. I don't know if I call him underrated, because most people I talk to praise him quite a bit.
Yeah.
Icefelt definitely stands out. You already touched on that. And Superplock as Reinhardt, definitely a great player more often than not. Mineral, a lot of times he does have the sound barriers in the right place, but I mean, talking about Lucio is always a tricky thing, right? It's like sometimes that's just things that present itself to you, and sometimes it is rather inspired play that leads to something huge, but we don't usually have a camera on Lucio, so it's kind of hard to capture those moments when they happen.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about how good Lucios are without watching like their perspective a lot of the time, because a lot of what they do kind of goes unseen on a lot of the broadcast feed, but of course very pivotal part of the team as well.
Yeah, I'm sure once we get demos in the system, we're going to see a lot of Lucio highlight videos and stuff coming out.
That's right.
So we've seen Luminosity before give off clinical displays of the dive comp, especially on Anubis against Citizen 7 on day number 1. You think we're going to see that again here on Hollywood?
I think it's a possibility. There's no saying that they can't do it or shouldn't. It can work. We've seen dive comps work on this map specifically. I mean, Kingarna has done it on this map during qualifiers, and it worked quite well. So I think it's very possible that we see something like that.
Yeah, and I think one of the keys is definitely going to be to take it to Kingarna. Kingarna is such an offensive team a lot of the time. They're so aggressive. Oftentimes they are able to take control of the battle even from more veteran teams. So Luminosity is going to want to take that from them very quickly. Immortals perhaps did that to Luminosity yesterday, and Luminosity didn't perform quite the way that I would have expected them to in that situation. Like you said, starting out on Hollywood, a dive comp definitely would make a lot of sense for me, for Luminosity, at least give it a shot. Well, granted, you don't want to abort in that situation, but really got to put pressure on Baby Babe very, very quickly. Don't let him run around on Soldier 76, which he usually will do on the first point of Hollywood. But again, Connor J.
What do you do?
It's the thing. I mean, quad tank for them too, I think, make just as much sense, or a triple tank of some kind. So Luminosity at least has the options, I think, and I'm sure they've talked about it extensively, and they know what they want to run in this first point. We'll kind of have to see what they end up with.
So Luminosity versus Kingarna. Gotta get your guys' predictions here. Who's taking this one? How many games? Match number 4.
I would say Kingarna here 2-1, personally. I think Kingarna 2-1.
I'm going to have to agree, but I think it's going to be a 2-1 either way.
Okay.
So you're both going with Kingarna 2-1. Is this the map they drop, or they're going to drop a different one?
I think Kingarna would take this one, and then Luminosity will win whatever they pick, and then Kingarna will take it in the end. Yeah, I'll go with that. I feel good about Kingarna on Hollywood, so.
Sure.
Same. I feel good about Kingarna on Hollywood.
Yeah, because they take it to, they took it to complexity there, so I mean, we'll see how it plays out, though.
Absolutely. So if we're going to be saying Congarna's going to be winning, if Luminosity does bring the dive comp at the beginning, what do you expect to see them responding with?
Oh, what does Congarna respond with? Oh, man. Well, I mean, I'm sure they will have, by default, they'll have Baby Bay probably on something like Soldier up on the balcony.
He's been playing a lot of Zarya
Well, that's
lately.
true, too. Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
That's going to throw off my entire feelings about dive comp, honestly. You presented that with how he's playing Zarya, and then you add in the fact that you're bringing a lot of these definite one-shot hook characters into Connor J. It's a sketchy, it's a sketchy proposition.
Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. That's why I say, I mean, I could just as very well see the triple or quad tank from Luminosity being a possibility, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Icefelt on maybe just a tracer, something of that nature, because we know that he can certainly do damage there. But we'll see. Congarna going with the quad tank for their defense. Baby Bay is doing the old Zarya, which he's been doing much more of in the qualifiers. Didn't really play much of anything other than Tracer and Soldier 76, but he's found his footing on Zarya here and has been quite effective for Congarna over the past few days. This is map 1 of 3 for these guys.
Felt looking for a very, very early gimme. A lot of times people play Ana, step up there, and try and get an early biotic. So I was actually curious if anybody was going to try and pull that one off. Sombra?
Okay. All right. I can go for it. I'm excited for this. Let's go. We haven't really seen many people besides Complexity try the Sombra strategy. So Icefelt going in with it. He's going to get right into the back. Oh, the sleep from Blam. He's going to put him to bed right off the bat.
I didn't even see him turn.
That was a quick one, man. That was just a 180 flick sleep.
Tucked it under his elbow and fired it backwards.
that was some good stuff from Blam right there. Icefelt getting pulled in by Connor J, too, and put to bed. So Baby Bay might end up going down, though. And he will. They're going back and forth with it. Luminosity
Congarna on
lost
top, though.
Quite a lot. Yeah, Congarna definitely on top of it, though. If they can move quickly, Luminosity, get the respawns, they might be able to beat them back to the point, at least on some of them. But
interesting look from Luminosity here. See if Icefelt can make his Sombra pay out quite as well as Torx. He's very, very close to an EMP here. And other than that, Congarna holding on to a self-destruct, and Nano is looming, along with the Tranquility. Luminosity, that's really only the EMP for them.
Yeah, they got it. They got it locked and loaded. And that Tranquility is going to be up very shortly from Congarna, which could be a big difference maker. Icefelt working his way in. He's got it, uses it. There were a lot of bodies around as well. Remix the first to fall here, and Icefelt is going to get the hack onto Michael as well. So all he's going to be able to do is just walk forward and shoot. That's a brilliant hack coming out from Icefelt and making Michael pretty much ineffective throughout most of that, even though he had the nano boost on himself. He's going to hack him again, make sure he can't get back into his mech, at least for now. But Luminosity are definitely finding the kills. They have bodies all over this point, and they should be able to take it. Michael now back into his mech, but put to sleep. The guy can't catch a break. Yeah, there's Luminosity is all over this point right now. They are going to get yet another hack onto Michael. Man,
that hack was like half a second away from making Michael land back on the wrong side. Poor Michael getting absolutely focused and abused by Luminosity so far.
Well, Luminosity gets the point. They have 4 minutes to get through this Streets phase. Quite a bit of time. EMP paying off. So far, they're going to have a lot of ults to work with for this next fight as well, but Congarna's got quite a few for themselves as well.
Now 4 ultimates on the side of Luminosity, you are correct. And there's going to be 4 on the side of Congarna. Both with a number of combinations, they can pair those together. Congarna is going to play defense very, very forward in order to either stagger Luminosity or coax some of their own ultimates out of them. Congarna, moments away from an Earth Shatter remix. Looking forward on the side, but Super Block locking down most of it.
Baby
Grapton coming out.
Coming out of the side, here comes a self-destruct, Michael with 5. Beautifully placed. Maybe 4 for that, but still, that was... Oh, fantastic.
What does it matter?
Yeah, really. Either way, he just clobbered them.
Michael was involved in it.
Yeah, he just clobbered him regardless. And as soon as I saw it, there was nothing to help him, nothing to stop it. And
the graviton from Baby Bay to set it all up.
That's right, coming out of the side, very sneaky from himself. And Luminosity's going to try their hand at this. It's a shame they wasted Nano Boost in that as well. Here comes the EMP, though. Remix getting pulled in and obliterated by Ube. And they will just continue to push forward here as Michael is up in the face of Ube and doing quite a bit of damage. There will be a sound barrier used for Luminosity. And it's still just Ube in the back looking for a hook opportunity. Spree's doing a good job of cleaning up on some of the backline players. Blam amongst the victims for him. And Luminosity pressing forward still, as Michael will go down here in just a moment, or be left out of his suit. Either way, but
so far, just a momentary pause for Luminosity, and other than that, mostly keeping this car rolling the whole way through. Super Plock online with an Earth Shatter, Hedon getting close to a Nano Boost, and Ube a Whole Hog. Kungarna, they're holding on to their own Earth Shatter, but that's it.
He's going to be moving forward with it. Oh, he's going to lay it down. We've seen Remix have trouble the past few days with landing effective Earth Shatters, and yet again he's going to whiff one. Ube taking down Remix, and it is all Luminosity at the moment. 2 for Ube. Connor J finally shuts him down. He's going to run out there, maybe see if he can stall it just a bit, but he has no health to do so. Luminosity is just flowing at the moment, and they will get the second point. 3 minutes to get themselves all the way to last.
Luminosity certainly showing up from yesterday. Remix getting slept early. He's going to have to sit down, and he's going to fall again. Luminosity's just absolutely ruining Remix everywhere he goes. He's getting focused so hard. Biotic is almost always on top of him, being slept, being EMP'd, being Earth-Shattered. Luminosity, they're holding on to 3 ultimates here. Kungarna with none. Kungarna on their back foot, pushing to the 3rd point. Luminosity holding, or not holding, but they have 2.5 minutes on the clock here.
2.5 it is, and oh, there's the EMP. Icefeld, great positioning, dropping down from above to get that EMP in, and the rest of Luminosity will just press forward to wipe through Kungarna. They have no answer to the Sombra at the moment, who has just been such an issue for them. And Michael going down, he was the last one on it. They will have one last attempt, Kungarna, once they get these respawns to do something, but still there's ultimates up, a couple for Luminosity.
And the way that EMP wiped away the half health of Baby Bay, taking away his shields, leaving him just standing there basically naked as he finishes him off. Icefeld on Sombra, and a Graviton coming out from the side of Kungarna as they're trying to hold on this 3rd point.
Let's see what they can do with it. So far, no kills. Ube's getting melted pretty quickly. Remix with the finishing blow to him. He will also pick up Icefeld, so a little something for Kungarna. It looks like they should be able to hold it off as Super Plock will just end it, just charge in and let them kill him in the end there. So they are going to be able to stop Luminosity, now down to 1 minute and 30.
Just meters away.
Yeah, very
meters away.
close.
But now the car's going to start rolling backwards a little bit. Kungarna with an Earth Shatter and a Nano Boost. A Pulse Bomb will come online relatively quickly if Michael stays on Tracer for this part. Luminosity with nothing to really work with, but Icefeld will certainly get his EMP to start this out. They're not too far away from 2 more.
Remix going really aggressive, and they're gonna be able to kite most of that. It's not good news for Kungarna. They gave him the Nano Boost, and he just charged in, and Luminosity just backed themselves up, and he really wasn't able to do anything with it. Michael is on Tracer for Kungarna. He tosses Pulse Bomb in there and couldn't really do anything with it. Connor J goes down, so Luminosity certainly with an opening here as they find 3 kills for themselves, and Kungarna was scattered in very odd places throughout this point, and they're going to pay for it. Luminosity just waltzing this card on forward, and they're very close to capping it off, and then Ube actually is going to win that battle with Connor J. There's no chance for Kungarna. I mean, Blam is pretty much the only one that's left in. Actually, Michael on Tracer is going to try and stall as long as he can alongside a Remix. He's got to stand on the point, but ends up going down. So Luminosity, with 19 seconds left in the time bank, do cap off all the points. Kungarna with a pretty consistent defense throughout. And we're able to bring it down to 19 seconds. Yeah, 3rd point being the biggest for them.
That Earth Shatter. Yeah, and really almost all of the EMPs from Icefeld were so nice.
Yeah, they were very effective. And Kungarna didn't really position themselves against the EMP, or to try and counter it at least with positioning. They were kind of clumped up a lot of the time. And one of the big faults from Kungarna there at the end was really sending Remix in with that nano boost really aggressively to charge in. Didn't really have any follow-up from the rest of his team. He was basically by himself when he did that charge, and Luminosity wasn't in a fighting position at that point. They just backed up, and you know, you wasted that nano boost, which could have been really effective for them in another fight. It's just a mismanagement.
Especially with how Michael plays D.Va, throwing the nano on him, or if Baby Bays got his charge up. We know his tracking is pretty phenomenal.
Yep, absolutely.
So yeah, throwing it on Remix. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I mean, if Luminosity would have been a little bit closer,
sure, yeah,
I would have been okay with it. It was just that it was just so far away. He had to charge in to actually initiate the fight, and I don't even think the rest of Kungarna was really there to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, when teams are in the press and everybody's just intermixed in the same general area, sure, throwing a nano boost on a Reinhardt is often gold. I mean, you're going to generate a lot really, really quickly. Usually follow up with an Earth Shatter soon after that.
And swing your hammer.
Cranking out so much. But in that situation, he's got to chase people down. Oh, without a Lucio speed boost or something to follow it up, doesn't necessarily pay out quite as well. Kungarna now on their chance for offense here at Hollywood. They will have to cap it all the way to stay alive here on this map. And Luminosity, looks like they're going to be running 3 tanks, Ana,
Yeah, that's
Symmetra, and Soldier 76.
Well, they're going to try their hand at the Symmetra. They have Mineral on that. They had some forward-placed turrets just for some early ult charge build, but Kungarna trying to get something going on their offense. Michael is on Tracer. Remix getting put to sleep, quickly woken up, though. Man, he's going to go in for a charge, and he's able to get Spree off of that. He pays with it for his life, but still, Icefelt getting a couple for himself. Michael hooked in. Ube couldn't quite convert on the kill. And Michael's just trying to dip and dodge for the time being and keep himself alive, going back for the health pack, missing the hook yet again. Ube's having a rough time here as the pulse bomb connects from Michael. And now Mineral on the point. He's very close to either a shield generator or a teleporter. We'll see what he decides to go with, if he can keep himself long enough, or alive long enough to do so, and he's actually taking it to Michael. Here is the tack visor from Icefelt, though, up top of the cafe. Hook missing from Connor J, so he was able to just, well, not do too much with that, but he will continue to be relatively uncontested up top of the cafe here. There's a nano boost given to Remix as he sends himself on in there, taking down Hedan, who is in the back, and there is going to be a teleporter up, so Luminosity players are going to be able to get back to the point. They have those reinforcements coming in, and Mineral is making some big plays, taking Michael yet again. Michael, a couple times now, has tried to deal with Mineral and maybe even get his teleporter, but he's just melting him
quite well, man.
Yeah, he really is. He got the telly up and
super block. He's got an Earth Shatter. Hedan working on a nano boost. Kungarna, they really only have a sound barrier and nothing else really on the table at the moment. 2 minutes left for Kungarna's offense here on the first point. As they step towards it one more time, super block, first Remix squaring off. Hedan and Spree taking the high ground, coming in behind Kungarna, though that's going to be a problem.
Ube looking for the hook, not quite finding it, and there's going to be that sound barrier from Kungarna. This might be the opening. They got super block, and that's really big for them. And there was Spree with the nano boost, and Michael is able to find Hedan. So things really looking good for Kungarna now that Connor J has this whole hog, and oh my goodness, and the nano boost. He's just going to be shredding through people left and right. He got Mineral, super block. He's gonna take D.Va out of the sky there. That was Spree finishing him off. So Kungarna finally cementing their offense. They will get this first point. Luminosity, though, with a pretty solid hold overall. The Symmetra working pretty well.
Certainly taking away quite a bit of time. Mineral switching back to Lucio now that the first point is over, giving up Symmetra. Super block. Still ready to go with an Earth Shatter. Kungarna, self-destruct. Remix working on his own Earth Shatter. Hopefully he can make that connect better than he has so far in the street space.
Michael goes for the self-destruct over top of the buildings there. Didn't really get anything with it. It just kind of went in blind, and I'm sure his teammates called out where it was at. They've traded 1 for 1 off the start. 5v5. Now Luminosity dropping yet another as Connor J is doing Connor J things at the moment. 3 for him on this fight. Remix charging through. 4 in total for Connor J. This guy is a monster on the Roadhog.
It's going to allow Kingarna to just breeze through the streets so far, at least. Luminosity's going to have a chance at a couple more fights here. That guy is just a monster, and you also have ults coming online for Kingarna as well. I mean, a few of them here.
And the will of Graviton and a Nano. Meanwhile, Luminosity just with her own Nano.
Oh,
and that hook on Mineral.
Oh, you can't catch a break. Look at Mineral going down. This should be another one fight easily for Kingarna here. 3 kills for them. Ube is still in. He's on May at the moment. He almost has his Blizzard as well. Icefelt coming in, trying to use the Pulse Bomb, but won't connect onto anybody. And really, Connor J, again, starting it off for them, getting the hook onto Mineral, killing him, and it allowed him to take 2 fights in a row. And now Luminosity, a couple guys getting forward spawns as well. They might even be able to get some out of the mech, but Kingarna's just rolling on the offense. At the moment.
Connor J playing very far forward here. He's being kept alive, though. Down to about 300. Oh, that right click connecting with Superblock's face.
Oh man, all these Luminosity players are just running onto the cart and dying on it. I guess it's time for a reset for them. They had people scattered and people that were still alive, so it's good to just go die on the cart. If you need to reset, just go die on the cart. Get your reset in, and now they'll have everybody back together.
Yeah, but 5 ultimates on the side of Kingarna as Blam comes online right about now. Luminosity with 3, 4, almost 5 at Pulse Bomb, not really connecting.
The Blizzard does go down. Remix uses Earth Shatter, but there's no one there to follow up, and maybe should have waited on that one. He definitely could have saved that for another fight, because Luminosity had already used a few ultimates there. And actually, it may have just been Blizzard and self-destruct, but still, he didn't really get much out of it. Regardless, they will still have a nano boost, as well as a self-destruct on the side of Kingarna. But they had also used the sound barrier last fight, Kingarna, so they will not have that available to themselves. Michael with that self-destruct, seeing maybe what he can do with that. Connor J starting it again to take Icefelt out of the equation on this next fight, and they are looking to move forward. Remix now is going to get that nano boost. Sound barrier from Luminosity looking to mitigate that damage that Remix is about to put out onto them. Superblock with a pretty big Earth Shatter from himself. Ajax eliminated here by Superblock, and he's still in, but quickly taken out by Michael. Is such low health for him. Connor J still going at it, getting 2. And now the self-destruct is going to try and land right on top of the cart. Connor J was sleeping, so Spree had easy pickings for himself right there. But Kingarna is still having pretty good control of the cart at the moment, but Luminosity's got those respawns coming in.
Maybe that's the ultimate answer for Connor J, right? And just try and squeeze in a sleep dart. Don't touch him at all and park a self-destruct right on his face.
This is the only way we can stop him. Yeah, but now they can do it. They just got to crack the equation, figure out.
Maybe Bay would just save him with a shield or
yeah,
something.
Exactly.
I mean,
he's not even that.
Kingarna, 2 ultimates on their side, and 1 coming out from Baby Bay, catching a lot of Luminosity in it.
There was a lot inside of that Graviton. Michael sent his self-destruct in to get both of the supports of Luminosity, and Ube falling to Remix as he finds 2 for himself to kill Spree on top of Ube, and Kingarna now definitely seeming as though they will be able to cap this point off. The Superblock wants to come out and contest. He'll get there in the nick of time. A good biotic from Hedan on top of the balcony. Yeah, he's just sitting up there supporting his team from afar, and I don't know if anyone from Kingarna even realizes it yet, and there is a whole hog from Connor J to try and pick up a couple more kills here. Ube has switched to Farah for Luminosity to see maybe if they can hold him off here, as they are finding kills on Kingarna at the moment. And it may just be Luminosity hanging on.
That might be the hold. That might be the hold right there. Luminosity moments away from potentially taking map 1.
Kingarna's going to have one last shot. 15 seconds. They're going to have to speed boost into the point as well. So it is just a few seconds now, and Ube is going to be up high, and the self-destruct going in. That's going to be it for Remix, and so
picked up
Blam
2
going down as well. 2 for them. Luminosity seeming to be able to hold on right now. Baby Bay sitting up on the high ground is Soldier 76. He's got to find something, though. Quickly being contested by Spree to get finished off. That should be it. Luminosity will hang on the defense to stop Kingarna, and they will take map 1 in this best of 3.
What a thrilling match. Again, this is Overwatch for you. You don't know who wins until the very, very last moment. It looked like they were going to make the final hold, and then no, Luminosity shutting it down, holds them down, and takes the win.
Yeah, it was close. I thought Kingarna was going to be able to take it coming into the match, but Luminosity again, proving me wrong, and they had a great defense, as you said, Caleb, right at the end there. Both teams were able to pull out those defenses towards the end, but Luminosity certainly looking a little more collected and playing well compared to yesterday.
Yeah, plus testing out Sombra for the first time, at least,
Yeah.
at least in the Winter
fun to see.
Premiere. And it really worked out for them. I mean, aside from that third point, they were moving pretty consistently the entire time. And Kungarna able to slow them down a lot on the third point, but when that situation was on the other way around, Luminosity full held, Henon hanging out on the high ground. Not to mention the sleep dart to the self-destruct that picked up 2 in the back, just absolutely gutted Kungarna's ability to push on that final point.
I'm going to come back and talk to you again about that Sombra pick. But first, we're going to take a look at Superplock and his play on Reinhardt. Clutch plays from this man as they're able to take the win.
Superplock was making some big plays, really crucial earth shatters to Luminosity's success throughout much of
You
this.
just see his health.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is another big one for him right there, and just allows the rest of Luminosity to clean up on those guys. So he did well at initiating and just being an overall presence in the team fights, getting in there, not afraid to just start swinging away and help Luminosity to victory on map 1.
And so what do you think is the mindset behind Luminosity hiding that Sombra pick up until now? And then Icefeld comes out and seems to play it very well, as if he's been playing it for a long time. Kungarna had no seeming response to these EMPs. What do you think was the mentality behind that pick there?
I think they thought they could catch him off guard with it, and they certainly did. Kungarna didn't really make any adjustments to deal with the Sombra, so it worked for them. And I'd like to see him continue to work with it, Luminosity, a little bit. It seemed to work well for them. And Kungarna, if they're not going to do anything to deal with it, then why not?
I can see a couple different reasons, actually, and this might take a while, but first off, the Sombra obviously worked against Kungarna for complexity. So there's a little bit of that, right? You know that you can get some distance out of it. You could argue that perhaps they've now been practiced with it or know what to look for. But then there's also the factor that this is a double day for them. Now, every team in the Winter Premiere will have to play a double day at some point where they play 2 matches in 1 day in order to get through essentially the 7 rounds of an 18-round robin over 6 days. That's why we're into 5 matches a day from here on out for the most part. So if they really want to throw off everyone, you can break out a completely different set of strategies for the first match in particular. And then the second match, they've always got to wonder, well, are they going to run this one? Or are they going to run that brand new thing they just broke out? And there's always a lot of things you can do to kind of destabilize people's planning at that point. So if there ever was a time to do it, now's the time, and I think Luminosity probably recognized that part the most.
So map number 2 rather, will be Watch Point Gibraltar, and this will be it for Kungarna. They've got to hold here, or they're going home.
Yeah, this is a map they actually had success with against Complexity, I believe, on day 1. So we'll see. This is they generally look pretty good here overall, and pretty close with Complexity. So they are going to be going against Luminosity, though, for today on it, and we'll see. They will be on the defense first, Kungarna. This time, Luminosity will be starting us off on the attack, and well, Kungarna, pretty standard. This is generally what we see from them on the defense of this map. They'll just put Baby Bay up top with Blam, Baby Bay playing Soldier 76, and of course, everybody else playing their usual roles here.
Yeah, and then let Diva fly around and either shut down somebody in particular or just sort of get up on the high ground behind them as they come through the bridge and fire down the back of their heads. It's just kind of a lot of different spread out positions that are hard to deal with when you attack into Kungarna on Gibraltar. And they've looked very strong on Gibraltar, one of the teams that really doesn't have a whole lot of trouble in the second point, and certainly causes a lot of other teams trouble in the second point, at least so far in the Winter Premiere. Luminosity, like you said, will be on defense. I'm curious if they're going to run Sombra here too.
Well, we'll see. I mean, as we talked about earlier, this is a map that you can do it on. Icefeld is going to go for the early Sonic, but no, he will be switching to Soldier 76 for now, not going for that Sombra again. He thinks better of it for this map, apparently, but
I'd agree with that, especially with Baby Bay on Soldier 76.
yeah, and Kungarna's got themselves a bit spread throughout their first point defense. It might be a bit harder to get a real good EMP off, so...
Yeah, it's not like EMPing 4 tanks.
Right, exactly, where they're all just kind of clumped. And so they will be just running Icefeld on that 76, and now that card has come up the hill. We should be seeing a fight momentarily. Luminosity hurtling back into the...
Oh, that's huge.
That is just all the way from downtown for Connor J. And that'll force Luminosity to back up, wait for Icefelt to get the respawn. He's going to get Spree in there as well, but he's easily able to fly away. So Luminosity in the regroup mode. See if they want to do the same thing. I'm guessing their plan was to potentially go all the way up top on the high ground and basically flip-flop sides as they went into that server room. But
yeah, clear Baby Bay off the high ground in particular.
Well, now they have Spree trying to go up there to deal with him. And they actually do end up kind of flip-flopping a little bit. Baby Bay still up top, though, uncontested. Super Plot goes down to Connor J. Baby Bay and Blam are both up here, just able to do really whatever they want. The Luminosity are still finding kills. Ube and Icefeld amongst the players to be able to pick some up. So Baby Bay's going to have to do something big. He does have a nano boosted attack visor at his disposal, and he is going to be able to do a lot of damage. Spree getting knocked out of the mech. There is going to be a self-destruct to try and zone him. Just before that, though, he took down Spree, but he will end up getting finished off by Icefeld. Michael back into the fray here to try and hold this first point for Kingarna. This Remix has made his way back as well. Now Super Plot getting that nano boost, gets earth shattered by Remix, though should be charged in just a moment. There it is. He's going to lay into him, and Kingarna are going to be able to hold themselves on the first point, shutting down Luminosity after using a few ultimates on the side of Luminosity.
Kungarna, they've got a self-destruct, a whole hog on their side, and a sound barrier on the way. Luminosity, their own whole hog, and earth shatter. But everything else fairly low. I guess a sound barrier looming here with 20% left. Michael just getting a little bit of forward vision here on Luminosity as they press forward, backing up. Flying around behind him, he's going to knock them all off.
Yeah, that's beautiful play from Michael. He does that so well, getting the disrupts and initiating for Kingarna and Blam. Already, look at this, the Luminosity. Not much they can do about it. Baby Bay, though, is going to get taken out by Spree. Luminosity is exchanged 2 for 2, so they will decide to use a sound barrier off of that. They think they have a shot at winning this fight. Remix able to get Spree, so it's just Icefelt sitting back here, but totally denied thus far by Michael, and Kingarna using a sound barrier of their own, and that might spell the end for Luminosity at the time, for the time being at least. And Icefelt dying late, and there's only 45 seconds for them to work with. And so far they only have, well, they're probably going to have about 3 ultimates for the next fight. And Kingarna, though, they already have 4 online.
They've got 4, and they're on defense, and Baby Bay at 60%. Very likely he can get one in the middle of this fight, depending on how long it lasts. I mean, 30 seconds left. Luminosity on the ropes here, in my opinion.
Yeah, they are certainly on the ropes. It's going to be a tough one. Connor J starting it off. He gets a nano boost and the whole hog, and he will follow these guys all the way inside of the server room. Does get earth shatter, but Super Plot himself is going to get sent to the ground. So they're trying to find something on this fight. Luminosity, Icefelt does have a attack visor that he can work with, though. No Diva up in his face either, so can he find kills? That's the thing. Oh no, there's only 3 guys up for them. It's going to be all done for Luminosity, just getting demolished there. Baby Bay with a big tack visor of his own to send them to the other side. And oh wow, they are looking very good here, Kingarna. That defense was quite gorgeous.
And that earth shatter picking up so many people. 3, really, but 3 very, very important players. And Reinhardt and Ana alone is worth the earth shatter. But if you're catching a Lucy off the corner, well, goodbye.
Yeah, see you later. And, well, now we're going to go for the change of sides. And Kingarna doesn't need to do all that much on the offense, really. I mean, they don't have to push it far, not even first point. So, Luminosity, they're going to have to pull something big on the defense. They do have Ube showing a Mei so far, and I mean, at this point, you might as well go for things that can stall over and over, because I mean, Kingarna's going to have 4 minutes of just going at them on this first point. But if Kingarna is able to get this first checkpoint, they are clear to send to a 3rd and final map.
Luminosity going to run 4 tanks in this situation. Not entirely sure how I feel about that. I really, really feel like Soldier 76 is just so strong in the high ground, especially when you can put Ana up there as well. As long as you structure your team kind of around those positions. But at the same time, opponents can come around. Do you like role-playing a real hacker right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Or a modern DJ? You really want to get into it?
I mean,
he's not actually doing anything. He's just bouncing his hand up and down.
It could go either way. I mean, he definitely looks like he's going to work hacking. Look at him.
Something's glitching out.
Hopefully the server doesn't crash.
Oh, God, yeah. Complexity's not playing. That won't happen.
Oh. Well, here we go. It's Kagarna going to the offense. If they don't need to push far, and they are going to be sitting up top. Some of those Luminosity players, they're playing aggressively towards the. They were aggressively towards the top, but now starting to rotate back around into the underpass. And see, as we said, 4 tanks for Luminosity. Kagarna, they are going to have Baby Bay still rocking on the Soldier 76, and he was quite effective for them on defense there, so why not keep him on it? If we can get him on some sort of a high ground, it would be a really big, and look at that, he is already on this high ground here. And Michael will be trying to push the cart forward. All of Kagarna have gotten themselves on the high ground. This is something they often do on this map, actually. All get up to this point in the high ground. Baby Bay tries to make the jump, and he will just wrap back around and get on top of this high ground from behind. They did this exact same thing. It was either yesterday or the day before. Now he himself has got basically the same defensive positioning that he had when Kagarna was on the defense, and he already gets super block, heat in, down to Michael. And Baby Bay is still just sitting up top there uncontested, and this is just easy mode for Kagarna right now. Pressing forward, the exact same thing that they did on other days we watched them on this map. I can't remember if it was yesterday or not, but still, I don't even think anyone from Luminosity is going to make it back. Super Block is coming in here. Remix getting the Earth Shatter. Here it is. Kagarna easy to take this. Baby Bay with 3 for himself. And Kagarna just breezing through Gibraltar. No issues whatsoever for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Baby Bay taking that high ground and coming in from behind them. It seemed like a situation to me that really probably should have worked out differently.
Well,
you got
no
all
one
6
contested
players
him.
in one group. You send somebody around and they flank it. So it's the opponent, right? You got Baby Bay behind you. He fires in. You point Diva or something at him. Make sure that he doesn't get the return from that. And immediately press onto everybody else. And it's an isolated 6-on-5 as long as you capture it really, really quickly. But, I mean, perhaps that's a little bit harder to execute in reality than it sounds like conceptually. But either way, they allowed Baby Bay to come in there and fire from up there for so long he's able to get a pick. And at that point, now it's just you're surrounded in a 6v5 and the tables turn completely to the other side.
Yeah, that's the thing. He was uncontested when he did it. I would assume teams are going to start. Yeah, look at this. He's just
Just let him do it.
literally had no one on him.
Picks off Super Block too, which is the worst. One of the worst possible scenarios in this.
That's the thing. In that situation, I don't know if nobody saw him drop and
They must not
start
have.
to flank,
They must not
because, I mean, as soon as they saw that happen, Icefeld needs to be ready to just go and contest him as soon as that happens, because they did the same strategy on other days on this map, and now I think teams are going to be a little more aware of it, that he immediately does that, and he just sits in the exact same spot that he does when he's on defense, and he can do whatever he wants. Unless you get the Diva up there, you need to get the Diva up there to contest him.
And they certainly did. Kagarna looking very strong on that map, pulling Renegades of just a 1-0 here on Gibraltar. And we've seen that so much today of Gibraltar, this first point, where it used to be where it was we were seeing teams push them. We haven't seen the third section of this map yet today. Like, no one has capped the second point. We've played it 3 times.
Everybody's having trouble with the first 2 stages. Yeah. They can't even begin to think about the third.
One day, everybody has trouble assembling a strong defense, and we just constantly push all the way. And the next day, everybody's going hero mode on defense.
They all listened. They were like, "Oh, Caleb really wants strong defenses. Let's get some strong defenses for Gibraltar." That's exactly what happened.
And now it's
yes.
As
they lean back on the couch and stare at
like,
a poster
got him.
Of you, just thinking about it. What can I do to impress Caleb today?
What does Wavepunk want? Yeah,
that was exactly it. I guarantee it. But no, it's crazy. These guys, on no days are there good defenses and offenses both. It's one or the other. And today it's the day of the defense. Today, apparently.
At least with Renegades, every day is defense day.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's, that's just their thing.
That's
I guess.
true.
But
with that win, Kungarna does force a third map. We'll go to one final game here, and it will be Kings Row, where it all is decided. We've seen some defenses here before. We've also seen some blazing offenses. Who do you think is going to take it here after seeing 2 games?
After seeing that, I'm feeling Kungarna on Kings Row. If I do say so myself, you're given some deep thought
It
there.
would fit into
You need another minute.
It would fit into my prediction. I mean, I can go either way on this one. Luminosity on Kings Row versus Kungarna on Kings Row. I'm just going to judge it basically solely off of last map, and then that's Kungarna, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, there you have it.
I'm just. There's a part of my mind that's very worried about Luminosity, because after that last map, if this goes bad, they have a short break and then play Kingdom.
Yeah.
Renegades. It's Renegades. It's the Detroit Renegades.
Get it together.
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you, Renegades. I'll wake up every day, look in the mirror, maybe tweet it out. By the way, Kingdom is now Renegades.
And please angrily tweet at him for getting this wrong. I want to see some angry tweets. But it is Kungarna this time. Now that we're back in the game, I guess we have a game to cast. It's Kungarna. They're on the offense first. And Luminosity will try themselves on defense. But so far, Kungarna is showing a dive comp. I would love to see it come from them. We've seen them pull it off with great success in the past. And they'll have Connor J, at least at the time being, they'll have him on Genji, Michael on Tracer, Remix on the Winston. Baby, no, they might be switching it back. Sad. No, he's going to go back to Genji. All right, he's just messing with us. But here we go. It is the dive comp coming out from Kungarna. And pretty standard setup from Luminosity. Triple tank, Icefeld on 76. You know, the huge on Kings Row defense. But Michael already wrapping around this backhand side.
We saw his Tracer yesterday.
Which was very, very vicious. He's going to be looking to get on this back line. And I see even this, what he's doing right now is good because he's just distracting them. And he's being a nuisance, a pain in the butt for them. And now he's dropping behind and waiting for the rest of his team to come back up. And Ube, well, Ube's at least going to start it off as the rest of Kungarna dove in. Remix went down. So did Baby Bay. Icefeld ended up getting killed, and Connor J's still in the mix, but it's time to back up as Kungarna lost some of their players, but it's a good idea. I mean, Michael was at least given the harassments. It's just the Kungarna guys dropped in the beginning.
And Luminosity recognizing that the amount of damage they're going to take from that feels like more than it's actually going to happen. I mean, when you hear the headshots coming in and everything, it's easy to kind of overreact, but if you look up and see that, but hold that thought, here comes Kungarna.
They're going to be right back into it. Pulse bomb off from Michael, gets 2 to kick us off, and Remix taking down Super Block. So it is definitely going to be Kungarna all over this point. They came back with a vengeance and a team wipe on their second push. Oh, man.
Oh, that little dance.
I'll start it
Everything I hoped it would be.
Well, he did the little dance here, too. Gave him the dance with the pulse bomb zipping in and rewinding right back out. And it was just crushing blows from Kungarna there. Now Luminosity are back into the fight. Ube will now be on the May for this Streets phase.
3 years later, the payload comes out of the garage, and
really.
Kungarna starts their assault on the street space.
Yeah, I've been waiting. Oh my goodness, that ice goal from Ube just melted Baby Bay, but Ube is quite hurt at the moment. He'll just go into the fetal position inside of his ice block, and well, Michael is going to be trying to chase him down. He still wants to finish him off.
Oh!
Finally gets him with the pulse bomb. He'll use it on him, and Michael relatively uncontested in the back here. There is going to be a Graviton surge out from Luminosity, and that will find a lot of players of Kungarna, Icefelt, and Spree able to find a few for themselves. So Kungarna is going to have to go back to the drawing board and regroup for another push here. Soon coming up on a few ultimates. Remix and Ajax, Baby Bay, and Connor J all about to have one.
Yeah, a lot to draw on the drawing board for Kungarna. They're basically looking like 4 ultimates in the next few seconds. Luminosity, you said it, holding on to 2, basically 3. Kungarna getting some distance here in the streets phase. Luminosity looking for their exact opening they want to take. I mean, the self-destruct by itself can be enough in the right circumstances, but they're probably waiting to connect it. There's an Earth Shatter.
There's that Earth Shatter. A few are going to drop to that, and the rest of Kungarna flooding through into the alleyway to try and clean up on it. Oh, the self-destruct is going to land right in front of Connor J. And Icefeld actually is able to get 2 off of the back of that, and Luminosity, coupled with that Blizzard that Ube threw out there, is going to put Kungarna down and stop them right there.
I've seen hooks get shut down a lot of ways, but a self-destruct landing directly next to you right before you fire is not one you see very often.
Do not see it too often at all, but it will be Kungarna now. It'll be Kungarna. 3 ultimates for them ready to go. And Luminosity, they have a couple for themselves. Super Block, the Earth Shatter. And now the Graviton. Oh no, Graviton came out, got eaten up though, so nothing off of that. Baby Bay, we've seen that happen to him quite a few times over the last few days, just tossing it right inside right into D.Va's defense matrix, and Luminosity are really holding these streets strong. I mean, it's just seconds, and Kungarna gets obliterated, and Ube, a big part of that as well on May, for sure, with these walls.
I feel like if Kungarna doesn't cap the second point, Luminosity is going to take this map.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And Kungarna's, well, they now have a nano boost.
Ultimates on their side too for Luminosity.
Yeah, this is, at this point, Kungarna may as well just try and go in, bait ultimates out of Luminosity at this point, really. Just go in, bait them out, and here they go. They're going to go in with some. Ajax using his sound barrier, and there's going to be Graviton. No one going down. Finally, Super Block. He gets 2 for himself, man. Kungarna. Oh my, they use a sound barrier there. I really didn't want to see them use a sound barrier there. Just go in and bait the ultimates, and Michael's going to get staggered very, very late here. And that's not good news for them. They're already down to 1 minute and 25 seconds left. And, I mean, they don't really have... They have a couple to work with. They'll have maybe 4 for the fight, but Luminosity's doing a good job of managing their ultimates as well, because they have 3. And 2 of those are a lot of CC.
3 of those are huge.
Yeah.
And that's self-destruct, an Earth Shatter, and a Blizzard on defense with 1 minute left. That's a lot to work with. Kungarna starting to... Actually, they're not the ones pressing. Super Block's going to lead Luminosity right into the assault.
Luminosity not afraid to play it.
Oh, that Earth Shatter.
Earth Shatters on both sides are going to put players down. There is a Blizzard to land on top of it as well. Luminosity are still just rolling here. Michael is going to get ejected from the mech. Ube gets 2 here, and I think that might be about set and done for Kungarna. They'll have 1 last shot, but man, they're just not getting anything off of these ultimates. Luminosity is playing their game well. They're managing their ults well. They still have 4 ults to work with.
Connor J getting a lesson in thermodynamics there. You don't have to be completely immersed in the Blizzard. Just a little toe in and it'll freeze you eventually. Luminosity with, let's call it 4 ultimates on their side. Kungarna with 2, and Baby Bay, you can count on that being 3, but they might not have the time.
Oh, the Biotic lands on top of all these guys. Icefeld and Spree bringing it home for Luminosity. I think that might just do it for Kungarna's offense. There's no one around. I mean, they don't even have any ultimates to work with Kungarna, and there's still a lot of Luminosity players here. That'll seal it at least for the offense. Kungarna didn't even make it far in those streets. And the ultimate management from Luminosity there was very, very solid in the streets. I mean, they always had something up, and they got a lot of value out of whatever they did use in a fight. But it seems like they just always had something to work with. Because right after this fight, where they just used Blizzard, Earth Shatter, then they had Graviton, Sound Barrier, they had a Nano Boost, and even a self-destruct. And Kungarna, there was just times where they used theirs, but didn't really get anything out of them, and times where I would have liked to have seen them just go in, bait ults, take another fight after that. Just go in and die, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it's Luminosity's game to win right now. That is not an unreachable point of the Streets phase whatsoever. You get that first point in a reasonable amount of time, honestly, at all, and that's definitely within reach.
Yeah, this is very, very within reach for Luminosity. I mean, they could send this one home 2-1, and they'll feel good going into their next match as well.
Which is so important.
Yeah. Yeah, because they do have another one right after this, so they will be playing against Renegades once this match concludes. And a
first they need to get through this one. That's the big thing. And they have a fantastic opportunity to do so. It's theirs to win for sure. And Kingarna on the defense, nothing unusual for them. A pretty standard setup. Same thing that they ran on Gibraltar. Same thing they run on a lot of their defenses. We'll have Baby Bay on that 76 to just sit up on the high ground and kind of shoot down at him. Luminosity, see what they want to go with, though. They do have Icefeld, Hanzo so far. Maybe just a quick, not even a quick, Sonic Arrow.
Get Icefeld in there to flank around Kungarna as quickly as possible. But Baby Bay, both of those two will probably come head-to-head at some point here. It's fairly inevitable on the first point. Luminosity just now starting their assault in the first point of Kings Row.
And just working right in to him as Luminosity looking for that early hook. Not going to find it. They do have Mineral on as Zenyatta this time. Baby Bay is all the way up top. Remix, first of all, that is really bad news for Kingarna. 2 down for them already, and he's got that Discord up on Diva, who's on the high ground. That's Michael up there, and
the right click from Zarya and the Helix coming in from Icefeld, taking out Baby Bay without him even showing his face, it looked like from our angle. And that's going to be the first point for Luminosity with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. That is a long time to push it just a little bit down the streets phase. I'd say roughly 2/3.
Yeah, they have all the time in the world right now. Kingarna's going to have to, I mean, have a miracle or something, but they have no ults either at the moment.
I mean, neither have a whole lot of
neither, but
ultimates, but Luminosity certainly has the advantage. Kingarna's got to take it to him early and really set it back.
Well, here we go. They are going to charge in, or at least Remix is going to charge in off the start here. And a hook up top.
How did that land from Connor J? What the hell was that? Icefeld going down. Connor J is going to take a decent bit of damage, but he's looking for a little bit more. And he does have the... There's going to be a Zenyatta up top as well, but the Mineral, he's all the way up top in the window. Continuing to get the hooks here is Connor J.
Honestly, I don't know what's wrong with us. Being surprised by things that hooks do is so 2016.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That is true. Hey, Hook 2.0 though, huh? How about that? Soon. Either way, it's Luminosity. They got 4 ultimates online for themselves at the moment.
Super Block getting real close to 5, but a Graviton coming out for Luminosity as they're looking to close this map out. They will get a lot of distance out of this.
They just used 3 ultimates in total, and they are finding the kills to back it up to justify this ultimate usage spree with 2 of them. Ube to kill Blam, and Kingarna's got such a long walk back here. All they can hope for is that if there's anybody around to even just to stall the point during this, that's all they're...
Baby Bay can't do it alone. Not on Zarya.
He's going to get melted real quick. I don't think there's... No, nobody's going to be there to do it. And Luminosity having their way with Kingarna there on Kings Row and map 3. Pretty solid game from them, man.
What a match here. That was one of the more thrilling quick matches we've seen so far, especially when I loved the way that Kingarna's came out of the gates swinging, bringing Michael on Tracer, quickly takes the first point, gets a team wipe, and then they can't bring it together in the streets phase as we see Luminosity just really cohesion as a team and just completely wipe them time and time and time again.
The defense was great there. Luminosity, I think, like I was saying, their ultimate management was just superb throughout the street phase in particular because they always had ultimates online. That was a big thing for them, and Kingarna just couldn't seem to get value out of theirs.
So we will take another look at Luminosity's blazing fast cap on the first point. They look just as strong as Kingarna did right here.
And they had Mineral going. Generally, you always have at least like Lucio on the offense, but they went for the Ana Zen on the offense this time. Generally something you'll see more so on the defense. It worked well for them. Mineral just sitting in the back, keeping that Discord up and allowing guys like Icefeld to just select targets and melt them.
And Baby Bay is going to hang up in that window, which he does a lot of the time, and perhaps Luminosity doing their homework and knowing that. As soon as the Discord lands on him, that really shuts down that window play because the Zenyatta on the other side, he knows exactly when you're coming back to that. He can relay it, I mean, a little bit, just tell people he's still in the general window area so that you know he's not slipping someplace. And as a Soldier 76, that's got to be in your head. You can't necessarily wait it out because the fight's going to be over. And even still, when you come back, it's just going to land on you anyways. You can't have a Discord press you out of the fight for a few seconds every time. So really just another position is probably what should have happened there. But as long as Mineral's spamming his projectiles into that window, you're not going to get anything at all. So Luminosity possibly doing their homework there on the first point, and it certainly paid out.
Now, David, you mentioned before this map that if Luminosity were to lose, it would be really detrimental to their mentality going into their next match against Renegades. How do you feel that this win helps them?
I think there's a great storyline here for them internally, right? Because there's always kind of a message the team needs to understand and live in order to kind of keep morale in the right place, unless they're just robots, which usually isn't the case. And usually. But I would say, you know, they got tested very hard. They recovered from a pretty hard loss on Gibraltar, and then they bounced back, and they beat a team that can show them a pretty feisty defense and certainly a strong offense at different times. And now perhaps Kungarna didn't play as well as they could have on Kings Row, but either way, it's pretty irrelevant to Luminosity at the moment.
Sure.
They're coming off a win. They're going to play against Renegades, which in many ways is kind of similar to Kungarna, but better. To be blunt about it. So they've got to be feeling good, honestly. Just take a few minutes break, relax a little bit, and just do it all over again. But just the fact that they were able to bounce back after Gibraltar heralds some good things for them.
Absolutely. So when we will take a little short break here, when we come back, Renegades defends their perfect run. Can they do it, or will Luminosity be able to give them their first loss? We'll all find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere. It's been an exciting day number 3 for the group stages, and we've got one more excellent match in store for you today. Renegades has not lost yet, and it's all coming down to right now. Can it happen? Will it happen? Will it be Luminosity, guys? What do you think?
Oh man, I hope Renegades can pull this off, man, because they are just looking so good at the moment, and I feel as though they will be able to take it against Luminosity.
I agree. I think it's going to be a 2-1.
2-1?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be the first
Luminosity-
team. No one's taken them to 3 games yet, even.
I know.
That's
I know.
how good
I
Renegades
think this
has been.
might be the first case. I'm definitely stretching it a little bit, man. Renegades have been playing really well so far, but I'm hyped for Luminosity right now.
Yeah. They've got to feel great coming off of that win over Kungana. We'll take a look at the standings as they stand before this final match. Renegades right up there on top, followed by Immortals, but Luminosity vying for that top 3.
Yeah, Luminosity are still very, very much in the mix, and it'll be interesting to see how things play out, not only through the end of today, but also through next week as well, as we go into the next week of this particular stage of the group play. But Renegades, man, that's one of the big stories coming under the new name of Renegades, of course, formerly known as Kingdom, and now they're just crushing it. They're beating teams like FaZe and others. It's been a treat to watch them play this well, even with some of the roster swaps that they've made.
Absolutely. So, Renegades, will this be the time that they finally drop? We will be starting on Gibraltar, so we have the potential to have another 1-0 victory for them if they wanted. Now, that does say that they have started on defense every time. Were they to start on offense, that would change up that scoreline. But we could still have a shutout. They have yet to let anybody score on map number 1.
I'm thinking still, even on Gibraltar, I feel as though it's all Renegades for me. Just because, I mean, you could have given me any map for a first map, and I'd probably still say Renegades, just because I feel so good about them right now.
But this one in particular, Luminosity just had a bad time on Gibraltar.
Exactly, even more
That's
so.
probably got to be in their head at least a little bit. You know, like, oh man, Kingdom's been playing so well. Renegades,
You say
Renegades
one more
have been playing so well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all true. They're both true. Same thing. Renegades have been playing so well, and Luminosity just not on Gibraltar. But if it kicks into King's Row after that, now that's going to be the really interesting match, the really interesting map out of all of it. Or honestly, this one could be as well. You look at it both sides. Luminosity just looked very strong on King's Row. And Renegades got it this time.
Good job. Good job.
Has looked strong on pretty much every defense. So
Absolutely.
that's a little bit hard to predict the exact kind of details map to map and exactly who's going to take what. But I think Gibraltar in particular should go to Renegades.
Absolutely. So Renegades has shown very, very few mistakes, if any at all. This roster almost impeccable coming into this. I think they've been scored on maybe 4 total points in the Overwatch Winter Premiere.
Yeah, I mean, guys like Mangachu playing Farah, where he really goes uncontested, is a big part of that. And to back that up, guys with like Jesus in the mix there as well. Between the two of them, they can really do a lot of damage to the other team. Juvenile on tank is a very aggressive tank. He will just like to charge in there sometimes out of nowhere. You just see Juvenile going in, but he'll get the backup from his teammates, and that's what matters. So these guys are a lot of fun to watch. If you haven't seen them play yet, you definitely need to check out this next match, because you see some pretty incredible stuff between them. But Jesus, of course, big tracer player. He can go in there on the King of the Hills or the control points. And Mangachu, anything between Zarya, Mei, Farah, you know, he's got a lot of versatility there as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because we all like seeing the underdog stories. We always like seeing, you know, the big giant being toppled by the smaller team. But I also like seeing kind of the like Ronda Rousey storylines of like, just how long can they keep this going? How long can they keep this like insane run? And that's Renegades is kind of on one right now. Granted, it's only day number 3, but
wow, man,
I really want him to.
Bringing up the Ronda comparison. Don't put that evil on them.
Yeah, well, Ronda's had some trouble lately.
I wouldn't call Luminosity necessarily Holly Holmes.
Well, I mean, either way, Renegades, it's a fun story to see these guys who were never really like the top of NA Overwatch or anything, just kind of come out and really make a name for themselves here and show people that they can play and compete with some of the better NA teams.
Now, Luminosity might not be Holly Holmes, but they do have a lot of momentum behind them right now. Coming off of that win over Kungana, this team on fire right now, feeling good. What are they bringing to the table?
Well, you just saw in the last matches there. I mean, Superplock had some great gameplay on his Reinhardt that I really enjoyed watching, and between Icefeld, honestly, all these guys were a big part of the King's Row, just stomping really of Kungarna, if I can use that term for what just happened on King's Row. They look great. I mean, Ube, especially with his Mei play, actually was a really big factor in that game, and all around the good alt management that I was talking about before from all of Luminosity.
Definitely pointing out Ube is something I would agree with in general. Right on par with Nicholas with how he's been playing Mei so far in the Winter Premiere. I'm still debating with myself back and forth about the 2-1 scoreline on this. I still think no matter what, Renegades is going to take it. It's just starting out off on Gibraltar was not something I factored into the prediction to begin with.
Yeah, that's see, you gotta read the fine print, son.
Well, and this brings up a good point of Renegades feeling so hot. Just they look so good on Gibraltar earlier, and Luminosity struggled against Kungana. So what are the keys to victory for Luminosity? What do they need to do against Kungana if they want to win on Gibraltar?
Luminosity needs to make sure they can deal with Mangachu if he's out there, because in a lot of these matches that we've seen with Renegades in it, it's just been, I mean, Mangachu will play fair and nobody decides to really do much about it. He just kind of gets a lot of free reign, and
yeah,
you know, that's the thing. As long as you have something to counter him, then that's going to be a big part of what Luminosity needs to do, is to counter him.
Soldier 76. On Gibraltar. I don't think 4 tanks is personally, I don't really like the whole 4 tank hold for the first point of Gibraltar.
Sure.
We talked about it. There's a lot of wasted territory kind of when you do that, which you could debate about back and forth. But in particular, against Renegades, you really need a Soldier 76 there.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just in case Mangachu breaks out, even if he doesn't, to have that there, and regardless of whether he is playing fair or not, having a 76 up top on the high ground where Baby Bay would like to, would play on Kungarna, things like that up top with his Ana, just being able to just rain down shots from a distance and, force a diva to come contest you.
And a higher elevation for the Biotics as well to kind of maybe throw him behind the shield. The only real downside to that part in particular is your Biotic also takes a lot longer to travel and is a little bit less accurate for your own team, so it might show up a little bit late. But, I mean, give and take, I still think on the high ground in particular with any hit scan is going to be valuable. But as long as she's up there in particular, maybe that's enough to shut down Mangachu on Pharah, but I don't really think so. Either way, that's a lot of focus from a very key healer being spent on somebody like Mangachu.
Yeah.
And if he were to play Pharah in that instance, I'm fairly certain he would recognize exactly how much time is being wasted by him kind of playing that. So maybe bouncing back and forth between a hard cover and making sure that whoever's playing on in that circumstance would have to actually take that time to shoot at him so long, taking away healing from the main fight. But either way, we're going to see it relatively soon here. I think Luminosity mostly just needs to change up their defense here on Gibraltar. That's my personal opinion. And Renegades, I don't think they really need to change anything.
Yeah.
Just need to keep on rolling.
That's right. They just keep doing what they've been doing, and I think they will be feeling pretty good. So if we see, Renegades will be starting on the defensive side, I should say. This is our last matchup of the day as well. It's been a fun day, and
end of the week.
Yes, that's right. That's the last matchup of the week. We will not be back until next week. As I know how sad some of you may be and how happy some of you may be about that, but we are going to have a little bit of time off. So this is going to be hopefully a good finale to what we've seen so far this week. We've had some good matches, and see if Renegades can keep their perfect record going in the group stage of the Winter Premiere here. I guess technically in all of the Winter Premiere, because they won the first day, so they're still just cruising through perfect overall in any Winter Premiere match. Renegades looking to keep that going. They've been a real story. And on their defense. Pretty standard setup. Get Jesus on the 76. He'll be sitting in the back up top. And Man of Snow playing Diva. Mangachu on the Hog, which is something I haven't really seen him do much of since back in the Northern Gaming Red days.
Luminosity starting out with the Hanzo we see all the time just to get a little bit of early warning on the bridge area to make sure nobody's there. Switching over to Soldier 76, and we're going to see mirrors clash into each other here on the first point of Gibraltar. Renegades surrendering any of the high ground for the first part, which is pretty common these days, backing up into a more secure position, and Luminosity moments away from meeting their opponent for the first time tonight.
Ube's on the high ground here. He's going to be looking for that early hook over top of the shield. Mangachu lands his onto Ube instead.
Oh,
and
biotic,
clutch biotic to keep Ube alive, but Mangachu just shut Ube down completely right there. That was beautiful, but right now, Man of Snow is being contested by Icefeld and company inside of the server room as they start to make their way forward. Man of Snow is still in there. If he's not careful, might get popped out of his mech, so he needs to go back, get some heals from his Ana. And Ube's trying to work down that shield, missing the hook on a Juvenile. It's seemingly a pretty easy one for him to hit, getting put to sleep in the middle of the Nano Boost with Spree.
Down though.
And Sherlocky is going to go down, which is a big loss for Renegades on this first point. Juvenile hitting a pretty mean Earth Shatter, though. Getting hooked in was super blocked by Mangachu. There's going to be a self-destruct in. Renegades have found themselves two right here. Mangachu, the right click, finishes off super block and getting the hook to kill Mineral. This guy can play a bit of Hog, too. And that will leave Renegades in control of the payload. And despite losing Sherlocky early in the fight, who had a Nano Boost, they kept the momentum going, and the rest of the players made it happen.
It's like a 1-for-4 exchange overall.
Yeah, and that's a big turnaround. I mean, for them, as they were able to hold Luminosity off, but Ultimate's online.
Apparently every day is leg day up there for Jesus on Soldier 76, popping out some squats in between matches.
You know,
gotta stay swole.
No wasting any time.
You gotta flex the legs to carry, you know what I mean?
You got them. It's, you know, you gotta get in all the, you gotta be efficient with your time, of course. But it looks like Luminosity wanna wrap all the way up onto the high ground, and he was very aware of what was going on there.
This Renegade's following him up on the high ground as well. Okay, no, they're going to back off us. That was going to be incredibly interesting to me.
There's going to be a sound barrier from Renegades to start. Is Luminosity really engaging? No, he didn't actually got hooked and finished off by Mangachu as an opening pick. Mangachu gets the Nano Boost and a whole Hog. It'll be free for him. Just destroying Luminosity right there. The hook onto Super Block. Jesus with the cleanup. And Renegades pressing forward here. They want to really bring this home. And so far, their defense being just lights out.
Going down so late.
Oh, wow. I didn't even catch it for a second. That was...
and with 5 ultimates on the side of Luminosity, they are looking good here.
Oh, nice hook from Ube, pulling Mangachu from distance and able to kill him too. And now he's going to pop a whole Hog just to make sure, getting the Nano Boost. Not sure if they needed to really use the Nano Boost right there on top of that, to be honest. But regardless, they are still pressing the cart forward. There is going to be one up top. That was Jesus. He'll back himself off. Still pretty solid defense overall from Renegades to get us kicked off here on Gibraltar.
Yeah, Luminosity staying resilient, building up the ultimates, getting through that big pick on Sherlocky. Twice in a row they got him, but that last one definitely opened up their ability to push on that final point. Now moving into the second stage here, Luminosity already taking the shuttle away. This is looking really nice for them.
And now they've already got control of it. Just sitting in here, the Renegades have a couple ults to work with. Juvenile soon going to have that Earth Shatter. He actually has it right now. Mangachu almost up on the whole Hog. And we're going to see a little fight on the... Yeah, they're just going to take it with force. Commandeer the ship back. Ube going down off the start as Sherlocky takes him out of the fight. They've traded 1 for 1, and Jesus just sitting on the high ground, able to shoot really at whatever he wants. And there is going to be the... there's going to be the self-destruct there. Jesus couldn't quite find Spree before he got back into the mech. That's really disappointing. He does use the attack visor. There is going to be a Diva there to shut down a lot of it, really getting nothing on it. And a lot of the Luminosity players are actually underneath at the moment.
Yeah, they ducked as soon as they heard the attack visor.
Yeah, they all hit
went to cover and might be able to get Mineral. Yeah, Mana Snow found him real late. Renegades are actually coming back with their own kills here. Luminosity initially went up a lot of players in the fight, but Renegades are really coming out with a response here and getting some kills back. But the thing is, they need to get onto the payload and stop them from pushing, as they've allowed Luminosity to gain quite a bit of distance. I think they will be able to hold for now, at least. As they start to press forward and still finding kills.
Moment there showing off how spry 76 there is in his old age.
Hey, still kicking that blow.
Jerking back and forth, breaking ankles.
He's still reminiscent of his days on the court. And now, Luminosity, they'll have a couple ults, a few ults, just about to be online. Actually, 4 about to be up in total.
Renegade's about 2.
Yeah, they're in close. Jur, he's quite far away from his sound barrier, but getting hooked in was Mangchu though from Ube, but Ube quickly being dispatched of by Juvenile. Here's Renegades with a couple, 3 for themselves, though. They have one all the way back on the cart. Was going for a bit of a ninja cap, was Hedan, but they found him quick. How's Hedan? Oh, they're just going for the stagger. I was gonna say, how's he not dead yet? But I forgot staggering was a thing for a minute. Was actually able to kill Juvenile. It was either a stagger or they just whiffed horribly, but
that's going to pretty much balance the ultimate economy here. Roughly 4 on the side of Renegades and 4 for Luminosity, as Hedon's getting ready to come online with a nano boost. A better connection of ultimates on the side of Renegades, I would say, but either way, a lot of tools on either one, and a self-destruct to come out and waste some time from Luminosity. Renegades using that to keep him occupied, but maybe should have used it closer to the cart. Spree going to move in. He's got his own self-destruct locked and loaded.
He does have it at his disposal. Juvenile taking him into the boxes, and here comes the self-destruct out of Luminosity. It doesn't get anything, though. There will be a whole hog out with the nano boost. Luminosity has lost 2 already on this fight. Renegades players are still alive and well. The hook from Mangachu brings Ube back in to send it back to the respawn queue, and it's only Hedan that's in the immediate presence of the payload. And another team having trouble through this hangar phase of Gibraltar. Renegade shutting it down right there just before the second checkpoint. And Renegade still showing that they have just tremendous defenses. And this is right towards the end here. It was just Mangachu actually, he went down there, and then the rest of the team following up and just blowing through Luminosity. And
I think Luminosity might have gotten a little bit more mileage out of that self-destruct had Spree canceled the boost going upwards first. I believe it exploded just above the shuttle in that instance, which took out
too high.
Too high. It blocked a lot of the damage it could have done on the other elements of Renegades, but
either way, it's I mean, it could have gotten some more out of that. I don't know if that alone would have been enough. I mean, it could have been, because I don't think anyone from Renegades really went down during that fight. I mean, kills is obviously what they very much needed, but
yeah, but a self-destruct kind of in the card area, as long as you can kind of occupy Reinhardt, you can pull him out of the way or otherwise press him under or put him under pressure. He's either got to go down or let the cart just kind of move, right? Somebody's got to step onto it in that circumstance. So if it's in the right place, it could have been a cap on its own, taking the second point, but hindsight and all that, 2020.
Yeah, and now, well,
it's hard pulling those things off perfectly in the moment as well. Renegades,
there's a lot to think about.
They're going to get their shot on offense. Let's see if Mangachu runs Hanzo again for real.
I hope so.
I don't know about on Gibraltar.
Yeah, it'd be kind of tough there, but hey, I believe.
There's a lot of things to climb, though. Get some other angles.
Yeah.
It's not quite as good as King's Row, though.
Yeah, I mean, King's Row is like the Hanzo map.
It's flat.
Like
it's got the nice corners. Yeah. It's relatively predictable where people are going to be.
He's staying on it. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Here we go. Mangachu's going to stay on the Hanzo.
Oh,
he's going to be looking for one. Look at that right away. Sneaking up on him. Taking down Icefelt. Oh, baby. I love it. He's the Hanzo. And Renegades already, they're just going to cruise off of that too. 2 kills for them, and the rest of Luminosity are going to have to back up, but he wants a bit more of this. He's going to throw that Sonic Arrow out there.
Matters so much.
Yeah, and they know exactly when they're coming back.
Nope, never mind.
And he's going to be looking for another pickoff here. He's playing aggressively up top on the high ground. And Now he's going to drop, meet up with the rest of his team, but already has brought Superplock to about half health and just melting him in seconds. Oh my goodness, man. It's Icefeld up top here, but Mangachu's going to be giving him a run for his money for sure. And Man of Snow finds a couple for himself. Renegades are just, I mean, no trouble for them right here. All thanks to Mangachu really to start that whole sequence off by getting the opening pick on the Icefeld, and then from there, just snowballing.
That's a lot of time for Renegades to cap the second point, especially when they're pretty much online with 5 ultimates. Luminosity, you could argue too, but they're not quite there yet. Hedon will have his in this fight, and I would assume Spree will as well. Oh, okay, Icefeld changing over to Diva.
The amount of
away from Soldier
information.
76.
The amount of information they're gathering from Mangachu is just so big. He has a Dragon Strike right here too. He's going to send it in.
A little weird placement on that one.
Yeah. But other than that, still.
He's going to get another one real fast, so what does it matter as far as he's concerned?
True. They have, now Man of Snow is going to use his, see, I wish they would have, I think they could have waited, combined their 2 ultimates together a little bit better. I think Man of Snow should have probably held on to that Graviton, or vice versa. Mangachu hold on to the Dragon Strike, but either way.
Mangachu's 80% already. Like you said, vice versa. You can go either way on that one.
Yeah, you have options, but I think I think something they could have waited to combine. Either way would have been pretty effective for them. At least get 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, now Renegades with 2 ultimates. Mangachu's got his again, and Sound Barrier. That Dragon's going to come out and press Luminosity back into the middle.
So at least, yeah. They'll zone them out from that side, bring him back out towards the payload. Oh, Juvenile getting hooked in though. Just the shield goes down. Ube wasn't counting the ammo though, and wasn't able to actually put the shot into Juvenile, who did he just charged? Oh no,
he's charging out.
Yeah, no, that was. I thought it was Juvenile charging for a second. I'm blind.
Oh man,
but
Red Reinhardt charging at you is it's just an instinctual thing.
Yeah. And here's Mangachu still just sitting in the back, relatively uncontested, just sending off arrows. And there is an Earth Shatter coming down from Renegades, though. And, another one. I think that actually got eaten. Yeah, got completely eaten by Icefeld. He was just a little bit too close because that arrow still travels, and it got eaten up. So sadly, didn't get the combination right there. But Mangachu has just been so uncontested back here and has been pumping out damage. Oh no, this could be real bad. Shield up just in time. Oh, just barely from Juvenile. Superplock still comes in to kill them anyway, but it could have been the real big combination with the self-destruct for sure.
Either way, Renegades will fall. Renegades now switching Mangachu from Hanzo over to Pharah. Probably going to get on top of the shuttle there and rain down rockets into the back line. Maybe boost in a little bit late. Well, have to boost in that situation. Drop in a little bit late and focus on Hedon probably. I wouldn't be surprised though if Hedon just no-looks a sleep dart right in his face.
He's already trying to get up there and contest with him. He's going to take control of the ship, and we saw Mangachu was, some of these previous games, he's just a very, very talented Pharah player. He's, look at this, getting Icefeld
already.
Oh, now he's going to get the nano boost. He's going to immediately hunt down Hedan. Did get slept, a great sleep dart from Hedan, but still got the kill, and now he's 3 in total for Mangachu. He's just doing whatever he wants, uncontested in the skies. And it might just be about said and done for Luminosity on this map, as Icefeld will be up in the top left-hand corner, but someone needs to go and actually touch the payload and stop them from pushing it. There will be Superplock getting the nano boost, but still Renegades continue to just get kill after kill after kill. There will be Spree back on the cart. Not enough in the end. Renegades still showing that they are feeling good.
We were talking about Mangachu either flying in the back and killing Hedon or Hedon sleep darting him. Apparently that's not mutually exclusive as both took place, but it certainly worked out a lot better for Renegades.
Renegades get the win there on map number 1, but their streak of shutting people out does come to an end. So well done to Luminosity, as they took Renegades farther than any other team has been able to take them.
Hey, you know, that's one step in the right direction, but overall, Renegades still very, very solid. Their streak of not dropping any points was bound to come to an end at some point, but up to this point, the fact that they've been able to do that and they've still looked so good, I think map number 2, whatever it is still going to be in favor of Renegades because, I mean,
Well, that point that was scored was only the 5th point total that has been scored on them in the group stage on maps combined. So yeah, they are really shutting people down. A big part of that is Mangachu, as we saw him here on Hanzo, and then on Pharah. See him getting 3 here as he switched over.
Yeah, he's been so effective on Pharah, and I mean, just a soldier being out there is, no matter what team is running it, it hasn't been enough to deal with him. And you see, he's so good at target selection when he's playing Pharah as well. He'll, go for the soldier first or go for supports, but he deals with immediate threats to himself first, and then he will go for anything else.
Yeah, it's his general situational awareness. I mean, he took a path there knowing exactly where Icefelt was on Soldier 76 already, so that he could come in and give Icefelt as little time as possible to have any sort of chance of fighting him and just dropping rockets directly in his face. Perhaps Icefelt could have, sprinted and tried to run away in that scenario, but either way, that would have worked out for Mangachu. He took him off the high ground, caused him to disengage from the fight a little bit. Mangachu just constantly playing far and away, where you can't really contest him directly, because if you chase after him, he's going to make it take too long, or rather, if you look up too long, he's going to make it take too long, or if you don't look at him at all, he's going to dumpster the entire back line. It's just one of those situations where you're between a rock and a hard place pretty constantly when Mangachu's got you in his sights.
Absolutely, and Mangachu picking the Hanzo there at the beginning. With the Hanzo play we've seen today, all heroes have been played at least once in the Overwatch Winter Premiere. He was the only one that hadn't seen any game time, and he showed up in style today. Mangachu made him look good.
Yeah, Mangachu made him look, or made him pretty effective in both the matches. He's getting picks. He's doing a lot of damage, combining sometimes with the Graviton as well. Not so much on Gibraltar there in this match, but it's a combination that they have available that can be really deadly, and he's been effective with it. We saw Envious doing similar things at places like MLG, and Taimu going off with it, and now Mangachu's making it work. It's cool to see a variety of heroes being played.
And it's cool to see the way that Mangachu is just using the ability to switch heroes so much to their advantage that he makes them really think and account for the Hanzo, and just at the point when they're starting to figure out Hanzo, switches to Pharah, and all of a sudden they have to go back to the drawing board on how they're going to approach Renegades. And like those sorts of hero switching things, I feel like is a huge part of what has Renegades so far into this tournament. Yeah,
and hero switching was something that it kind of fell off a little bit when the ultimate charge was, it took longer to build your ultimates because it cost you a lot to change heroes up a lot. But I mean, in this case, Renegades are really only switching 1 or 2 around, like Mangachu and maybe someone else, and it's keeping things fresh, keeping people on their toes, and they're always having to deal with something a little bit different, and that's one of the strengths to have someone like Mangachu who's so flexible on your roster.
Yeah, and in that scenario, the losing an ult charge for the 2 heroes he was playing in particular there, not as big of a deal, right? Pharah Barrage is pretty great. At the same time, most of the effect that he's bringing out of it is just with his regular targeted rockets. He's so accurate with them that he's bringing out enough damage anyways. And then being able to save the barrage for whenever he wants, and he's going to get it relatively quickly anyways. And with Hanzo certainly generating ultimates very quickly for him. Now we're pushing into Nepal. I'm sure it's going to be more of the Mangachu show, but Jesus also gets to break out his Tracer, and it's been a while since we've had the pleasure of seeing that Luminosity.
Jesus is a lot of fun to watch on Tracer.
Just going to run the 3 tank with Soldier 76. On this, that's a little tricky. I mean, it is 3 tanks. Oh no, Jesus is going to run 4 tanks.
Oh yeah, they switched him. Decided not to keep him on the Tracer, so they are going to be meeting up over on this right-hand side to start things off. Jesus gets a hook. So far, just a lot of poke back and forth. Super Plock is taking a bit of damage. He's actually really hurt on the point. He separated himself away from the rest of his team. He's trying to meet back up with them right now, but Biotic's landing all over the place. Everybody's getting Biotic. Juvenile with an Earth Shatter really early right here, and he will send that one home as Icefelt goes down. That will allow Renegades to get a couple of kills total, getting that Earth Shatter so quickly. And when you get it that quick, you just have to use it because you know that the other team is pretty much going to have nothing else, and you have such a big advantage right off the start with an ultimate like that. And they will take the point first off the piggyback of that. But we have ourselves a little bit of a pause before we can see the rest of that. But regardless, Renegades do take that point first.
And 3 ultimates already on that side.
Which is crazy.
Already.
They do. 3 ultimates, first point, just starting to build time. That's Renegades for you, right?
Yeah,
Sounds about on course.
Then there was so much poke and fighting over there, and Renegades really got a lot of the damage off, and that's why they got so many of those ults that quickly, and especially why Juvenile did, because he just pumped out the damage on that where that initial battle took place, and I thought Super Plock was really getting the damage in there too. Apparently not. So it was that Earth Shatter that Juvenile got initially really allowed them to take the first point. And now we'll see them with a pretty steady lead in the ultimate game. That's a thing, touching back on what I was talking about, increasing the ultimate charge. It made King of the Hill or Control Point tougher, because if you lose the point first and you get wiped off there, trying to get yourself back into the ultimate game at that point can be really difficult. The team that takes the point first is, they just lead so heavy in ultimates and can snowball a bit, and so it's tough to deal with for sure, because right now they will have that pretty big advantage, but it is that little replay again of Renegades just cruising through, taking that first point.
We are waiting on Hedan, whose game crashed, and so we don't want to play without him, so we'll let him get back into game. But interesting point there, it was Jesus who's playing the Roadhog on this particular map, where last time we saw Mangachu playing some Roadhog. And we talked about this earlier with Immortals, but having that sort of like depth in hero pools for each of your players is such a huge part of why Renegades is doing so well.
Yeah, you love having that kind of depth on your team. It gives you so many more options, and for them, they can alter it up depending on whether they're playing Control Point or Payload, and it just makes you feel a lot better, because you can, you have the
You've got options.
You have options. That's what I'm trying to say.
What I think is really interesting about the situation that we're in right now is Nepal right now is Luminosity's pick. So perhaps they've also noticed, I would assume, what we've been talking about as well, the defensive potential of Renegades and how strong that is. So perhaps, remove the ability for them to have kind of a firm setup defense, although that logic doesn't quite pan out, because if they're able to take the control point away, then they're in somewhat of a defensive position. But perhaps it's I guess they just think they have a better chance here.
Supposedly, or apparently, I should say, but
I feel like control point with Mangachu on the field is
anything with Mangachu on the field really in your favor?
Realistically,
just that guy, the way he shuts everything down. So what do you think the Luminosity is doing right now? They have some time to breathe, to think while Hedan gets his game going again. What's the conversation they're having on their comms?
The conversation is, I gotta go something along the lines of, one, if Mangachu ever goes Pharah, please just like get him out of the skies first. Of course, he's not doing that right now, and I don't know if he will throughout Nepal here. But, well, yeah, I mean, even if
it's still your only option.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You just have to make sure you deal with him. And Jesus as well, if he makes any sort of switches to things like Tracer, which we know he can also be, just as effective as a guy like Mangachu on Pharah. So they have to keep an eye on that as well on the side of Luminosity.
So while we wait for this game to resume, one thing we've noticed a lot from teams on Nepal is the decision to, instead of holding on the point and going for a very defensive kind of turtle strategy, is to push out to a choke point, especially on Sanctum. We'll see teams going out to the edges. What are thoughts about why you would do that versus sitting on the point?
In general, it's the same answer, right? It's a choke point. That's what everybody's always trying to fight around. A choke point where they constrain the angles the enemy gets and keep the maximum amount of angles on their opponent when the opponent comes through, right? Because you can be as spread out as you want on your side. When they come through from a very, very narrow area. Basic tactics, really. Luminosity, here we go, getting the game started back again. Luminosity's going to be coming out, trying to retake the point from Renegades, who's already got 20 points.
And Jesus using the whole hog, gets the nano boost. He will just be shredding, sending Super Block down the cliff. And that will be... I thought he tossed him off the map there. Apparently not. I thought he was definitely a goner, but he is still alive and well. Never mind, but there is going to be a sound barrier used by Renegades, and Mangachu still just melting through people here. Renegades in total control of the point at the moment, as they are at 45% and counting. A few ultimates used from them, including a sound barrier.
It's like roughly 4, honestly. They were very, very close to 5. So 4 came out from them on that fight. Meanwhile, Luminosity They've got about 4 on their side, and Hedon and Ube aren't too far away from there, so Luminosity not completely on the ropes yet. They do stand a chance of retaking this point. Well, it's only Spree. He can fly away. That's not going to be the biggest deal.
And there's going to be that Graviton used, and the sound barrier from Luminosity. And now an Earth Shatter from Juvenile will catch a couple inside of it. Mineral did get a bubble. It doesn't matter, though, because Renegades are there for the cleanup, and they are all over this point at the moment. Luminosity essentially getting wiped, and Renegades have just cruise control at the moment.
Yeah, Pain Train full speed ahead at the moment.
Yeah.
Definitely starting to...
A lot of ults for Luminosity.
Well, let's not start calling results too fast here. But yeah, they do have 3 ultimates on their side, and one of them coming out already is the self-destruct flying out.
Oh, man of snow. What is up? 3 for him. Super Block, he's going for the Earth Shatter. He doesn't really have any other options. They have to use whatever ultimates that they have. But I don't think there's going to be enough around for them. They still have guys coming back from the respawns. Icefelt gets finished off, and that time will tick down. Renegades taking a 1-0 lead on Nepal here, and that self-destruct from Man of Snow pretty much sealed the deal for them, especially right at the end. So here you can see a replay of Jesus using that whole hog. This is when I totally thought Super Block was definitely getting sent down to the nether
toe
realm.
on the ledge, man.
Very lucky. Very lucky.
He's ripped. He's ripped for an old man. Just
Yeah.
one big toe on the edge, and he's just gonna
hanging
walk
on
right
by a
back
toe.
on. No problem.
Yeah. That's right. I mean, I guess the toes are made of steel too, so it doesn't hurt him. But either way, they one of the many plays for them that brought victory on stage 1.
Still violates the laws of physics, man.
Yeah, really.
All right.
It's a big man hanging on by a small body part.
Well, we're already here into stage 2. Luminosity gonna switch Uwe onto May as they push into the middle point. Renegades, Mangachu on Pharah again.
There's gonna be an ice ball up. And they do have the Ube's gonna be on that the May. Sherlocky going down, so Mangachu wrapping all the way back around on the other side. He's doing what he does best, and though he got himself down into the actual point itself, which I don't know if that's where he wants to be. I don't know if this is the best stage really for Pharah in general, but Luminosity seeming as though they will come out in control of the points as Icefelt is on the cleanup crew.
Far on this map, not bad at all if you already hold the point, but if you're trying to fight on the point in particular, all the angles, you either have to go in there into kind of the Thunderdome of things, which is not good for Pharah, or you have to be on some angles where perhaps you're not necessarily getting the most accurate shots in due to travel time, and it's just not as favorable. So I kind of got to agree with you there, but it looks like they do as well. Mangachu switching up to Zarya.
Yeah, Juvenile completely rinsed. There's a nice May wall coming out from Ube to separate Juvenile from the rest of his squad as they were trying to press forward. So Luminosity have a pretty strong hold going at the moment. They're sitting on this high ground. They have Ube to pretty much wall anybody off that decides to try and come through. And it's going to be difficult for Renegades to find a lane to get into this point. But in terms of ultimates, Ube's got a Blizzard. Icefelt with the Pulse Bomb. Jesus has a Pulse Bomb himself. And now the charge from Super Block is going to take Juvenile right into the wall. Ube actually finished him, and Mangachu is quite low on health himself. He really needs those heals from Sherlocky before he goes down, and they're still just scattered at the moment. The Renegades players pretty much backed off to regroup. Well, look at those
Luminosity,
ultimates.
however, 6 ultimates on their sides, and Renegades with none, getting close to 4 though.
Oh no, losing Mangachu off the start. These ice walls are just vicious. I mean, they got to find a way to deal with Ube right now, and they're at 80%, and they have 6 ultimates. I mean,
if Luminosity loses this stage, my jaw would just, you'd have to pick it up off the floor.
Yeah, I'll eat a hat or something, because that's honestly like it should not happen. Here we go. They might just be able to even just CC them from the point. There's a Pulse Bomb combo out from Icefelt. 3 of them on there, a total wipe. You better do something like that when you have 6 ults to work with. And Renegades were just absolutely shut down on the village, so it'll be tied up 1-1 in this particular series, or on Nepal at the moment. But here you can see Spree starting things off, getting that Graviton, and then you had a lot of follow-up. Ice Felt with the Pulse Bomb to get 3 or 4 there. And then Hedon into Ube, the finishing blows, full wipe. And that was, the Renegades just can never get themselves into that map in the first place. I mean, that was...
Yeah.
Anytime they tried to come out, it was someone would get picked off because of Ube's Ice Wall. Or something like that. They never even showed up to the village, I don't think.
Certainly a strong map for May. Here we move into Sanctum on Nepal. Going to start off with the regular shield war on the side.
That's right. Same old, same old. Over here on the pillars. And charging in right out of the gate is going to be Juvenile. He's taken quite a bit of damage, though. They trade out Reinhardt's. Juvenile and Super Plock are both eliminated from this fight. And they're still duking it out, kind of from range. Just a lot of poke going on at the moment, though. A hook coming through, and now the rest of Renegades trying to come through and help their teammate as Jesus ended up going down. They trade out the Roadhogs too. Oh, Mangachu gets booped by Mineral, who is on the point. But the rest of Renegades want to see if they can claim this point for themselves. Juvenile's just getting just melted by Icefelt, and I think that might be time for Renegades to back up and go ahead and reset here and try again another day.
Luminosity's going to get first capture again here on stage 3. Luminosity, they've got attack visor on their side along with a nano boost, and you look for those to connect from the high ground if Icefelt is able to maintain. Most of Luminosity is over there, so I assume they will be able to keep it. Renegades starting to push back in. They want to fight over that high ground, back into another shield war. Nano boost coming out of Terlaki relatively soon.
There is that attack visor from Icefelt in the back, and he can be pretty uncontested back there. Oh, Juvenile going down to the self-destruct. I think his shield may have ran out there or something, but here comes that attack visor from Icefelt. He's all the way in the back. There is going to be the sound barrier Renegades to try and mitigate the damage. Jesus using the whole hog, so Renegades using pretty much anything that they had right there, but Luminosity bringing the point right back. And they are in total control at the moment. That is for sure, as Renegades, they don't have really anything to work with in the ultimate department except for an Earth Shatter coming up from Juvenile.
And Luminosity has 3 on their side, Earth Shatter, Whole Hog, and a Self-Destruct. It's a lot of zoning potential, a lot of CC, depending on kind of how you look at it.
And they're going to have to get something going here, because 60% and counting for Luminosity, the Whole Hog from Ube. When Juvenile used his Earth Shatter, actually, I don't think he really found all that much off of it. And then Earth Shatter comes out from the side of Luminosity, and they're just going to just roll through them. Quite frankly, there's just... Renegades are kind of falling apart a little bit here. And they really need to get it together. 80% now, Luminosity, with a good shot at taking a 2-1 lead here on Nepal.
Luminosity still with a nano boost, got another self-destruct. Icefelt working on attack visor. Again, Renegades their own nano boost looming, but that's pretty much it, and they're on their back foot, trying to step forward here. 94% for Luminosity.
Sherlock using that nano boost onto Juvenile, I believe it was, and that will be at least 1 in their favor off the start, but Jur ends up going down. Jesus gets the hook, sending Ube down into the pit. He takes down Spree as well, who was out of his mech. So now the attack visor out. Jesus is really keeping Renegades in here. That's 3 for him as they will retake the point just about. Yes, they will get it actually indeed. And they still have a long way to recover to get back into this one. Sherlock, he went down late. Well, so did Icefelt, so they will be about even in terms of numbers.
Yeah, but Renegades ahead in the ultimate economy right now. They do have 3 ultimates on their side, and Luminosity with 1, maybe 2, but a long ways away from everything else.
And see Luminosity working their way back in. And now that Graviton is going to come out. There's a self-destruct down there as well. Man of Snow starts it off. And he's able to kill Icefelt, and Juvenile is quickly dispatched up by Spree, so they're still going. There's sound barrier from Luminosity. Jur does not have his quite yet. Jesus using the whole hog, just trying to throw bodies around and keep them away from the point. Ube gets hooked, finished off by Jesus as he gets 2 for himself. And Man of Snow is trying to harass these Luminosity players and make them run all the way back to spawn. Renegades slowly but surely working their way back into into this map, but
They're
still have a
only
bit to go.
They're only about 2 fights away here, and they're still ahead of the ultimate economy. Luminosity, they do have 3 if you count Superplock's Earth Shatter, and Ice felt pretty far away here from Attack Visor, but Luminosity going to step back up. They've got to take this fight or the next one if they want to win this map.
Oh, Sherlocky manages to get a Biotic on a Superplock. Here we go. Renegades are making it happen. They have 2 kills already for themselves and will send Luminosity back again to the respawn.
That was the last fight, really, if you look at it that way. 10% is not enough time to really mount any form of assault with the people that are still respawning and how many ultimates they have and what ultimates they are.
Someone's going to need to go and get on it right now. Juvenile charging in and taking down Heat. There is somebody on the point at the moment, but I don't know if they're going to have enough. I don't know. Luminosity's starting to get some kills, but Juveniles, between Juvenile and Jesus, they have totally kept Renegades in it here. They put another round on the board, 2-1, a reverse sweep for Renegades nonetheless, or just about. And I was worried for them there for a minute. I gotta be honest, I was real worried for Renegades, but man,
I'm more really worried about Luminosity. That's gotta be a blow to the morale.
It'd be a blow to my morale if I was playing, man. I'll tell you what. That's very, very disappointing from them, but they're not out. I mean, they can get back in it. We'll have to see what stage we get next, though. Are going to be back here, so I don't know if Luminosity can do what they did last time. They could send it to a 5th. Could send it to a 5th round, but either way, they are definitely going to be putting Ube back on that Mei.
Mangachu going to give Farah another shot.
Try to get. I just don't know if this is really the stage for it.
Well, for this part right here, it'll work out. It's really just after the point's been capped that it's a problem. Renegades trying to go to a position where they can actually make it work, and Luminosity taking it to an area where it's a lot harder, honestly.
Oh, starting it off, Jesus.
Oh,
hook on the ice belt.
Like
so this maybe is going to allow Renegades to take this point first. Yes, it will as Juvenile. Well, he gets 2 kills, and Luminosity responds with a couple. Sherlocky and Juvenile both dispatched of, but still, you have Jesus who's going to town on the point and give him a little well played. Thank you, sir. As Renegades takes the point first.
That area can't put Farah in some weird spots, but Luminosity basically giving him a perfect look in their backline from above, just standing there, not even having to fly. Mangachu making Farah work this time around. Luminosity very, very low on the ultimate economy in comparison. Most of Renegades getting near or passing their half point. Luminosity going to try to assault from the high ground, which is even more in Farah's favor.
Superplock charged in, got slept, then hooked, and then Biotic Grenade got put onto him and then just completely destroyed on top of that. And Mangachu is going to town again on Farah, as we've seen him do time and time again. Soon coming up on a Rocket Barrage. Yeah, a lot of ultimates soon about to be up on the side of Renegades, really. And they're all getting close.
On this map, in a lot of different areas, with a Zarya bubble on you, that's going to put down Luminosity and send them back. And crossing 50% for Renegades, that's starting to look like a whole lot for Luminosity to have to come back from. They're going to need hero play pretty much right now.
Superblock, same thing happened to him again. He's just about to be finished off by Mangachu. Sound barrier comes out from Renegades, who've already lost 2 players. It may have been a bit too late for that sound barrier, to be honest. Mangachu does have the Rocket Barrage at his disposal. He's going to use it, find 2 players. Can Jesus hold down the point long enough for players to get back? That's the question, and I don't think he will, as he will get taken out, and the point flips. Luminosity will get it, but not before Renegades get 74%.
Either way, that was still the play Luminosity needed to make at that point in time exactly. If they didn't take that fight, it was going to snowball so hard that there was almost no way they were going to take it back. Luminosity with 3, almost 4 ultimates on their side. They are on the defensive posture at this point. Renegades pushing in with 2. And an Earth Shatter landing right in the backline, but Sherlocky didn't get picked up.
Oh no, and Superblock is getting sent to the sky by... Oh, it doesn't matter anyway, because they are just cruising. As he got the nano boost, Superplock, and that'll be a team wipe for Luminosity.
I don't think anybody told Superplock that's illegal in 48 states.
Yeah, that was pretty gnarly. They're coming out, man, but he got it done. Jesus used the whole hog there. I mean, if they're keeping track of the ultimates too, I feel as though Jesus was better off just saving it and just let them use some and they engage on the fight. But Either way, Hedan will go down to Mangachu here, and now Renegades, I think, will take this point back as they've already gotten 2 kills unless Luminosity does something miraculous, and I don't think that's going to happen as they've lost 4 on the fight. And they are all over it at the moment. Mangachu was a big part of retaking it. So they will get it. The Luminosity's going to have 1.5 more good attempts, but
Luminosity, they do have a bomb combo on the table along with an Earth Shatter getting very close. Spree soaked up just enough time for them to push on if they get moving very, very quickly here. Renegades with their own Earth Shatter, their own Graviton, very close to a Barrage and a Nano, though. That's a tall order for Luminosity to scrap through this, but it's going to come down to who lands it first and who lands it better. Mana Snow starting everything off.
Graviton on both sides. Mangachu has that Rocket Barrage. He's going to be laying a lot of damage. Gets put to sleep right away and gets... Oh, he's going to get the Biotic on himself as well. He's fighting it out with Hedan, finishes him off. Renegades 3 kills, 4 kills for them in total on this fight, and that might just seal the deal for Renegades and taking yet another win. Icefelt was still there, dealing damage, getting kills, but Mangachu will be doing more. And that is going to be Renegades taking it 3-1 on Nepal, 2-0 overall, and they are still undefeated.
Renegades continues their dominant performance. They have yet to drop a match. They have yet to give up more than 2 points in a game or in a match, a total match. So, man, these guys, who is going to stop these guys?
Nobody looks like.
Nobody.
Yeah. I mean, they are really, really playing well. I mean, I think they've played what people would consider to be the best teams in this so far. I mean, guys like Complexity and FaZe, and they've beaten them both. And it's... I don't know what it's going to take. These guys are just very well coordinated.
They're 4 games in at this point, along with Luminosity, the only 2 teams that have played 4 of their matches so far. So they're over their halfway points. A lot of the other teams are not over their halfway points. But that means only 3 teams stand between Renegades and a perfect record for the first phase.
And those 3 teams, yeah, we've already seen them play Complexity. We've already seen them play Luminosity now. We've seen them play, I think they played Immortals? No, Citizen 7 was the other team they played. So, like, they've played some of the big dogs already today in the Overwatch Winter Premiere. So they've just continued to steamroll here. We'll take another look at some of the plays that they were able to put up in this match. These guys are just looking so good.
Mangachu, again, he didn't make the Pharah work first time on the village stage of Nepal, but... The second time, it was just the Mangachu show again, or a large part of that anyway. He also had Juvenile, who was actually doing quite a lot, as well as Jesus, Man of Snow, all having their moments right there. And it was good play from Renegades still to keep themselves undefeated. And I don't know what it's going to take at this point for someone to shut them down.
It looks like it's probably going to have to be up to Immortals, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Immortals, Liquid.
It's got to be. I mean, that's... I don't know exactly what their full schedule is next week, but it's going to be one of them. And I don't know if that can happen. I could see Renegades, if they go into next week playing like they have done this week, I could see them staying undefeated.
It could be Kangana. They haven't played Kangana yet. That'll be one of the teams they'll play next week. And Kangana's been looking pretty good. But, man, the Luminosity put up quite the fight. Almost looked like they were going to be able to take 2 points off of them here on Nepal. Part of it was this dive bomb play from Reinhardt, which was apparently illegal in 48 states, I heard.
Yeah, it is legal in 48 states, a few countries as well.
It's best if you don't question it.
Yeah, here he comes. That was just disgusting, honestly.
Poor Juvenile. I think I can't even see it coming. Not really.
At the time, for me, when I was looking at it, it like flowed so seamlessly that like I didn't even necessarily realize it happened at the time until like we just looked at that replay. It just like flowed.
Trajectories.
He like lands and just right off the roof and whoop, like straight in. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah,
but either way, I feel great about Luminosity at the moment, and I don't know if you think they can stay undefeated, but I'm calling it. I think they can do it easily.
Renegades, I wouldn't say easily, but I think Renegades can stay undefeated for Phase 1. But I'll take a long look at the footage over the weekend and really come back with a much more concrete idea about that. But from what we've seen so far, yes, Renegades is looking borderline unstoppable.
Yeah.
Renegades still perfect after a full 3 days of the group stage. We'll take a look at our standings and where all the other teams fall. I believe it is Immortals that is in second place. They are right there with the Luminosity trailing just behind, but nobody is looking as good as Renegades.
No, they are not. Immortals, not too shabby themselves. They've been a lot of fun to watch themselves. Another team that, you know, was never at the top level of like NA when you talked about best teams in NA, but they've really been proving themselves as well, sitting at 3-0 themselves. And I mean, you know, some of the teams you thought were going to be at the very top end of this are right now sitting towards the bottom, like Complexity and FaZe. It's pretty incredible to see. You
can see how even the playing field is for most of these teams, with how many teams have gone 1-2. We got 4 in the mix as well. Luminosity going 2-2. Arguably, potentially could have gone 3-1 had they played a little bit better yesterday against their match against Immortals. But that, I mean, it's all hypothetical, and it just goes back to illustrate exactly what I'm talking about right now. It's so even, basically underneath Renegades for a lot of teams, though. Immortals have, I don't want to criticize them whatsoever. They put together 3 great games so far. They're also undefeated. So I'm really looking forward to seeing those 2 play.
We will see them next week. The next time you will see us will be January 10th, next Tuesday. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please tweet at us at Overwatch_NGE. We always check that, and we love to hear your feedback and your opinions. We run polls also before every single game, so if you want to vote and get us kind of, you know, a popular opinion of who you think is going to win, be sure to do that. But anyways, that will be at 3:30 on January 10th Eastern Time. It's 8:30 p.m. GMT. For me and Anthony, David, all of us here at NGE, have a great weekend, and we will see you next week.
Renegades, they have the pick already, and Hard Blue now goes down to Jesus, and Mangachu finds Joe Meister. Oh my goodness, Mangachu is just popping domes left and right down. He did get Shake with it, and Renegades are finding the kills here. Shake and Nicholas both down. Make that Torque as well as Man of Snow. Juvenile, Sherlocky all finding kills. They should be able to bring this one on Sound Barrier to start it off. Let's see what Citizen 7 can do. Kayun has that Graviton Surge, which could be a game changer, simply using that Dragon Blade, but shut down by an Earth Shatter in the process. And here we go, Sipa able to get 3 in total. This is a start of something for Citizen 7, and the Reflected takedown Nami. Something for the Citizen 7 fans.
Now there is that self-destruct. Zom's going down now, really. It's not looking good for FaZe. There's the nano boost onto Mezzer between him and Roth, but they are just shredding through them. A full team wipe.
Forward on the side, but Super Block locking down most of it.
Oh, baby,
the Graviton coming out.
Coming out of the side. Here comes a self-destruct. Michael with 5.
Hold that thought. Here comes Kungarna.
They're going to be right back into it. Pulse Bomb off from Michael. Gets 2 to kick us off, and Remix taking down Super Block. So it is definitely going to be Kungarna all over this point. They came back with a vengeance and a team wipe. Here we go. Mangachu's going to stay on the Hanzo. He's going to be looking for one. Look at that right away. Sneaking up on him. Taking down Ice Belt. Oh, baby. I love it. I saw Mangachu was, some of these previous games, just a very, very talented fire player. He's, look at this, getting Ice Belt
already.
Oh, now he's going to get the nano boost. He's going to immediately hunt down Heatamp. Did get slept, a great sleep dart from Heatamp, but still got the kill, and now he's 3 in total for Mangachu.